is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
The official iRacing World Championships take a back seat for the winter, bringing to the forefront the premier user-run leagues on the iRacing circuit, on the iRacing service, excuse me, and this is definitely one of them. The Neo Endurance Series Season 5 gets started once again here at Sebring. I am Connery Maddock. Joining me in the commentary booth today is going to be the one, the only Cam Walsh, and we've got David Haynes as well on the color commentary. Well, guys, it's this time of the year again. It's another season of the Neo Endurance Series, and Cam, I'm going to go to you first. And for the first time, we're actually bringing you qualifying coverage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty excited about it. I mean, we're going to have not only the first time bringing qualifying sessions, but the first time we're going to have these long prototype classification 1 machines. And of course, we're starting off at our normal home of Sebring, and I gotta say, I'm pretty excited about the upcoming 2018-2019 season.
I am very, very excited as well. And David, what are your thoughts about the start of the season? What are your expectations?
Well, Sebring is a track with a massive amount of history in Grand Prix racing, in sports car racing, and even here in the Neo Endurance Series. So always a great place to kick off any season, but this isn't just any series. I don't think anyone holds many series in any higher regard than the Neo Endurance Series when it comes to multi-class endurance racing. The prestige is huge. This is one everybody wants to put their best foot forward in, and everybody wants to win and show what they're capable of in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're wondering what's going on track right now, well, this is the start of the GT qualifying, and that is also another change for this season, Cam. We have a couple of different classes to be concerned about. We have the introduction of those LMP1 machines. We also have the good old LMP2 cars, and we have the GTEs as well. So the Neo Endurance Series returning to that 3-class format.
Yeah, absolutely, and we did have that a couple of great, interesting seasons. Of course, we ran with the sort of classic sports car series in a way, where we had the old GT2 and GT1 behemoths, of course, with the Corvette and the Aston Martin. Now we're going to modern times. We're going to basically this year, if you think about it. Or just last, 2016? I mean, we're right there. We've got the introduction also of these Porsche 911 GTE machines. I can hear those things already buzzing in my ear, and that's, of course, complementing the Ferrari and the Ford, which we've had for quite a while now.
Buzzing like an annoying wasp, those Porsches are sometimes referred to, as we do have a couple of the GT qualifying times starting to come in. We have Logitech G Altus Esports provisionally pole, apart from the fact that Team 85 has just beat them to provisional pole at this moment in time. They have about 20 minutes for this GT phase of qualifying. So the number you see in the top left there, that is just for the entire qualifying session, but these GTs only have 20 minutes to work with to try and get their times on the ball. We're going to go on board with perhaps one of these teams that have not set a qualifying time just yet. I'm just seeing a couple of teams come towards the line. We've got, yeah, maybe Red Face Racing, the number 66 machine in their Ferrari, heading through Big Bend right now. They're going to head their way across the line. I think this is going to be a time lap run, so we'll see what sort of lap time they will put onto the board. Good enough for 12th, about 7/10 of a second behind your, current time leader in Team 85, as they will actually pull off to the side of the track. One day we'll get a proper onboard with one of these cars as they get out of the way of some of the other cars that are on flying laps, but but why not go on board with that current provisional pole position sitter in just a couple of moments, since they are on their outlap right now. Lucas Jetsat behind the wheel, and that is a fantastic start, David, for that Team 85 machine, if they can carry this through to the end of qualifying now.
Yeah, indeed. Even though we've got a 6-hour race ahead of us, being on pole position in your class would be very nice. Means that if you get a clean start, you'll have a bit of clean track in front of you. It means you'll decide what your pit strategy is and not have to worry about traffic within your own class. Put your best foot forward, and that's how you always want to start a race, no matter how long.
And you can see these cars going very, very slow indeed on their outlap. Team 85, the car we're focusing on, definitely one of them. They got a car behind as well that's pretty slow. That is actually their challenger for provisional pole at the moment. Altus Esports right behind your current pole position here of Team 85. So that could be an interesting predicament if Altus Esports decide to get a little bit of the draft off of Team 85. And Cam, with these cars going slow on their outlap, just explain what the whole point of that is.
Well, the big thing is that you don't want to get the tires too warm. You don't want to. You really don't want to have going out on these outlaps with the hot tires. They really like them a little bit room temperature, as it were. But also they try to fuel these things as light as possible. So they are actually doing a bit of fuel saving as well. Just so they would expect in a way to run out on what would be the lap after the hot lap. As a couple of cars still going around here, as you can still see the Team 85 is just starting to pick up speed here, getting pursued by, yes, that Altus Esport Neo, which it looks to me, everyone has extraordinarily long team names, so that's going to be a fun one. But for Simone Maria Marciano, he's going to be going on his hot lap, as well as, hopefully, Lucas Jestak.
Yep, exactly. As we'll go on board then with Team 85 current provisional pole position sitter as he gets his second flying lap started then. Jetsat behind the wheel across the line then to start his second time lap. And just take us through the lap here, David.
Indeed, so approaching the first corner, go all the way to the right there, bring it back towards the apex. Goodness, does he get so close to it. It's a difficult one to spot. Luckily, there's a cone in the catch fencing that helps you. Then you get towards this section here. Got to be careful with some of these curves, and he takes plenty of the one through the right-hander. Manages to carry the speed well enough. I think he might have been too dear with the curb through the later part of that section there, and decided that that lap was not going to count. But you can see how hard he was trying to set a quick time, putting all of it on the line, and in the first sector, it's not quite worked.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that does happen. Maybe in the first sector, you just dip a couple of tires out onto the edge of the track limits, gives you a 1x, and that is your lap invalid. But they can get themselves reset back to the pit lane and get back out there to try and set a couple of more flying laps. Actually on board right now with the Army Racing team. This is the number 82 team, Dominic Glager. Behind the wheel of that one, as he's coming towards the second half, sort of the latter sector of this lap, through the sweeper coming up towards Le Mans corner, where you can abuse the track limits however you want on the entry to the corner there, but over the curb as well. Make sure you get that power down, and the car is comfortable on the run all the way down Sunset Bend, down the Allman Straight, down towards Sunset Bend, which is the corner of a billion lines that you can take through there. So Army Racing team taking that early apex, then that second apex right up to the wall as well, and bring it right up to the grass there on the exit of the corner. Try and find as much time in the track as possible. Does Dominic Glager improve on his time? Yes, that one is going to be no. They'll stay 8th from now on.
Yeah, and it's so hard to eke out time simply because there's so much that has to go into this. Are you trying to just get a time in, or are you really going for pole? As we're watching right now, the number 96 machine, that is of course going to be the Williams Jim Jr. Black, as that's the Ferrari of Dano Opat. But it's just one of those situations where how aggressive do you push? Do you want to get on pole and risk doing a 1x like we just saw? Or do you want to just have a good, consistent time? This is, after all, a 6-hour race, and there has been a history of lap 1 incidents here at this racing circuit, no matter what you bring to the table.
Dado Obercat for Williams Jim Jr. then across the line. What sort of time is he going to set? 1:58.1 which is still not good enough to improve on the last place position on that grid. So not a great day so far for Williams Jim Jr. Of course, they do have a second car as well that's currently up in P number 15 in qualifying, so things going a little bit better for the sister car of that machine there, whereas we'll see that's his car up on your screen right now. That's the Williams Jim Jr. yellow car, as Lucas Yetza is actually going to finally get himself on another flying lap after having to abort the previous one that he attempted. So this is just a case now, David, of Yetza. Can he just extend the team's leading qualifying?
Yeah, well, that's exactly how I think he's approaching this session. With a lap time already on the board that's the fastest, you can consider that a banker lap. For this one, he's got to push all out if he wants to improve. There'll be nothing to gain from putting in another lap that's a tenth slower than what's already his best. This needs to be an improvement, and that means giving it everything, and there'll be no great consequence to messing up this lap with one already on the board with a nice number one next to it, even if it's only 200th clear of Logitech G Altus Esports.
On the run through Fangio corner then, up towards turn number 10, which is called Cunningham. A very clean lap so far from the Etsat, very much unlike his previous flying lap attempt through this tight middle sector. Now we have those medium speed corners. Does miss the apex of turn number 12 though. That could be a little bit of lost time there that Yetza has given up. Car on an outlap here that he has to get by as well, but that's not going to cause him too many issues. Through Bishop right now, turn number 14, turn number 15 coming towards the final sector now. Through 15 you go. Just be careful of those curves. They can upset the cars a little bit. Through Le Mans corner as well. Great line through here. So that could make up for some of the lost time, but he gets a little bit on the grass on the outside there, but not enough to give him an instant point. So decent lap right now for Team 85. Whether or not he'll extend their advantage right at the top of the timing boards, that is still yet to be seen. Through Sunset Bend right now, it's very, very careful of some of the bumps that you can experience through here. 100% throttle on the exit then, once again bringing up to the grass, and then it's just a short run to the line then for Team 85, a 156.582. That is an improvement on their time there, Cam, so great lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know what? Altus Esport just clapped a good lap as well, as here comes Marceno once again. He's running down now the Ullman Straight. He's just about to hit Sunset Bend, so we've got a bit of a shootout on our hand here.
Yeah, pretty wide there was Altus Esports coming through Sunset Bend, as it's not his hot lap, so this will be going on to his hot lap here, David. So he got denied it the first time around, so why don't you take us through a lap this time and hope he doesn't get an instant point at Volks's lap.
Yeah, okay, so through turn 1 goes our Altus Esports car. He's going to come towards this very, very tricky bit. That's an early entry, and again taking a lot of the curb there, setting up a good run through the long left-hander with a bit of a curb on the exit. Now this is one of the straight sections here, even though it's a little bit bent. Throttle all the way down here, and then a very hot track to come underneath the bridge, maybe at the first cones there on the brakes. Nose goes into the hairpin, throttle down. It's almost an informality there, those little left-right chicanes, and coming to the sweeping left-hander there, still wide open throttle, and then on to the brakes, right-hander. Does he keep it tucked into the right? Doesn't track all the way out to the left to set up through this sector to keep the power down. Then Tower Bend, a little bit of camber, late apex, makes it look very, very good. Approaching the Le Mans section of corners on board, we still are with Simona Maria Marceno, taking plenty of curb there, late turn in, riding all of the curbs there, and then you can go all the way to the left, set it up, late apex, because this is one of the longest straights on the track, and he uses all of the curb and then a little bit more in pursuit of carrying the momentum towards the last corner. And there's a few lines through here to understate it massively, and he's taking one that takes it very wide, hitting some of the cones. We might have to get a camera angle of them later in the race to get very, very late apex, power on as early as he can. towards the checkered flag. Will this be an improvement for Logitech G Altus Esports? Unfortunately not.
That is a line I'm not used to seeing coming through Sunset Bend. Just plow straight through the cones on the outside and then take very, very late apexes. Cam, you have something to say about that?
I have not, that is certainly an interesting line, to say the least. I do not believe that it really increases the speed at all. I mean, it was a 157.2, which isn't even close to what his fast lap was.
Yeah, and since one of the commentators in the comment booth right now has tried that line before, David, you'd be very well aware that there is a slowdown penalty out there you have to contend with.
Yeah, so on the outside at the entry of Sunset Bend there, out where he was past the cones, if you go far enough out there, you will pick up a slowdown penalty, which I learned also in a qualifying session here, because I went all the way out there to try and set up a very good run out of Sunset Bend to start a flying lap. But unfortunately didn't work for me that particular time.
Yeah, not always working, as we have about 4 or 5 minutes left of the GT qualifying session right now, and we haven't really had many movers right at the top of that qualifying standings, as the number 99 is going to be on a hot lap right now. We'll see them in their way through to number 1 there, which can be such a huge spectacle, especially on lap number 1, where you can go at least 4 or 5 wide on entry, not so much on exit, as some drivers will very, very quickly find out, even if they even attempt a 3 wide coming down into that corner. But Zenith Esports right now on their hot lap, their previous best lap was a 156.9, which was about 0.4 of a second slower than your current provisional pole position sitters. So Eric Goldner currently behind the wheel of this one. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology yet to tell you how well he is doing on these sectors compared to his previous laps, but hopefully the iRacing API can get updated to be able to show us something like that. But Goldner seems to be doing a pretty good job so far, at least in the early, in the first half of the lap, coming up to the second half as well. Again, keeping tucked into that left-hand side, which is what we saw Team 85 not do, and they still improved their lap times in provisional pole. So maybe you can have a little bit of a leeway coming through that particular section of corners down towards the Le Mans complex right now. Goldner currently P number 8. It would be fantastic for that Zenith Esports team if they can qualify just a little bit higher. They're only a couple of thousand, well, only 1/1000th of a second behind the MSI Esports 75 car, which is the position directly ahead of them. So this is entirely possible for this number 99 team to get themselves further up the grid. Down the Allman Straight they will go. Make sure you get your braking set for Sunset Bend. Slightly missing that first apex there, drags it out a little bit too much in the middle of the corner. You can just see that car struggling for grip all the way through there. He'll bring it to the line regardless to see if he's going to improve anyway. Does he improve on a 156.9? He goes for a 157.1, and I think most of that time Cam was lost through Sunset Bend.
And it is so easy to lose speed in Sunset Bend. This is just with the GTE cars out on track. You know, these guys, these GTE cars, they're not built like you would say perhaps a GT3 car. There isn't really a lot of helpers for the driver. And so it is very difficult to get absolute max performance out of these GTE machines. And so what we're going to see already is that people are already struggling through Sunset Bend. Now we're going to add LMP2 and LMP1 machines, and that is why Sebring tends to be one of the most fascinating tracks that, of course, we go to in the Neo season. Perhaps one of the most chaotic, because, of course, this being race number 1, drivers are a bit unfamiliar with each other, but I have to say, going to be one of those situations where it should at least put on a good show, as the Team Bushfink Racing Pink Machine is out on their lap in the number 76, and it is Fraser Williamson.
Currently 19th in their qualifying effort. Took a little bit of an aggressive stance towards one of those curves there in the first sector, but no problems at all for Fraser Williamson. He'll get disposed of the car on an outlap behind. That was the Talkfreak Racing GT machine. Down into the hairpin then, which is going to be one of the main overtaking opportunities when it comes to the race. And then we get a message from the race administrators. GTE qualifying is over. Cars on a lap can finish. standby LMP2. So these are going to be the last-ditch efforts, David, for these GT cars to get themselves a time.
Yeah, the pressure is on, especially for someone like the Team Bushvik racing car and Fraser Williamson that we're watching right now, second to last almost, or right down the order in that category right now. So this lap would need to be an improvement for them to be comfortable. And then the other categories, it's their turn. Fraser Williamson watching this car, the behavior of the car looks pretty good, keeping it tidy, but is it looking quick enough? He's got one more corner before we will know.
One more corner, and that is one of the trickiest corners on the circuit. Sunset Bend, turn number 17, stands between Fraser Williamson and potentially gaining another spot or two in the qualifying standings. A little bit of a back end stick stepping out there, coming through in the middle of the corner, but not too many issues. Drive to the line for the number 70, 16 157.4. That does gain number position over Williams, Jim Jr. Yellow. We're waiting for a couple of cars. I think the 68 car is going to be the last car that's going to be on a lap here. They're heading their way through Sunset Bend. This is the Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esports car, but he's going to dive his way down on towards the lane and not going to get that last flying lap in. So that means, Cam, that we have our entirety of our GT field set.
Absolutely, and that is going to go to Lucas Yestact in that Porsche. And it's basically a Porsche 1, 2, 3 already. Logitech G Altus eSport is going to be in the second position starting this 6 hour. Sebring Odox is there in third, SimRC.de. Then you go to Triton, and then you go to the Thrustmaster Movano Racing Ford. So we got that going for me at least. And we've got the MSI eSports, Zenith eSports, Simitak, then the Army Racing Team, and now we're seeing a lot of those Prototype 2s getting pushed out onto pit lane, Connery. Let's see what the old lady can do here around this circuit that it knows so very well.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the call from the race administrators to say that pit lane exit is open so they can get onto the track and do their qualifying. You've got Ava Vivatic first in line on pit lane exit there, Sven Neumann behind the wheel, Ronnie Nunez, Talk Freak Racing LMP2, as well as will the Sim Racing Team Huizingfeld as well. So now the car's looking to get out there early, just try and find a little bit of clear air to work with before they go on their first set of flying laps. And it could be potentially that these first set of flying laps, David, is the most important, because that's when the track temperature is at its coolest, because with all these cars running on it, that racing line does heat up a fair amount. Not as much as on the oval racing side of things, for example, but there's still an effect here on the road racing side of things. So that is probably the prime time to get your fast qualifying laps in.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one, Connery. Sun is out here in Florida, and having the racing cars out on the track doesn't help either. In that first set of qualifying, we really did see that the fastest laps came early in the session, and no doubt then as the track warmed up just a little bit, even just 1 or 2 degrees, with how close the whole field is, with how close to the maximum performance of the cars these guys are driving at, there just wasn't a whole lot of room for anyone to improve massively. And that's why we've seen all of these P2 cars lined up in the lane waiting for the green light, because track position and a clear track in front of you looks like it will be worth a lot. These guys don't want to take any chances. They are ready to qualify.
We'll just get going in just a couple of moments' time, just waiting to make sure everything is okay on the race stewards side of things, which is very interesting, because not usually in sim racing, Cam, do we get to see all of these cars lined up in the pit lane waiting for the green light to show. It's just that's an interesting parallel.
It's a great view. I love it. Nothing gets me as excited as watching the Neo season and watching Neo races and being part of it. You do feel like you are in a paddock. You feel like you are part of this great working machine. Some people show up and they race and then they go home. It's a very different atmosphere. It's a very different feeling, and it is, as far as my humble opinion, the greatest sim racing, endurance racing series on the sim racing universe. As the lights go green, the prototypes are heading out. The Ava Vervatic excuse me, the all lime green machine is going to lead us out with Sven Newman.
Yeah, he is. So P2 qualifying underway. Ava Vavatic leading them all out of the pit lane as it stands. So the main objectives for these drivers and teams right now is just to find a little bit of space to work with once you get onto that qualifying lap. And of course, since you've been sitting on pit lane for quite a while, it does mean that those tires might have cooled down just a tad. So you got to bring them back up to temperature, but careful not to overheat them for qualifying in this weather. Of course, we do have that 41-degree track temperature, which can be an issue with the strategies in the race. These tires are not going to last as long as perhaps they otherwise would. But David, right now, these guys just getting themselves set.
Yep, exactly. It'll be very exciting when we do get the first flying laps and we see all the changes on the ticker. But in the meantime, exactly, these guys will be thinking about how much fuel, how many runs to take. They'll be looking at that on their dash, because on the dash of these P2 cars tells you things like your tyre pressures. And so they'll be looking at that, looking at how much fuel's in the car, because these cars are their quickest with a very light fuel load.
Yes, they are. As we'll see these guys snake through the Le Mans complex, at least the front of the field, and then get themselves onto their first flying lap. Ava Vavatic will be the first car to be able to get their flying lap done, as long as they get this qualifying lap done in a very clean fashion, as to not gain an instant point, which would invalidate it. So first flying lap start now for your LMP2 class, and it's just a case of finding a car that could potentially make this one very, very interesting indeed. I'd be very interested to see how the likes of that Race Clutch LMP2 car do, because Race Clutch in recent times, Cam, have been a team that has just gone from strength to strength to strength. And the sky is the absolute limit for these guys. They've already got drivers in the World Championship Series, not in the GT Championship, of course, but they have, of course, the iRacing Rallycross Championship. They've got a win to their name in that series as well. So this team, they have a dream as to being a top team in 2020. I think it's going to happen a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen kind of with the rise of the pure racing team that it is possible to just kind of construct your team, to bring it together, to work on it over a couple of years, and then the next thing you know, you're one of the big faces in the entirety of the series. And you know what? I have to say, for Race Clutch, yeah, they're really good out on the dirt in their rally racing machines. They're even pretty good in GT3 machines. I can't say I've seen them in a lot of LMP2, but I can tell you right now that the driver lineup that they are showing, at least for me here with Johan Hart, Robin Bandon, and Aurelian Talman, I'm pretty excited here to see what this 57 machine is going to be able to do.
Yeah, exactly. LMP2 car with Johan Hart in it is always a very, very scary prospect, but it is Aurelian Talman taking that car for his qualifying laps right now. We'll see Ava Vavatic actually head their way out of the final corner then. This is going to be the first lap time set in this particular field. They head their way across the line. There's the remnants of the GT field you see on your left-hand side. So Ava Vavatic obviously going to be faster than all of them. You see the LMP2 cars will be in blue. That's the GTE cars in green. Team Huizinveld managed to get provisional pole just for this moment as everyone heads their way across the line. Will the sim racing team setting a time 0.7 of a second slower than your current provisional pole sitters. Inertia Sim Racing beating Team Huizinveld to the post then in provisional qualifying. Here comes the Race Clutch car across the line. Aurelian Talman, what does he do? A 1:48.7. That's going to be good enough for P number 3 on the grid at this moment in time, as he has a little bit of a moment there coming through turn number 1, hits the tyre barriers, no problems at all. He can just take a tow back towards pit lane and get those flying laps back in, as we see a couple more names, a couple more teams go up onto the scoring stand right now. We've got SRN Motorsports bringing themselves up into P number 11, iRacing Today Motorsports as well, P number 13. But look at that from LuxSim24 Motor Podcast. They are currently third in qualifying. Fantastic effort for them, David.
Yep. Currently up the top though, and we had them on our screen, there's Apex Racing UK. And one thing I also want to point out, currently in 8th right now for UI1 Positive Sim Racing, I believe this might be Jake Burton's first outing with that team. New Australian signing to that team. I wasn't 100% expecting to see him, but here he is in the Neo Endurance Series with Positive Sim Racing, and not a bad start for him.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. And what is not a bad start as well is that Apex Racing UK car. It's not a car that we used to see in Cam in the prototype field, in any of the prototype fields. Usually they're a GT or open wheel focused team, but they're out in force right now for this LMP2 effort, putting Alex Simpson behind the wheel. So the Apex Racing UK team boss, World Championship Grand Prix Series driver as well. So all the talent that you need, and it's really, really showing right now with provisional pole.
Absolutely, and I mean, you got to look at it in this way here. Each of our classifications are all going to have the team names that are some of the biggest team names that you could possibly imagine. In LMP2, I mean, everyone kind of thinks, maybe perhaps it's a bit of that privateer effort. Everyone's going to want to run either GTE cars or LMP1 cars, but here we have the Apex Racing UK team, and this is the Apex Racing UK team, not a junior team or a trainer team or anything like that. This is the team, and yeah, you normally see these guys racing, as far as I'm concerned, open wheel. They're an open wheel team. Now, is a Prototype 2 that different from, say, an open-wheel machine? Not really, but it's great to see these guys out here, and it's already great to see these guys putting down an absolutely fantastic lap. They were 7/10 faster than that Inertia Sim Racing Corsic team, which is, of course, a bunch of Finnish drivers, mostly from, say, the Glaciers team.
Exactly. Finland's definitely representing in this particular series as we'll wait for a couple of more flying laps to go up onto the board right now. We've got a couple of teams. There's Talk Freak. They're heading their way down the Old Man Straight, and that was more of a outlap banker lap that they set last time. So this is going to be their flying lap. Currently P number 17 in qualifying. That's a little bit wide there out of the final corner. Hopefully he didn't get his lap invalidated across the line. Talk Freak will go, and I think they might have just gotten their lap invalidated because of that. So they'll head their way through. I think unfortunately
Ronnie Nunez picked up a bit too much grass coming out of that final corner, but as you were probably going to say, he's back on it again and he's going to attempt another flying lap.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely the pace for a flying lap as we ride on board with Ronnie Nunez right now. They're the only team that has not set a proper flying lap so far this session, so they need to get a little bit of a move on down into the very, very tight turn number 7 hairpin, and it's super sketchy getting the power down out of there as well, because there is a little bit of dust that has been brought back onto the circuit, so that means the traction out of that corner isn't the greatest, as we'll have the over-the-shoulder view of Ronnie Nunez right now as he heads his way through the middle sector, and hopefully getting those apexes, getting those exits and entries right, but that wasn't a very correct entry through the right-hander, so that's a little bit of time lost from the number 43 team, and they have a huge country mile of clear air to work with here, so it's not like they're going to be affected by cars on outlaps coming towards the end of this particular lap. Through Le Mans they will go then. You can see those very, very quick changes of direction through that section, 2 tires on the grass coming out of Le Mans corner, but down the Allman Straight he will go and see what sort of first flying lap that Talk Freak can pull out of the bag here. I don't think it's going to be a great one with how that middle sector went, but this could just be a banker lap to try and go all out in the next couple of flying laps. Run to the line then for Ronnie Nunez. What sort of lap time does he set? That's going to be an invalid lap time. Yeah. That is interesting, Cam.
Well, it's interesting, but it's getting a little worrying here. The only LMP2 machine that does not, as I can tell you right now, that was another 1X. They're the only LMP2 team that does not have a time period. They don't have anything in right now, so I think perhaps they're going to get themselves resorted and reset here. And I got to say, my first patented Cameron Walsh livery criticisms of the season, they should have gone with the yellow rims to match the yellow paint on the car. That is clearly why they are imbalanced and go off track.
Well, that's the sort of expertise you want in the color commentator there, Cam. Just complaining about the wheel color. That is the reason why that they are going
Am I
off
wrong,
track.
though?
Yeah, you are not wrong. You are not wrong at all. But IRDK Endurance up into P number 4. You just saw that flash by on the left-hand side of the screen. So a very good lap being put in by Marcelo Mayo right now. 1:48.674, which is still about 2.5 tenths of a second slower than the current provisional pole position is. So it seems like there's quite a difference between your top 2 cars here and the rest of the field. So Apex Racing UK and Inertia Sim Racing slightly running away with it here, David.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't even a second separating our entire GTE field of 21 or 22 cars, whereas you see a second takes you down to about 12th place here. Not quite as close, but there's still time for some of the other guys further down the order in the P2 category to improve their times, maybe make it all a little bit closer.
Yeah, that could be what happens at the end of this particular session as we're watching the IRDK Endurance recently up into P number 4, but unfortunately they will just abort that particular lap. But up on screen right now is that Team Huisingveld car, P number 5 in qualifying currently, and they are currently being chased by iRacing State Motorsports, but I think, unless they want to incur the wrath of the stewards, I think iRacing State Motorsports will just stick behind just for now and let Team Huisingveld just do their thing in terms of their particular flying lap. They're coming towards the final sector now, so Justin Hoop actually going to not be on the lap right now. He'll just take another cool-down lap, well, not a cool-down lap, but another out-lap just to get himself set as iRacing State Motorsports managed to follow themselves through, and they are currently in P number 15 as it stands with a 150.2, so looking to break into the 149 sector is Mark Schindel. Through Sunset Bend he will go, very, very aggressive with that first apex, but looking for the second one, not quite finding it, stays in the middle of the track, but since it is the corner of a million lines, it's not too bad. A 204.9 there set by Schindel, so not a great lap at all by iRacing State Motorsports. Now they'll continue on and look for a flying lap directly after this one, Cam.
Yeah, I think that both cars were just kind of coasting around the Huisingveld and them, and then the Huisingveld car said, "Well, I'm not going to give you a draft," So then they decided to push it, and Mark Schindel, he's pushing it. He almost lost the rears there. You can see the over the shoulder how much steering input these guys are having to push here. And I gotta say, I don't know if it's the track temperature. I mean, it's 106 out now on the track surface. The weather, of course, is set to realistic. It is not a static weather temperature, so you will see weather changing here, not perhaps say, to the extent as what we'd like to see in the quote-unquote soon time period here on the iRacing service, but the track temperature, it is hot, and I agree, these things are sliding around the racetrack, which is a bit uncharacteristic for the LMP2 machines.
Track temp 41 Celsius if you're not American, as we'll still be on board with Mark Schindel right now. It wasn't the greatest of laps last time out, but this one's just looking a little bit better as that car has been a little bit sketchy, and we've noticed this with a couple of the other teams as well, where they get understeer on entry and then oversteer on exit. So the balance just isn't quite there, and I think Cam just did touch on that, David. But these guys, it's okay to have a sort of sketchy car for qualifying if you know it's faster, but in the race, that is not the ideal setup.
No, exactly right. This LMP2 car, it's got a fair chunk of downforce. It's pretty light, but not a whole lot of horsepower, especially compared to our P1 cars. So to see them driving, with so much slip angles, some of these guys struggling, getting power down, holding the car on the exit of the corner, that shows you how difficult the conditions are out there and how slippery the track is. Some of these guys have clearly got a setup that works, and some people still really struggling as 1 1/3 seconds separating what we see on screen in this category.
Race clutch LMP2 up into P number 2. So fantastic lap being set by now. 148.452, which is only just edging towards 1.5 tenths of a second behind Apex Racing UK. And if I look to see whether Apex Racing UK's car is actually on track, they are not on track. They're just on pit lane, but they'll be coming out pretty quickly. So perhaps feeling a little bit under threat right now from Race Clutchers. Race Clutch are on their outlap as well. So we're coming towards the end of the LMP2 session right now. So by my mathematics, looks like about 5 minutes left. So, you know, these are going to be the last couple of flying laps, David, that these guys will have to manage.
Yes, indeed. I think Apex Racing UK coming out of the pits will indeed just get one more flying lap. Race Clutch, I'm not sure if they've got time to do another one, but they were the team that was on pole position for Petit Le Mans here on the iRacing Esports Network not too long ago. A team with some experience in the prototypes. So this is somewhere we might expect them to be comfortable. And I think even if they don't grab pole position, I think we'll expect them to be pretty comfortable come the race. A lot of talent within that car still to be shown.
It definitely will be. You see Race Clutch pull over, let a couple of the prototypes by as we get another team heading their way across the line. This is World of Sim Racing. They are on a very slow lap indeed, so that definitely won't be an improvement for them, but they can get on to another flying lap and try to challenge right at the end of the session. So the LMP2 session will end when we have 25 minutes remaining. So then we will get the rest of the cars that are on flying laps be able to complete their laps, and then once we have 20 minutes remaining, that will be the start of the LMP1 qualifying. So that is just giving you a little bit of an idea of what the schedule is like here, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's following very similar qualifying formats from all around the world. I gotta say, I go to large sport car events here down at Watkins Glen, and it is run very much the same, and it's very exciting to see. And I gotta say, the prototype, no matter what it is, whether it's the IMSA prototype or these prototype classification 1 cars, they are always the big show. So if perhaps your eyes are a little glazed over right now, they better not be, first of all. But second of all, we got these prototypes coming up, these LMP1 cars. First, you'll see in the Neo Series as Iker Estefania here, that number 51 machine. Looks like they're on a pretty decent lap right now with a World of Sim Racing team, currently in 11th. We'll see if they can break the top 10 in LMP2, but I gotta say, I'm looking pretty forward to see how many Audis, how many Porsches we have, and just whom might have the edge, because out of all of the different series, as far as I'm concerned, Neo is going to be the biggest LMP1 series that you have. That's as far as a private hosted event.
Yeah, exactly. World of Sim Racing, they're going to come towards the final corner, looking to get themselves into the top 10 then. You see that time tick by in the bottom center of your screen. Can they improve on the 149.2? They can, a 141.190. But I think actually that one is not going to bring them inside the top 10. It was pretty close, but still no cigar for the World of Sim Racing team. And now Race Clutch, they are actually on an outlap here since they did abort their last flying lap. And if my mental math is correct here, David, they are actually going to get across the line just before time expires.
Yeah, they're looking like they're almost halfway around a lap. A lap's in just under 2 minutes. So they had about a minute and a half. They will be coming across the line maybe only 10 or 15 seconds before the checkered flag flies. Apex Racing UK and Alex Simpson, look at the body language on that car, chucking it over the curbs, the change of direction, very, very aggressive. It's a quick looking lap, maybe not especially tidy, but with one corner to go, he's looking very, very racy. This could be Alex Simpson's chance to secure pole position in P2 category. Wide entry, tucks it in towards the middle, power down, a little bit of a slide, plenty of slip angle, but he carries the momentum towards the line, and it is an improvement.
Fantastic improvement by about 0.2 of a second as well. So work cut out now for Race Clutch and Inertia Sim Racing behind them. There's Race Clutch coming across the line to start their final flying lap. Inertia Sim Racing, they're actually sort of in the middle of a lap right now, which is, I believe, their outlap, so they might not even get towards the line with time remaining. So Race Clutch, they're potentially the only ones able to challenge Apex Racing UK right in the dying moments of this session. Decent Sector 1 from Aurelian Talmon, although that previous Apex was left a little bit more to be desired here. 30 seconds they hit their way under the Mobile 1 bridge there, down into the heavy braking zone of the turn 7 hairpin. Hugging that curb on the right, gets over the curb on the left as well. Power all the way through these sweeping corners. Down towards yet another heavy braking zone for the right-hander. Talmon has to get every single tenth of a second out of this track right now if he's able to challenge Apex Racing UK at the end. Official confirmation that LMP2 qualifying is over. Cars on the lap can finish. Standby LMP1 machines. Race clutch getting a little bit squirrely off the exit of the right-hander through the last sector now, coming up towards the right, then the left. Through Le Mans they'll go. Wide entry to maximize the exit down the Allman Straight, and you can just see how much Aurelian Talmon is pushing across the DRS line. That's going to be if we're in Formula 1 machines, but we aren't, either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your view of things. But this is where all the time could be gained or lost. Through Sunset Bend for Race Clutch. Are they able to challenge Apex Racing UK as they charge down towards the line? I don't think it is going to happen. It's not. They're about half a second shy, so I think Apex Racing UK have secured pole position here, because I don't think there's anyone else out there on track that is able to challenge. Just TNT Racing down in P number 10 and the Road Bastards car there in P number 15. So TNT Racing, can they get themselves further up the top 10 standings, drive to the line? And I don't think that one's going to happen. Again, about 0.4 of a second slower than their fastest lap. The last car to come across the line, team number 40, Sven Riedel, not going to even try. Brings it down on towards the lane, and that is the end, David, of your LMP2 qualifying.
Yes, indeed. A relatively dominant performance there by Apex Racing UK in first position, a quarter of a second clear of Race Clutch in second, then Inertia Sim Racing and Ava Vervatic. IRDK Endurance will start from 5th on the grid in LMP2, then Lux Sim 24, Moet Podcast, Team Hoisingfeld, UI1 Positive Sim Racing, Talk Freak Racing, and as we saw in 10th position, TNT Racing.
Yeah, TNT Racing, they tried, but they didn't get themselves further inside that top 10. Well, the Sim Racing team, P number 11, Schubert Motorsports, P number 12, Team Mad SRN Motorsports bring things down to 14th on that LMP2 grid. Road Bastards, we've got iRacing Today Motorsports, we've got Racing Center Vibe Sports, bring things down to the bottom of your 17-car LMP2 grid. But now, the LMP2s take a back seat. Those fancy new LMP1 cars on the iRacing service will take center stage. We've got a couple of minutes to work with here, Cam, as those cars waiting for that green light to show right on the exit of pit lane. And what are your expectations for this field? Because we've got some very, very decent names in that particular field. The main feature, you have to argue, is that are those Thrustmaster Bevano racing cars, but we also have yet another Race Clutch car. We have Ava Vivatic, who can and do pull out fantastic performances. We've got Team Chimera as well, Torrent Motorsports as well in the mix. So this one could go either way.
I'm pretty excited here. The LMP1 cars, they're all lined up here, and surprise, surprise, it is Marcus Hamilton, that Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES number 3. He's going to be the one leading us off when they do get that green flag. And I gotta say, already seeing these cars, I'm pretty excited. It is a 17-car LMP1 field. There's a couple of Audis, but for the most part, it's predominantly Porsches. I can't say I'm too surprised at that. But I will say it is going to be, of course, a massive challenge here between basically who's going to try to clamber to the top of the throne. We've already had a season in the iRacing esports, or the iRacing Endurance series, the official series. But now here comes the seriousness, the the showdowns, as it were. Who is going to be the top running LMP1 machine in the top running endurance racing championship. And well, I gotta say, it's going to be interesting to see whom it's going to be.
Yeah, 10 seconds before we get going then for LMP1 qualifying. You see right at the front of pit lane, Marcus Hamilton, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, number 3. Second in line, Ashley Owen, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, number 4. They've been given the green light. They're all fine to exit the pit lane. And this could potentially be fireworks, David, if these teams pull out 110%.
Yeah, these are wickedly fast race cars on any day of the week. And then we've got some of the best teams, some of the best drivers, and some of them on these outlaps are sort of jockeying for a little bit of position. Some of the first laps we see over the line might well be the fastest of the entire session. So yeah, this is an exciting new moment in Neo Endurance Series with these category of cars, and I'll be a little more restrained than my colleague Cam Walsh, but boy did they look good, and boy did they look amazing when they are being driven quickly in capable hands.
They are just absolutely gorgeous. We'll be seeing lap times on the order of 10 seconds faster than your LMP2 cars are doing in qualifying. That's just an absolutely insane stat line. Just shows how quick these cars are, not only through the fast corners, but in the traction zones as well with the hybrid power. These cars just launch off the line. It's not about top speed, Cam. It's about the acceleration of these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, these do have hybrid power, of course, which means that when these drivers put their right foot down, it is basically, for these Porsches, it's all-wheel drive, complete power. Coming off the corners here, as you'll see Marcus Hamilton. Let me put it this way. They are going on their slow outlap, and they're already going faster than some of the GTE cars, which should tell you all you need to know. As Marcus Hamilton, he'll bear down here. You'll see just how much downforce these cars go, how much power these things make up off the corner. Marcus Hamilton, car number 3. Let's kick off qualifying for the LMP1 cars.
Yeah, here we go. Marcus Hamilton, perhaps the favorite in this particular field. Same with his entire team of Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Then through the first sector he will go. You can just see how that car grips up even through these relatively slow speed corners. Hits the throttle off the exit and just unleashing that hybrid power all the way down this mini straight down towards down towards the hairpin. And you can see the braking performance of these LMP1 cars as well. It's just absolutely impressive as he heads his way out of there and towards the middle sector. Then he has, of course, advantage of getting out first is that he has a very, very large amount of clear air ahead of him, so he won't be disturbed on this particular lap. First sector was a 29.190. So that is going to be the baseline for everyone else behind to at least attempt to be able to match. But there's been no mistakes so far from Marcus Hamilton, putting on an absolute masterclass down in towards the right. This is where the downforce of the LMP1 car is just going to shine through these sweeping corners, through Le Mans as well, and then once again allowing that hybrid engine to just do its work all the way down the Ullman Straight, getting up to around about 280 kilometers an hour, 285, 286, 287 on the entry to Sunset Bend, and such an aggressive entry from Hamilton it was as well. A little bit of a tap of the brakes in the middle of the corner to make sure the car is stable, drive to the line, and this is going to be a very, very good banker lap, if it even is a banker lap, a 138.875 from Movano, and the sister Movano car as well, setting a fantastic time, just 1/10 of a second slower than their primary car. FRH Motorsports getting themselves P number 3, at least briefly, before they're knocked down by the likes of Sorgi Sports, Odux Motorsports, as well as Simitok Esports, and a couple of other cars were setting themselves lap times as well. Ava Vivatic 1.2 seconds behind your provisional pole sitter. UN Positive Sim Racing, not a great lap for them, 4 seconds slower. Race Clutch 7/10 of a second slower than your pole position sitter at this moment in time, as the rest of these first flying laps starting to file their way through, David. And I think this is kind of what we expected with Movano being right at the top.
Yeah, potentially one of the favorite teams in this category. But, you know, the lap times coming in quick and fast. There's a few people there, like in the 15th place UI1 Positive Sim Racing car in F4H Motorsports, looking a bit off the pace, probably didn't hook up their first lap. But the thing is, with a 20-minute session with these cars, they can get in a lot more laps than the GTEs can, just with how quickly they turn through these laps.
Yeah, it's just absolutely
I see an Audi.
impressive. You see an Audi?
Someone in the YouTube comments owes us £1,000 now.
Oh my word, we have an Audi somewhere out there on circuit. Just give a round of applause, everyone, even if you're just alone in your room and it would seem awkward for you to be randomly clapping in front of your PC. But do it anyway, because I told you so. There's Virtual Motorsports there. Michael Storm behind the wheel of that car. And, you know, me and Jake have this thing of who has the best name in the entirety of esports, Cam. I think Michael Storm is definitely up there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Michael Storm a couple of seasons now, and I gotta say, it's good to see him. I think this is the first time he's in a prototype, however. I think he's normally a tin top driver, and, well, I mean, technically, it's still a top on the top of his machine, but really, it's basically a formula car. As there is your Audi. You're gonna love hearing it. I'm sure we will do onboards at some point with the Audi, because you gotta love the sound. But you do have to talk about that not elephant in the room, but the decision that pretty much every team, minus this Virtual Motorsport, is running a Porsche. Now, everyone immediately goes to, well, this is BOP, a la what the Ford and Ferraris were dealing with. This is more of the energy recovery and distribution systems, because for the Porsche, they harvest energy not only under braking, but also under acceleration. As they harvest the turbo, but the Audis, however, unlike the Porsches, they only really harvest on the braking, which means that as far as the energy harvesting and deployment goes, the Porsche does end up having a hat tip, and I don't know if you can just, quote-unquote, fix that.
Yeah, it might just require a little bit more involvement than a simple bug fix for those iRacing guys, but SimRC.de out there on track right now. They didn't get themselves a lap time set in the first flurry of timed laps, so as they head through the exit of Sector 2 then, let's see what sort of lap time that they can put up onto the boards. So Michael Mittner behind the wheel of that one, not too aggressive on the exit of Le Mans, so maybe a little bit of time left on the track there, maybe to go and chase once they get this banker lap in. So into Sunset Bend, very, very, very wide line for the number 7 team. Only a single apex taken through there. That's a different strategy to what we've seen before, as you'll see them set a 1:39.5, which is a very good time indeed. Brings them up to P number 5, David.
Yep, in the top 5. That's good for the Prototype 1 entry from SimRC.de. We've seen that they've got a GTE out there. But here is Virtual Motorsports and Michael Storm's Audi, and I believe that this is a flying lap. A lot lower revving is the diesel engine. Makes an interesting sound, as Cam Walsh said. We've got a look at that first intermediate, really isn't far off the pace. So this could be definitely a lap within the top 15s, could be a lap in the top 10. Let's get a good look at the shift lights in the steering wheel and see that they do not, Michael Storm's not revving it out all the way that it can go. And he comes out of Le Mans, he'll have one corner left. Sunset Bend, bit of a mystery, who knows what goes on in the middle, but hopefully you're quick through the corner and with a good run on the exit. Hopefully we'll stay with this one through to the end. Yeah, does pretty well bringing it to that middle apex. In a car like this, you don't need to take the late apex, you can carry the speed out wide. Comes across the line, 40.8, and that is the 15th position for Michael Storm. The time in the top left of your screen, the 11 minutes to go, that is the true number because this is our last qualifying session.
Exactly. So they're racing directly into the end, until the end of the iRacing qualifying session. Here we've got MSI Motorsports David Perez behind the wheel of the car, currently qualified P number 9 on the grid, and that blue and white and hints of red livery is a pretty interesting one, though I won't argue that it's the best one on our particular grid. We'll get that discussion going at some point during the race. I can pretty much guarantee you, as they actually get knocked down to P number 10 while they're on this lap by VRT iRacing. So let's see if they're just able to reply to that sort of lap time. That's a more aggressive exit off of the Mon corner, so they'll be able to get the maximum speed down this back straight, down up to 280 kilometers an hour, in fact, into Sunset Bend. So a little bit faster than what Movano were running. So maybe a little bit of a lower downforce setup on this MSI esports cars. They'll drive themselves to the line at 139.5. That is not good enough. Actually, it is very much good enough to improve on their lap times. It brings them up into 7th place, 1.1 seconds behind your race leader, Cam.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, it's a bit of a shootout, but not really. I have to say, for Marcus Hamilton, they did that first out lap, and there's basically nothing to it since. I mean, the Thrustmaster Movano cars, they're the only two cars in the 138-second bracket. The Wyvern Racing Machine, which the Wyvern's a new name to me, not quite sure who the team is, but I can tell you I know the driver is Syandra. So we'll have to see how this Wyvern team goes. But, I mean, it's just as Marcus Hamilton gets ready to complete, well, at least I thought he was getting ready to complete an actual hot lap. He's swerving back and forth. I don't think that's hot line, but he might be just trying to get a little bit more heat. I know, right? If he gets a little, maybe just, oh no, he wants to bring it on pit lane. If he does go faster by going into pit lane, I will say, that'd be the interesting part.
That would be the iRacing version of the Gaming Tim BM. If he's going to do that and set a faster lap time, that would be absolutely ridiculous. But does decide to bring it down on towards the lane, seeing no point in setting that sort of lap time, because he is 0.5 of a second faster ahead of his sister car. But that's a fantastic lap there for CNRC.de. Brings themselves up onto the second row of this LMP1 grid. And I can tell you, Cam, that Wyvern Racing, they usually take part in sort of the iRacing special event, sort of second split area is where they usually like to hang out, but they've got themselves into this new endurance series and doing very, very, very well indeed. Getting into the top 5 in your first season, that is a brilliant effort, David, and shows that they can hang with these guys that usually are in top split.
Yeah, exactly, and there's quite a few names below them that are names you would rate very, very well. They're in good company, and that is a good lap time, and you only need to find a few hundredths to be elevated into the top 3. A very, very competitive time here from Syandra, the Gift King.
Yeah, definitely is. Down towards Sunset Bend then, a 1:39.224 was their fastest lap time. They've got to improve about 0.5 of a second to be able to move up into P number 3. Are they able to? The answer is going to be no. They're just getting themselves on towards their flying lap then. VRT iRacing do set a lap time behind them, albeit a very, very slow one, a 1:59.7, which is nowhere near the 1:39.7s that we're seeing from this mid-pack of this LMP1 field. So 7 minutes remaining in qualifying here, Cam. Are we going to expect to see much more movement, or is this pretty much what it's going to look like at the end?
I mean, I think we might have a couple more surprises between the top 10 and the top 5. There might be some shifting and moving around there. Wyvern Racing, Syandra was ready to go on a hot lap until he decided to go on a dirt racing excursion after corner number 1, which is so easy to do, so he's had to abort that lap. It'll be interesting to see here how these guys all continue to push. SimRC.de Emerald is out there. You got to remember the Ashley Owen piloted machine, the number 4 Thrustmaster Movano car, is still out there. I have a feeling perhaps the number 3 car decided, you know, we've got almost half a second on the field. We'll be pretty aight. But as Ashley Owen is going to come across the start-finish line, he does a 1:38.872. He knocks off a bit of time. They should be pretty comfortable with that.
Should definitely be. SimRC.de Emerald then, third in qualifying as it stands, trying to beat a 1:39.116. Fortunately, not going to happen just yet for that particular team. We're actually going to see Movano, the number 4 Movano car make their way out onto the track, trying to improve and maybe nab pole position away from their teammates in the dying moments of this particular event. But with that margin that Marcus Hamilton has over the rest of the field, I somehow doubt that one's going to happen, but I've definitely been wrong before. We have a shot here of the race clutch car just making their way off of pit lane, currently in P number 6 in qualifying, so they'll get out for the final 5 minutes and try to do something about getting themselves inside those top 5 cars, David.
Yeah, indeed. The time is running out in this final category of our qualifying before we head into the first 6-hour race of the season. Yeah.
I left you hanging a little bit there, didn't I? Oh well, you just that's just
and then I started a sentence and had no idea where it was going. My apologies for that.
It's okay. It does happen to the best of us. So as we see the top 3 from each of your classes up on screen for you now. These are the qualifying results. We haven't hit the race just yet, but those 2 bottom classes are already finished with their qualifying. So Apex Racing UK pole position in LMP2 with Race Clutch second and Inertia Sim Racing third. Team 85 taking pole position in GTE with Logitech G Ultra C Sports and Odux Motorsports rounding out the rest of that top 3. But that top 3 in LMP1, that one's just not quite set just yet. We've got a couple of minutes remaining, so a couple of surprises can be thrown in from the likes of Wyvern Racing, Cyandra out of Le Mans corner. He's been trying this over the past 5 or 10 minutes to try to improve on that P number 4, but he'll continue trying to plug away at this one through Sunset Bend. One of those teams that prefer taking the very, very wide line on entry and then just taking the single apex on the exit of the corner. But across the line, Cyandra will go 139.1, which is not quite good enough to get themselves into P number 3, but does make a little bit of movement on the timing boards in terms of improving their previous lap time. But with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, time is definitely running out for those teams out there that do want to improve position count.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they improved their lap time, but unfortunately SimRC, who now has climbed into the 138-second bracket, is still just that bit faster. I think it was, 2 hundredths there, or 2 tenths, excuse me, between the two, as the Porsche Basil-powered Sword Esport machine there on one final warm-up lap. They are the ones that are in position number 5 right now. So we'll see what these guys are able to do. And I think at this point, you've got 3 minutes left in the session, so we'll have to see exactly who wants to push it and who wants to risk it. And if you want to see the lap of speeds, here it's going to come. Everyone pretty much has their starting position, so why not absolutely throw it to the wall?
Indeed, why not? But the thing is, this is basically the toughest point in the session to set a fast lap time because of the track heating that is going on with all these cars running around this Sebring racetrack. We'll see Thrustmaster Movano number 4 there. So this is the sister car of that provisional pole position sitter right now, trying to make it trying to do a little bit of a swap there out of the Movano cars, or at least Ashley Owen is attempting, so he can say he's that's the faster team of that Thrustmaster Movano duo, but probably on a out lap right now because that lap time is not looking quite representative of a flying lap. So we'll just hide that one away for now and see what Ashley Owen can do in just a couple of minutes time. Just having a quick look at what we have out there on track right now. We see a couple of cars actually, taking their toes, taking pit stops here just to get some fresher tires on the car, just refueling just a little bit to get themselves, those 1 or 2 laps of fuel to be able to go very, very quick indeed on these qualifying laps. Riding on board then with Ashley Owen, this is your P number 2 sitter in qualifying. Quite a margin between themselves and the pole position sitter cam, but never say never.
I mean, never say never, but I have to say, at this point, everyone has thrown everything that they can out. The kitchen sink out, everything. They've thrown everything at the Thrustmaster Movano guys, and nobody's even come really close. Which you could say, well, that's slightly concerning, but I mean, not really. We got a 6-hour race, we got lap traffic to deal with, you got LMP2s to deal with, you got GTE cars to deal with. You never know what can happen.
Indeed, does he see a change for position then for P number 15? FRH Motorsports getting themselves up there into that top 15. So up onto our graphics they will go after they featured a little bit earlier with those fifth flurry of lap times coming in, but we will remain on board here with Ashley Owen as that clock ticks down. 35 seconds remaining in this session, and once that ticks down to 0, everyone still on laps will be able to complete their flying lap to try and, at the very last moment, gain themselves a couple of positions on the grid. So out of the Mont corner comes Ashley Owen down the Ulman Straight. This is actually, the time remaining, this might not be the final chance that he'll get to try and get pole position in this one, but through Sunset Bend, once again, single apex for Mivano, as do a couple of other teams out there on circuit. Drive to the line, will only just get there in time to do another lap at 138.7. It's not good enough to be able to get pole position, good enough to improve though, and he will abort the final lap as well, so won't be able to challenge right at the end of this session. Just cycling things back to see who might be able to challenge them. I don't think anyone will be able to. We've got MSI Esports out there on track. We've got Torrent Motorsports as well further down the field, but no one inside that top 5 that can make a huge shake-up inside of those, those podium positions in qualifying, I like to call them, even though you don't get the podium after qualifying. But you understand what I mean. That's a little, well, I was going to say little shunt with the wall, but it ended up being a decent shunt with the wall. The F of VRT E-Racing, as they get themselves across the line, that lap won't be valid, of course, because car contact with the walls is valid for, well, it's going to invalid your lap time. It tends to be frowned upon, as we see the Sorg Esports car, in fact, coming towards the final sector, and they'll be able to complete their lap time. And see if they're able to get themselves further inside that top 5 than they currently stand. It's going to be quite an effort from Dominic Farber, because he's sitting around about 4 or 5 tenths of a second slower than Wyvern Racing at this moment in time, as their team name is a little bit long, which is why our overlay is having trouble displaying it in a reasonable format. But there we go, drive to the line for Farber. Is he able to improve on that massive margin? A 139.6 means he does not there, David.
No, just 2 seconds shy of his previous lap, and the guys in these Prototype 1 hybrids not being able to do back-to-back flying laps with the way they manage the deployment of the hybrid boost. They basically drain the battery, and by the time that they cross the line, they need a full battery to start another flying lap. So that's why we're seeing a lot of them do one flying lap and then pull over. As with that done, here is our standings.
Yep, our qualifying standards. Well, let's just run through all of them, since we do have a full pace lap to deal with as well. It gives us a little bit of time to run through your entire qualifying grid. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing then. Pole position in LMP1 with, again, Thrustmaster Mivano Racing, position number 2. So front row lockout in LMP1 for Thrustmaster Mivano. SimRC.de Emerald will get themselves P number 3 on the grid. We've got Wyvern Racing as well, P number 4. Fantastic effort for them in qualifying for their first ever Neo Endurance Series event. Sorg Esports lineup P number 5 with Race Clutch P number 6. Ava Vavatic P7 with MSI Esports P number 8 in class as well. Odux Motorsports Samsung P number 9 with Simitalk Esports rounding out the top 10 in LMP1. And then further back through that field, you've got the likes of Team Chimera, VRT E-Racing as well. We'll line up row number 6. We've got Positive Sim Racing Black, Positive Sim Racing Green, P number 13 and P number 14 respectively. FRH Motorsports P number 15, Virtual Motorsports P16, and Torrent Motorsports will line up in that 17th place. As Cam, why didn't you take us through those LMP2 qualifying results?
Absolutely, it is going to be Apex Racing UK's HPD division taking us off. They're starting in 18th position overall, as Race Clutch will be starting on their outside. Inertia Sim Racing Corsac is going to be on here inside. AVA Vervatic, the number 39 machine, will be starting outside row number 2. IRTK Endurance and Lux Sim 24 MOATF Podcast hashtag Neo, otherwise known as the MODEF podcast machine, will be starting at outside. Then you got Team Heisman Belt 35, the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange car, which is the 45. 5. The Torque Freak Racing car will be starting in the 26th position overall. That is going to be good enough for position number 9. TNT Racing will be starting in position number 10. Then you got the World of Sim Racing team. Then you've got Schubert Motorsport, Team Mad, SRN, the Road Bastards, iRacing Today, and then the Racing Center at Vive Sports.
And then when we look towards GTEs, David has those.
Indeed, our most populated field with 22 starters. On pole for that is Team 85, then Logitech G Altus Esports, Odox Motorsports, Sim RCDE have 4th place. Behind them for 5th is Triton Racing, 6th is Thrustmaster Movano Racing, 7th MSI Esports, and 8th Zenith Esport. In 9th is Simitok Esports, 10th Army Racing Team, 11th Torque Freak Racing, 12th Core Sim Racing. With 13th is the longest named team in this race today. It's Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports and Font Squeezing all together. 14th is Torrent Motorsports. 15th Team 84. 16th Redface Racing by MXS Engineering and JRT, which maybe ties Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports for name length. Then 17th is Euphoria DriveX Racing. 18th, one of the Williams Jim Jr. cars. 19th, Team Bushfink Racing. 20th, SRN Motorsports. And last but not least, it's the other Williams Jim Jr. car, and in 22nd, Team 52.
Which actually won't take the start since they weren't supposed to be in this particular event, but we'll just gloss over that one just for a couple of moments as we'll see some fantastic shots of your entire Neo Endurance Season 5 field head their way around the Sebring Raceway here in Florida. An absolutely fantastic sight to see as these guys will get themselves spread out into their particular classes on this full pace lap. Speaking of, we are getting about halfway through that one right now as you'll see those GTE cars make their way by the biggest fields here in the Neo Endurance Series, and one that can potentially have quite a bit of action in it as well. Through towards the final sort of half of this second sector. And this is also an interesting situation, Cam. Whenever we mention it, when we have a full pace lap here on the iRacing service, we always mention, oh, you have to get those tires up to temperature. You have to actually be saving fuel right from this pace lap here if you want to make your first stint a decent length.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a complete and full time around this racing circuit, so the best saving you can do is going to help you just get a little bit further. If the track was a bit shorter, perhaps you could eke something out, but at 3.7 miles, I just don't know if there's anything you can do as everyone comes now to the final couple of corners heading to Sunset Bend, and hopefully we will not have what we had a couple of years ago where it was Phoenix Corvette getting taken out by an Aston Martin on the pace lap last time. Let's go green and have a good Neo season.
Yeah, just a couple of moments then before the green flag will show, and we'll get Season 5 of the Neo Endurance Series underway. Just the tensions are at an absolute high right now for all of your drivers out there behind the wheels of those cars. Just in case of getting this first lap complete, getting yourself in the groove to be able to go racing for 6 hours here today. Through Sunset Bend come your LMP1 field, and down on towards the lane that pace car will pull. Field under the control of Hamilton. He'll decide to go immediately. Green flag will show here for season number 5 of the New Endurance Series. An instant blocking move there from the Nirvana number 4 car. Actually, that's SimRC getting themselves up into P number 2 in the early stages through turn number 1. They will go 2 by 2 further back through the field. They have to get themselves sorted for this tight and twisty latter part of this first sector. So drama's already at the start of your LMP1 race, but LMP2s, they'll head their way through turn number 1. Apex Racing UK still leading, but Race Clutch is being challenged for P number 2 down in towards turn number 2 by Inertia Sim Racing. Corsac here, they almost run out of road and they tag Race Clutch around. Both of them will head towards the barriers. Both of them will hit the barriers, and that is a nightmare start for Race Clutch there, Cam.
Absolutely. Front end damage. They're going to be brought all the way to the back of the field. Inertia Sim Racing Corsac will probably get some damage as well, as the GT cars are also underway.
Oh, there's almost contact there between Altus Esports and another machine out there on track. And in fact, they're going to get a little bit loose over the exit, heading their way through Big Ben. Now will lose the position to Triton Racing. Might lose the position to SimRC as well, down in towards in towards the hairpin turn. But they will able to defend on that inside line. Now SimRC are getting challenged by MSI Esports off the corner, but they got better traction out of there and able to squeak themselves ahead. I'm very curious to see what happened with Altus Esports on their race start here, since it did seem quite messy, as I'll wind things back on my particular view. They were side by side for P number 2 with Odox Motorsports ISRAP, but the thing is, when it came to the sort of tighter section of this first sector, there was a little bit of door rubbing, maybe a little bit of bumper banging between themselves and Triton
there, because
further
for
behind.
P2, for second position in the Prototype 1 category, SimRC have just gotten around one of those Thrustmaster Movano cars, the number 4, and that's a change for second place. We thought, who could separate these Thrustmaster Movano cars on the front of the grid? Right now, it's SimRC.de.
Happened on the first lap coming through the first corner, so fantastic effort for SimRC to get themselves in the position that they're in right now. But the thing is, can their race pace match up to the race pace of that Movano Racing number 3 car? That number 3 machine was so quick in qualifying, but race pace can be a little bit different, especially when you factor in things like strategy, things like being involved in traffic as well, could put a damper on their race. So SimRC.de Emerald, at least for the first about 10 or 15 minutes here, just have to try and work on not making that gap any larger than it already is getting right now, right at the front of the field. Stands at 1.7 seconds as they headed their way across the line last time by. So Hamilton able to get in those early laps and able to get that early gap to give a little bit of a buffer zone for when that traffic arrives, Cam.
Absolutely, and I did notice something in the GT field. The number 82 machine, if you can take a look at that, that is the Porsche of the Army Racing Team. You see some damage on the rear, the wing of that machine. They ended up going door to door with Zenith, which was another Porsche there at the start going in through corner number 1. Zenith ended up clipping their wing as they took a tour into the grass. They didn't touch anything Zenith did elsewhere, but they lost everything now. They went all the way to the back of the field, which means that they've already gained 1 position on Jason Gerard, Yeser, and Ferrari. So we did have some beating and banging, but I have to say, and this is a good thing, big thumbs up, we haven't seen any racing-ending incidents or pileups.
We haven't seen major incidents apart from that one for LMP P number 2 right at the start with race clutch and getting them turned. Well, they got themselves turned into a barrier very early on, as we see further back in that GT field, as we'll see that race clutch car all very lonely on the pit lane, trying to get that damage repaired. I think we'll see them back out on circuit, albeit a couple of laps down, but I just want to say, in qualifying, David, we really bigged up this race clutch team to say, oh, they can really go and chase for this race win in LMP2s, but oh, how quickly things change.
Well, yeah, qualifying one thing, racing another, and they have learnt that absolutely the hard way, that when you go door to door, racing very hard on the first lap, not everyone can be a winner. That GTE's on screen right now, though, so close. This is one of those categories where the racing is so close, the strength of the drivers so high, and I think is that it's Triton Racing looking to get around and make up a position potentially there. Altus Esports behind, shuffled backwards from where they qualified, hoping to get around as well.
Yeah, and if you need some live timing action in your life, then just visit live.neo-endurance.com to get all of your live timing needs tended to there. So very sort of, I guess this is a Neo-typical race start where we had 1 or 2 incidents here and there, but no absolutely huge pile-ups. So it's great to see these guys actually knowing that this is a 6-hour race, apart from, you could argue, what was it, the inertia sim racing car that managed to spin Race Clutch into a wall in the early stages, and their incident is actually is actually under investigation by the stewards right now. So we'll have to see what comes of that one. But just looking at it initially, I don't think you should be racing that hard coming down into turn number 1 of a 6-hour event. So it might not go the way of inertia sim racing here. So we might end up seeing something like a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and I think for me the big thing is that what can certainly happen is if you do take it too carefully, what can happen is you can get gobbled up by the field and actually get in an incident that way. So you do have to have a degree of aggression. As I've just been following along here with the GT racing here, is basically Lucas Estat has checked out the Team 85 machine. The rest of the GT field seems to be extraordinarily close together. Ricardo Ferreira and the Odax machine there, as they're getting ready to go on to their next lap, lap number 4.
Yeah, and we might potentially have an interesting one under investigation here. The GT race start is actually, the entire thing is under investigation. I'm just looking to see what possibly might have gone wrong in terms of this one, because they do have a restart zone that the drivers do have to abide by. That's described in the New Endurance Series race briefing. I wonder if Team 85 has actually not sort of abided to that one, or at least some team out there has managed to get themselves under investigation for that one. We don't have that listed as we'll look for P number 1 right now, as they actually will head their way through the traffic for the first time. And Cam, this is always a fantastic sight to see, but maybe not the car spinning in front for Marcus Hamilton as he'll try to file his way through. That was the Euphoria DriveX racing car having a little bit of a spin. Movano actually having to take to the grass there to get around a good couple of GTE machines. But as I was saying, Cam, this is always a fantastic sight to see these prototypes getting to the GT traffic for the first time.
Yeah, this is your onboard moment right here for Marcus Hamilton. If you want to go to onboard, this is the time to do it, as the Porsche 919 Hybrid finds himself. He's climbing through. There's a Ferrari there. There's another, the GTE Porsche, which is new for this season. You can see the cars all climbing out in front. Look at the closing rates. These are GTE cars. These are faster than your GT3 cars, obviously, but they're almost, sometimes on some tracks, almost just as quick as a Daytona prototype. So just look at how fast he blitzes through these guys, ducks right to the inside. Now this is actually going to be some trouble here. He's going to carry so much speed through Sunset Bend, yet he is going to close.
That's Sim RC around the outside for the race lead. Incredible stuff from Sim RC. They've managed to get through the traffic so much faster than Mavaslas Movano that they end up taking the race lead coming across the line here in amongst the traffic. Impressive stuff, David.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of those things where qualifying pace is one thing, but racing through the traffic, picking your moment, and having race craft is oh so important. That's 2 positions gained for CMRC. They get blocked a little bit here, but they are nearly all the way through the GT field. They just got to slow down through that section, being very patient.
Oh, how the tables have turned then in your LMP1 field. SimRC.de Emerald, who were, get this, half a second slower than Movano in the qualifying session, find themselves leading this race after Movano got themselves held up a little bit in the traffic. And that is sometimes what a cruel mistress endurance racing can be, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like that, your leader, Marcus Hamilton, who I was wondering whom could possibly challenge. Well, Michael Mittner in the SimRC.de Emerald car has challenged through the lap traffic. He was able to close, and that's that. Now they've got a bit of time before they get to the LMP2 machine field. So we'll have to see if Marcus Hamilton can put a charge, and then once you get to the LMP2 field, they do still overtake quite frequently, but not as fast as the GTEs, obviously. Either way, we have got that bright, bold, yellow machine of the SimRC Emerald car out in front.
Yeah, exactly. The number 7 machine, as it is on our overlays. Very much leading this race and actually pulling out a gap as well. That's how fast they're going. They're just thinking, okay, we've got our race pace down to a T here. We can get ourselves ahead at the front of the field. And a lot, to do with that pass, a lot of it was to do with the ERS booster as well, because SimRC.de Emerald just carried so much speed down the Ullman Straight, just fully deploying the ERS available to them, as they had a little bit of a mistake there going through the first sector. But they were able to use that overtake button, David, to get that boost all the way down the Ullman Straight, with Hamilton being, compromised a little bit on the exit of the Mon, and they're able to make the move around the outside.
Yeah, that's exactly one thing with these cars, and especially with the traffic. He could save some of the power potentially in places where he couldn't get past the GTE cars, for a place where he can save up a lot of power, boost it all. And we were looking on board with the Thrustmaster Movano car just before it happened, and in the mirror you could see how quickly Michael Mittner was closing up.
Yeah, he was so close indeed. As we have a little bit of a look back to that GT field, in fact, the front leading couple of cars involved in that one potentially as they get the lap traffic way by. But the thing is, battle for P number 5 on. SimRC in a different battle, this time in GTs, trying to defend P number 5 from Thrustmaster Movano. This is the same battle, but just in a different class, Cam. This one's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and I gotta say, it's going to be like this. Get used to this all day long as the race clutch machine car goes through.
P number 1. There we go, swap for position. P number 1, Marcus Hamilton, has managed to make his way by down the Ullman Straight and gets that position secured over SimRC. And SimRC won't be able to reply on the pit straight either, as I wonder if we can get a replay to see exactly how this one was done. Was it just an overtake pass? I believe it was on the exit of Le Mans. Movano actually got the worst run out of the corner, but able to make that up in the slipstream with the ERS as well. Easy does it, as we see a replay on screen for you, David.
Yep, exactly. Once again, riding on board with Marcus Hamilton out of Le Mans here. Maybe sets up just a slightly better exit, but you can tell at about here when the ERS stops deploying normally for SimRC.de that Marcus Hamilton still has his finger on that button. Just a couple more watts available.
Yeah, as we'll see the Movano car get comfortably ahead after that pass. But returning to the live pictures then, SimRC, all they've got to do now is just not lose track of that Movano car ahead of them and maybe get lucky with the traffic once again. The next set of traffic will be the back of the LMP2 field, which is still about a third of the lap away, so still a little while before the LMP2s become an issue for these LMP1 cars. As we look further back through the LMP2 field, in fact, that's the...
we had I'm sorry to say, we had an incident. I see the VRT iRacing machine on pit road, and I'm wondering perhaps how it got there, and I'm seeing how it got there. There was another LMP1 car, the Simatuck Esport, that got off track. That bundled everybody up, and the VRT machine ended up collecting them. They are now on pit road. They are now exited pit road. They've done either a front clip swap or done something to fix the suspension on the front end there. But yes, some dramas in the middle of the field while the LMP1 cars were overtaking the GTE cars, which, Mr. Connery-Matic, that is so very easy to do, but it could have also been about 8 million times worse.
And something interesting to know, I did mention that the GT start was being investigated. There still is. We hadn't had an outcome for that one, but I know why the protest has come in now, because Team 84, which is quite fittingly the number 84 car, down the Ullman Straight on the pace lap ran into the back of Sorg Esports number 68. So that is not what you'd like to see, and in fact, Team 84... Ooh, I really want to get a replay of this one, if at all possible, because I don't think that is entirely sportsmanlike what they did afterwards. We'll just have to get that one lined up for you. But if you guys, if either Cam or David can actually see that down the Ullman Straight on the pace lap, Team 84 running into the back of Sorg Esports, and then afterwards they actually accelerated through the middle of the pack.
They kind of threw everybody into disarray, everyone kind of having to take a bit of evasive maneuvers. They did end up getting everything sorted out and straightened through.
There we go.
Yeah, still, there you go. As you can just see, this is on obviously the Ullman Straight, so we're gonna have to give it a minute here. But it is just one of those situations, Connery.
Yep, it's on the pace lap. So as you'll see them come out of of the sweeping corner, the Le Mans corner as well. We're actually on board with that Team 84 car. You'll just see them just for a moment. This is actually being investigated by the stewards right now, so we'll get that outcome rather shortly, I'd have hoped. But you see them. A little bit of brake checking going on. No issues with that. But let's just see what happens here as they get themselves a little bit too involved with that Porsche. Oh, a little bit of a punt, and then this I don't agree with. Going 4 wide on the race start down towards Sunset Bend, that is not sportsmanlike at all. Not sure exactly what the situation is there with Bojan Newman, but the stewards won't look too favourably upon that, David.
Yeah, that's very bizarre. No clue what quite thought he was doing there. No lasting advantage gained for it, and just some dents in the bumper and maybe some people around him who are less than happy. That I can understand why that would be under investigation.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, we'll have to see what the outcome is of that one, but I originally thought it might have been something to do with the starting zone on the race start, but no, it was a little bit of bumper banging through the middle of that GT field, so we'll definitely see what happens in that one. But returning to the live racing then, IRDK Endurance versus Torque Freak Racing. IRDK, they are currently P number 5, trying to defend from Torque Freak Racing, about a third of a second between them as they head their way through the Le Mans corner. And let's just see if I can get a better view of this one. They've got U1 Positive Sim Racing Orange behind them on the back of this trio as well, so they can potentially get themselves involved in this battle in this first stint for these LMP2 cars. We'll see these guys come down on towards the pit lane. In fact, right about now for IRDK Endurance. That one's an interesting one with 22 minutes and 44 seconds done in the race. So Egil Sandfield, very, very early stop, and I don't think they've gotten the penalty here, so this must be scheduled for them. So this is one of those strategies where I think they might actually be counting back, Cam, from the end of the race. We know that these LMP2 cars can only go 50 minutes on the fuel tank, so maybe they're thinking, okay, we might have to take a short stop somewhere, so why not do it now at the start of the race and then take full tanks towards the end of the all the way to the end of the race now.
I mean, that certainly could be it. It certainly looks from now what could happen. Of course, you never know what can happen. There are so many different things that can dictate needing to come on down pit road, but you know what? You get your fuel, you start working your way through it. Now's not a bad time to do it. You're stuck in traffic, surrounded by your competition at LMP2. LMP2 cars, I'm sure, at some point are going to be closing in on those GTE cars, so might as well do it now, get it all sorted out before you start getting those little losing 1 second at a time, 2 seconds at a time when you get to those points.
Yeah, exactly. Riding on board with Schubert Motorsports then, as those LMP1 cars deal with the LMP2 traffic. But fortunately for these LMP1 cars, the LMP2s have had a chance to spread themselves out a little bit, so not hitting many clumps of LMP2 cars at all are these LMP1s, so makes it a little bit easier for them to get through the traffic and on their merry way. And unfortunately for SimRC right now, the traffic isn't helping them as much as it did with the GT cars in their battle for the race lead. So Marcus Hamilton able to just get away a little bit here, but further back though, we see the Sorg Esports car and Wyvern Racing getting very close indeed through Sunset Bend. Around the outside for Wyvern Racing, can they hold it? They hold it just briefly before they have to drop back. There's a bit of contact on the exit of the corner, and Wyvern Racing just have to drop further back, as that could have been very, very sketchy if that LMP2 car had got involved in that one as well. So that one could be yet another investigation that the stewards have to deal with. Take it, Cam. Oh no, there's been another incident involving Wyvern, this time with the Motaf podcast car. The number 44 car has just been tagged towards the exit of turn number 3 there. Wyvern Racing, they felt hard done by that pass through the final corner, and now they've been tagged they've tagged LMP2 car around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I obviously, if you're a driver, the in-game spotter says, car inside, okay, clear, because obviously the car is in front of them. That was the Porsche Basel LMP1. Then the Wyvern car kind of came in. I'd love to be able to just say, oh, Wyvern dived right on in there, but at the same time, Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. I will say, if you're Wyvern, I would just back out of that one, because you got to figure that the LMP2 car does have to take a turn at some point.
There's been another moment live on the live pictures. The number 74 car, SRN Motorsports Orange, found themselves on the grass, and it's yet another bit of contact there with a prototype car that has just shoved them out to dry onto the grass, and they have to wait for pretty much an eternity for the entirety of the rest of the field to try to make their way through. So that is not the ideal situation there for SRN Orange, but thankfully for them, they have got themselves back out there on circuit with not a lot of damage either. So just some lost time to be concerned about here. You can try to make that one back through these 6 hours. There's a little bit of a chuckle there from our one and only Campbell.
I saw it coming off the corner of Sunset Bend there, the final corner. We had all three classes go 3 wide underneath the Sebring Bridge heading to the start-finish line, as it was the Porsche Basel Sorg Esports Porsche GTE car, the Ava Invervatic number 39 LMP2 car, and then the Porsche Sorg Esports LMP1 car. I mean, that just goes to tell you just how dramatic and how much traffic there can be when it's LMP2 GTEs and then these new LMP1 machines.
All 3 classes lapping each other at exactly the same time. Absolutely nothing can go wrong in this sort of situation, right, David?
Yeah. Different classes are known for always giving each other plenty of space, understanding the different performance windows of GT cars relative to prototype 2s, relative to hybrid deploying prototype 1s. And so, yeah, very, very close racing on our screen, though. Christian Koch in the SimRC.de GTE entry leading Anders Dahl in Thrustmaster Movano Racing. It does not seem like you can separate a SimRC car from a Thrustmaster Movano here at Sebring.
Yeah, the mirror battle for P number 1 overall exists down in GT, with that battle for positions further down, P number 5 and P number 6. For those particular guys might actually change right on the live pictures as the leading LMP2 tries to squeak his way through on the inside. So SimRC able to defend as a result of that one, but Movano looking back on the exit of the corner then with some very, very hungry prototypes behind them. There's the LMP1 race clutch car that's just in the back of your shot that might be able to affect this battle as side by side SimRC and Movano go down towards turn number 1. Movano on the outside looking for the cutback coming through this corner in that Ford GT, which has the superior high downforce corner performance, but their battle will get spoiled by these LMP1 cars trying to make their way through, and in fact it impedes SimRC just a little bit more, gives Movano yet another chance, but a chance they cannot take. But guess what? Core Sim Racing right on the back of this trio as well. They could look to get their hands stuck in here with the team as the Team Heusingville prototype decides to make their way by at perhaps a little bit of an inopportune moment. So this is where patience really, really pays dividends, as Movano once again able to try to challenge that SimRC car on the exit of the hairpin with those LMP1 cars, LMP2 cars trying to stream by. But here we go. Here's another chance down into the right again. They're going to disrupt another prototype trying to make their way through. This is just one of those things that you just have to deal with as a prototype driver when you see these GT cars going side by side for position. There's just not a lot you can do, Cam.
No, not at all. I mean, we need more cameras. That's what we need. We need to have about 9 cameras going on right now. There's so much going on the racing track. You look at what's going on the screen, it's amazing, and then you look at what else is going on, and I wish we could bring it to you, but for me,
Altus
off.
Altus Esports P number 3 in GT has that themselves an off as they drop all the way down.
It looks pretty ugly at the back of that car, especially on the back right-hand side. That's had some serious contact with something as we get the replay.
Get the replay up. It's with the prototype, the U1 Positive Sim Racing black car, down towards this first bit of this Le Mans section. You'll see it happen just right about now. Oh, that is a huge shunt for Altus Esports. That is going to be a ruined rear diffuser, which is what a decent chunk of the downforce for these GTE cars is produced by. There, Cam.
you also have to remember that's where the engine is. Obviously, Porsche, their engine.
Yeah.
I mean, the engine's sitting right back there. So I've been trying to point out for a while, Michael Storm in that Audi LMP1, he's been trying to chase down the F4H Motorsport machine. He was at least closing a little bit, but there's been so much going on. Altus Esport is dropping positions left and right. That Porsche Simone Marziano is not got the speed, doesn't have the diffuser.
Oh, we're just seeing the replays up on your screen right now. That was just a huge shunt there that Altus Esports have to deal with the Positive Sim Racing prototype running right into the back of them. We'll see yet another view. This is just adding a little bit of insult to injury here in terms of Altus Esports. Bam! Right into the back. And there's not a lot you can do there as the GT car. And now you have to bring it down towards the lane, presumably at some point, to try and get that damage repaired. You're not going to go be running full pelt there with that damage. I'm looking at the lap times right now. The last lap time they set was about 4 seconds slower than everyone else in the GT field. To see a GT car off there, that's the MSI Esports car. So this whole lapping period has been absolutely atrocious in terms of the incidents that we've had, David.
Yeah, the traffic is nuts. The closing speeds between these cars pretty huge, especially as what we saw in the braking zone there earlier. And some of these guys are really absorbed in their own class battles, and maybe they'd be best served just, not waving the other class cars by, but just for the moment forgetting about their own battle, driving safely, and later in the race there'll be opportunity to make positions, to make time, and to battle.
Yeah, and you've spotted yet another big incident, Cam.
Very much so. Joshua Chin in that Team Chimera machine. Team Chimera, they have been with us with the Neo season basically every season. Something always seems to happen. Well, Schubert Motorsports LMP2 car was hovering right behind the Porsche-based Sorg Esports 2 when Joshua Chin got on the scene there, coming off the exit of corner number 6, heading their way towards corner number 7 underneath that Corvette bridge. We do have the replay. So you're able to see here, the Chimera machine is seeing the LMP2 car, sees the Porsche GTE car. Now they're going to go 3 wide right underneath the Corvette bridge, and you can tell right away that it is not going to end well, Connery.
Yeah, we'll see that as they come through Big Bend, and under the bridge they will go. That's a moment and a half there from Team Chimera. Did they clip the grass on the outside there? I have to think that they maybe just did. Well, right on board with them as they go for this 3 wide attempt. It is an issue of getting on the dirt, on the grass, and that is not a rallycross setup on the LMP1 car. So I think that's going to be, going to be very quickly going into the barriers. So, oh god, the stewards here, David, will have their work cut out.
Yeah, indeed. Everywhere we look, there's a bit of door banging, there's contact, there's incidents. At the rate this is going, and I'm sure it will calm down as the different classes, the packs sort of split up, but at the race this is going, you get a good result just by finishing. The attrition at the moment is rather significant.
Yeah, it is, and believe it or not, we haven't had a decision come through from the stewards yet, so they have quite a list to go through at this moment in time. Go on, Cam.
I was just commenting, they busy.
Yeah, they are very, very busy, and of course, on the stewarding team, we have the one, the only Paul Smith helping us out in terms of the RaceSpot TV broadcast. Of course, VRS iRacing GT World Championship commentator as well. So he will be working with the rest of the stewards, the likes of Neil Heckins and a couple of others as well, Alvin Nieves as well, in terms of the Neo stewarding. So a good couple of pundits, drivers, teams being represented on the stewarding panel, so they can get a very good wide array of opinions in terms of incidents that go on, but they'll just be pretty busy over the next hour or so, I suspect, trying to follow through all of those protests that have come in from the teams out there today, and they'll have to make an informed decision on each and every one of them. So we'll let you know when those decisions come through and what penalties are being applied to any of your teams out here today. But in terms of the live racing, as things, I think, I say this with caution, have calmed down just a little bit. So we can... no, we haven't. Altus Esports are off again. Just like I shouldn't jinx races like this. Every time I say, oh, we have a little bit of a comp here, as someone decides to have an off or have a battle or something like that. But Maria Marcheno struggling with that damage to the rear end, I think, is an understatement there, David.
Understatement that is, but understeer that car isn't. It looks like an absolute handful, and you've got to wonder, what are they gaining from staying out there at this point? Surely this early in the race, bring it down on pit lane, see what can be done to repair that mess of a rear diffuser, and a bit of a tweak to the rear wing as well, I think, and then you're that far off the pace, you need to try and do something. It's a really unfortunate start to the season for Altus Esports.
Yeah, exactly. They were looking for a brilliant result in this GT field today, and just like the Race Clutch LMP2 car, it hasn't, unfortunately, really paid off, at least this week, inside of that first stint. So they'll still be out there. They'll still be out there running. Try and get that damage repaired next time they come down on towards the lane, and see what you can do in terms of getting the points right at the back of the field. But no top 3 challenge, I suspect, from Altus Esports in the latter stage of this race, which is very unfortunate for them. Looking at P number 5 then, LMP2. This is Positive Sim Racing versus TNT Racing. So this one's right in the mid-pack of that LMP2 field. TNT Racing looking very aggressive indeed. Faster by just the smallest of margins last time by on the lap times. About a hundredth of a second they were faster. But Robert Tinsley trying to wheel that car around and bring that car right back inside that top 5 count.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just trying to recover, as we do have our first black flag out on the racing track. But before we get to that, did we cover the incident with Schubert Motorsports LMP2 machine? I saw they were on pit road, traced it back there. Don't need to show a replay or anything like that. Going into that corner number 2, they ended up getting turned around from the Thrustmaster Movano Ford and cleaned up by it and sent into the wall. That's why they have front clip damage. They got that repaired and are back out on the track. But for Schubert, they are quite off pace as well. They're going to be back on track, and they did the thing that I'm waiting for Altus to do, which is come into the pit lane and get the car fixed.
The move has been made by TNT Racing. UI1 Positive Sim Racing, not UI1 Positive Sim Racing, Orange, excuse me, not able to challenge back down in towards turn number 1 then, as you'll see. One of your Thrustmaster Movano prototypes, I believe that is. No, that's the Simitalk Esports car. Am I the only one, David, that gets confused between the Simitalk Esports livery and the Movano livery? They look so similar with the red and black.
Yeah, there's a lot of red and black cars out there. They're good racing car colors, but when it's what everyone is doing, it gets confusing. Like, there's also a lot of yellow and black cars. That's one thing to say about Altus Esports, is that at least you don't confuse it for anything else.
Yeah, of course, we've had that stop-and-go penalty being handed out to Marcus Papenbrook, which is causing a collision, hitting the number 68 car, which would be the Sorg Esports car. I'm just going to try and get the car number for you right about now, as I am currently not able to, since the protest sheet has not been updated, so we'll have to get on that one as soon as possible. But finally, these penalties, these warnings are starting to get put out there to the teams and drivers cam, so maybe they're able to, sort of see action is being taken and just calm down just a tad.
Well, also, I mean, it goes to tell you that there are no knee-jerk reactions here in the office. They are looking at the incidents, they're looking at the angles, the build-up to them, and the results from them, and seeing, some of these incidents are self-penalizing. So, why penalize, or something like that? That's what these teams are, what the office is going through right now. As I see a battle for position number 3 in LMP1, it's Maxine Brandt. And that Thrustmaster Movano number 4 machine versus that Porsche Sorg Esports 18. And here comes them on the inside. Just a little bit of a positional push, as it were, not a physical one. And they've got position number 3.
Yep, they have. Are they able to hold it down towards turn number 1? I think they will. No overtake button available for Movano to be able to reply with down the pit straight. Then through turn number 1 they will go, and that position is secured by Sorg Esports. So the front row lockout that Movano managed to get themselves in qualifying has been split up by 2 cars here. SimRC.de and the Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports, who I'll just be calling Sorg Esports throughout the rest of the race because that is a bit of a handful to be able to say in the heat of the moment. But fantastic effort for them to bring themselves up into P number 3 after starting P number 5 here, David. And right now they're currently sitting around about 3 seconds behind SimRC.de Emerald. So the race for the top 2 positions hasn't quite gotten away from them yet, coming towards the third of this first stint, which I believe is a term that no one's used ever, but oh, whatever.
I know how you ended up at that sentence, even if it wasn't pretty. Exactly. With the qualifying, where about 1 second backwards from Marcus Hamilton only got you to about 4th or 5th place, while 1 second covered the entire GTE field. We thought that the pace difference was going to be a lot more than it's turned out to be. We thought Marcus Hamilton would have more gap than he does, as you see the battling sort of behind actually a lap car, but still several cars still within the 1 shot of Marcus Hamilton, as we're 35 and some minutes into the race. He's not home clear, and any mistake, SimRC.de Emerald would pounce within 1 lap, and everyone else is not too far away. The race pace difference not as huge as we might have thought.
Yeah, we just got to look at the facts of the situation, because SimRC only 9/10 of a second behind Movano on that last lap. So Movano, I think most of it is coming down to this traffic. Movano just not able to get through it as efficiently as that SimRC car, and that is something that I didn't really expect to say before we started this broadcast, because Marcus Hamilton usually so brilliant through this traffic. Same with Movano just as a whole, and they're being bested right now in traffic situations by SimRC.de Emerald. But the thing is, some of that does come down to luck, yes, but a lot of it is also skill as well in terms of setting up for these passes on the traffic, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, who's the driver that I'm trying to think of? It's Maximilian for PRT. I can't think of the last name off the top of my head.
Beneke.
Yes, and he used to be an absolute terror going through traffic, and then he turned it into being probably one of the best traffic passers I've ever seen. You need to harness that. You need to figure that out. For Marcus Hamilton, I'm a bit surprised. He's been racing prototype cars forever, with so long in friction racing and et cetera, that he should be able to clear this lap traffic. But I think at some point it comes to the point where no matter how good you are, you still have to get past the LMP2 cars, which are quite a bit faster than, say, your GT cars.
Just see how long he was just stuck behind that LMP2 car, even just heading down the straights. There's no ERS boost to work with there, so maybe some mismanagement of that going on. I am not too sure, but it does result in SimRC now being only 5/10 of a second behind your overall race leaders now. And fortunately for Movano, they don't have a lot of traffic ahead to deal with for a couple of laps, so they can just work on their obviously superior clear airspeed, at least in qualifying, to try and manage the gap once again back to SimRC. But as soon as traffic gets itself involved, David, SimRC are just right there as soon as that traffic clump has been dealt with.
Yeah, and when we watch it, Michael Mitten's not even being wildly aggressive with the traffic. He's somehow just setting it up so that when he gets to the exit of the corner and the hybrid boost goes down, the other class cars aren't in his way and he gets a good run out of the corner, maybe with some sacrificing of how the corner is set up, but giving it a great exit. And that's a very interesting skill, and probably a very difficult one to practice, but be it an innate ability or something that they've worked on in the team, it's keeping him within reach of that overall lead.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just the thing in endurance racing. Once again, just eyeballing it, SimRC using their ERS boost all the way down the Oldman Straight to try to close the gap. So it might just be a sort of difference of where these two drivers use the boost that's available to them as well, since these cars do have what is called an overtake button, very similar to the ones in Indy cars, for example, although it works wildly differently. The overtake button in these cars just means that you get full ERS deployment, and you can use that pretty much wherever you want, as long as you have the boost in the batteries, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does not only the boost in the battery, but also there is a certain amount of boost that you can use per lap. So what that means is that you cannot go over that boosting threshold. And if you go over that, obviously the car locks it out. You got no boost. So that certainly is something to contend with as well. I got an update from one of the team guys over at Chimera. They ended up having what started that issue we saw with Joshua Chin, with how their hybrid deployment went. Ended up getting to 99% instead of 100%, and when the boost kicked on, well, it didn't. It only kicks on at 100% hybrid, I guess. So that's what started the starting of the incident there. And now they have got about 7 minutes before repairs, and they will be back out on track to try to scalp what they can. But obviously 7 laps down as it is, they'll probably be about 10 laps down and actually get back on the racing track.
We've had our first couple of pitters in LMP1. We just saw Esports decide to head their way in, and RaceClutch also joined them down on towards the lane. So the start of your LMP1 pit stop cycle is starting to open up just a little bit here as we get to what is looking at about 42 minutes through the stint right now.
Big incident.
Which is
Altus Esport, big incident with the LMP1 car of the UI1 positive Sim Racing Black machine. As the Altus car has taken the tow to go to pit lane, they are going to be pretty much out of this one, as that was the Daniel Benefield, the UI1 machine coming out of pit lane, and it looks to me like he just absolutely did not see the Altus Esport machine there, and they cleaned each other up.
We'll see it right about now. There we go. Altus Esports around, and maybe also the fact that Altus Esports also didn't see the other car coming off the pit lane. So it's both of them. They didn't see each other coming off the lane. Of course, you do have spotters there, and that can say, oh, there's a car coming off the pit lane, or oh, there's a car like right beside you coming off the pit lane if you're that prototype. But unfortunately, that information wasn't relayed to either of those two teams, and the result is in the instant that you see there. So the Altus Esports days go from bad to worse, you could argue, with that particular incident, as we have yet another black flag. This is for Julian Ribelau, so I assume this one is for Simatok Esports. That one is going to be for avoidable contact on lap number 6, turn number 13. So that is not the best of opening stints there for Julian Ribelau and his team, as I'm just currently trying to look to see where that Simatok Esports car is, and it's currently there we go, it's down in towards P number 16. Julian Ribelau is actually behind the wheel right now. So we've also got to explain the ruling as well, David, that you cannot take your stop and go penalty and your pit stop at the same time. They have to be on 2 separate laps, which can be very sketchy if we're on a if we're on a pit stop cycle right now, because it could be the fact that Simatok Esports, they don't have the fuel to be able to do the first non-stop in terms of serving the penalty, and of course their actual pit stop. So they might need to get some clarification from the stewards if they can only go one more lap here.
Yeah, in those extenuating circumstances, I'm sure something would be worked out. But look at this for all of the haters out there. I shouldn't use the word haters. All of the doubters. Look at this. The Audi leads 1 lap. Good on you. Yes. We all like to see that. It's good to have the variety, even if I think that nose is horrendously ugly.
It is. It's the sort of the ugly duckling of the LMP1 field, but they will get themselves stopped in their box to get their first set of first stops done, first set of fresh tyres to go onto that machine. Full fuel tank as well going to be put in, as we'll see the car ahead of them actually get off on and away as well. So these are pretty much all LMP1 cars down on towards the lane at this moment in time. We haven't quite had everyone just yet. decide to head their way in. As actually, we're going to be waiting for VRT iRacing, which is going to be one of the last prototypes, one of the last LMP1s, to decide to come down on towards the pit lane. So Michael Storm, hopefully, when he jumps back off the jacks, he'll be off and away. There we go. Decides to get himself towards those green cones for the pit exit. I'm very interested to see what his pit stop time was, because it was a it was a 37.6 second stop. It was actually pretty equal to the rest of the stops that we have out there for the rest of those LMP1s and, of course, Porsches. So not really suffering in terms of the stops right now. It's just going to be suffering in terms of that ERS deployment camp.
Yeah, most definitely, and I actually just saw a small incident, but a fairly noticeable one with the Racing Center number 41 machine and that Porsche Esports machine that is your current class leader in LMP1. They were both going into that second sharp right-hander. I believe that one's the tower. Well, the Racing Center had the line. They were going to take their turn. They couldn't wait any longer, and then that Sword machine just absolutely drove down to the inside. Kind of used them a bit like that, like you would normally see in those racing arcade games, where your opponent turns out to be a brake and help you turn, and that's what Mike Nurnberg ended up doing there, as he's now gone past the Team 84 Porsche. It doesn't look like both cars, they came out okay, but I do notice that 41 machine does seem to be a bit more sketchy now than it was, which is pretty alarming, because these LMP2 cars were already quite sketchy.
Yeah, they were. Definitely in qualifying, with those qualifying setups on the car, we just saw cars just push on entry, loose on exit. It didn't look like the most exciting thing to drive, but it seemed to be the faster option. But these race setups on these cars, I think, are going to be just a little bit more conservative to get to the end of the 6 hours of racing that we have here today. We have valve P number 6 in LMP1 right now, which is going to end up being P number 5 once Sorg Esports decide to head their way down on towards the lane. But Cyandra, this is Carlos Villegas here in the battle for P number 6. The lap times are going the way of that Wyvern Racing car at this moment in time. They're just and that team could perhaps continue here as they try to pull the gap. Just got to be a little bit careful of some of the traffic that they'll be approaching. There's the Race Clutch LMP1 car ahead of these guys as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a trio that could potentially be happening. But here we go, Apex Racing UK, Ava Vivatic. This is the battle for the race lead in your LMP2 class. Apex Racing UK leading the way, Ava Vivatic. Pascal sticks behind the wheel, trying to do something about that Apex Racing UK car as they decide to head their way, well, look to decide to head their way down the inside of the GTE machines, but they're not having any of it, and it has resulted in Ava Vivatic bringing themselves right to the back then of that Apex Racing UK car. Not able to do anything down in towards the right here, unless Ava Vivatic want to make it 3 wide, which they won't. No point in doing that this early on in this event. A little bit of an oversteer moment on the exit there, but not too problematic for that Ava Vivatic car. And I just want to talk about this Apex Racing UK car, David, because as I said at the top of the broadcast and during qualifying, Apex Racing UK not usually a team that we see in the prototype cars. Their skills lie very much within the open wheel cars, the Formula 1 cars, for example, the Formula 1 cars, and of course we've got the GT cars that they compete in as well in the iRacing VRS GT World Championship. But to make a statement in LMP2s, this is showing that Apex Racing UK are adaptable to any car on the service.
Yeah, it's a team, to my mind, most well known for being in the World Championship Grand Prix Series and other such things like that. And the LMP2 car is a little bit different than that, missing quite a bit of horsepower compared to that. But it's still a fun little car to drive, and an adaptable driver will get behind the wheel of one of them and be able to make it go pretty quickly still. There's not any crazy magic to driving it. It comes from a little bit back there to make it through, and Ava Vivatic try and make their way through as well. But yeah, Alex Simpson doing a good job there, qualifying that car on the pole position in that category. Still leading in first place, but not getting too far away from Ava Vivatic, as I expect these guys might be within 3 or 4 minutes of their first pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. Just a couple of moments time before we'll see these LMP2 cars decide to head their way in. And if you're wondering about who else is going to be behind the wheel of that Apex Racing UK car, well, we had another driver register for that team. That was Fenric Kim, who's currently not part of the session, so we can expect Alex Simpson's going to be in the car for the second stint as well, as we're heading towards 50 minutes. So you're exactly right here, David. We'll be seeing these LMP2 cars decide to head their way in just over this lap or next. Maybe one more is pushing it in terms of that one, but we'll see what the fuel situation is for these HPD ARXs out there on track today. 1.1 seconds is the gap between your race leader in LMP2 and the second place runner of Ava Vivatic. And I'm very interested to see if Apex Racing UK actually decide to head their way in down on towards the lane this time. The pit stop window is definitely open right now for your LMP2 class, so we'll see who are the first ones to bite the bullet and bring it down towards the lane. It won't be your class leader. It won't be Ava Vivatic, because, we just saw that right at the back of the shot. That was Ava Vivatic going very, very, very wide over the grass out of the final turn. So that is a very, very scary moment for Styx. He got so close to that tire barrier. There was no more than a millimeter between him and the wall there, Cam.
Yeah, if they painted it, it would have scratched it, but they wrapped it, so therefore it was just enough. As you can see here, this kind of exits to Section 1 going under the Corvette Bridge. This is now the second time that I've seen Ava have in as many laps a bit of difficulty getting around cars. This is going to be a constant here today. We did see Chimera get cleaned up coming off the exit to that. It is such a difference of speed. Your prototypes are able to just grab it and go. As the HBDs, speaking of which, are coming down pit lane. Here comes Osiel Puhaka. And then you've got the World of Sim Racing team. The Mark Schindel is in there, as well as a couple of others. The UI1 machine is in there, as Joshua Chin is getting back in his. And I do notice the Thrustmaster Murano 69 Ford has come in and taken their service as well.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of overlapping going on in terms of the pit stop cycles for GTE and LMP2, but the thought that the GTEs can actually get themselves towards the hour, but that might be a little bit more difficult with the full pace lap that we did have, just taking some of that fuel out of the equation. Inertia Sim Racing still on the lane, getting their service done up on the jack, so tires being taken then for LMP2 as we have Sorg Esports currently leading in LMP1, and of course that is because they are on a slightly different strategy here, because they did not take tires, it looks like, because 24.6 seconds on their stop, compare that to the nearing 40 seconds from Ivano and SimRC. That just screams no tires, David.
Yeah, we watched one of the Audi pit stops. The Audi pit stop, and in that we saw they came to a stop, the fueling began, and when the fueling was done, SimRC are going to get past Thrustmaster Ravano. I think that puts them up into, does that put them up into second or third? Yes, so they're getting past the number 4.
They got past the lead. No. Let me just explain the situation to you. They got past the Marcus Hamilton Ivano car once again. Mittner getting himself past what is, gotta look at the facts here, much superior opposition, and getting that SimRC car up into P number 2, which on the different strategy might end up being the race lead when things file out in terms of the Sorg Esports and their strategy. So again, things have turned. Marcus Hamilton actually dropping back by quite a margin here, in fact. So what has gone on? I don't see any damage to that Thrustmaster Ivano number 3 car, so it must have just been a horrible lap, unless there's been a mistake on the fuel, which I don't think so, because they took the same pit stop time as pretty much everyone else taking tires. So I have no idea just what just went on with Ivano there, David.
Well, Connery, from the onboard, it almost looked like that Marcus Hamilton ran out of hybrid boost just on the exit of Sunset Bend, either running out of battery or reaching the single lap deployment limit. Still falling backwards a little bit, but that's how it definitely looked like from that onboard with Michael Mittner.
again, we have to reiterate, ERS management is so important in these LMP1 cars. If you get caught out and find you have no ERS boost when your opponent's behind then you're in a world of trouble, especially if you get blocked by traffic as well. And that has resulted in the past that we've just seen SimRC getting themselves ahead up into P2. And, that is just, again, it's kind of a mirror instance to what we saw. Oh my god, SimRC almost ran into the back of one of the LMP2 cars, and now Nirvana are in position to take back P2, and they do, coming through the first sector. So SimRC, I was about to sing their praises, but I've been silenced by that LMP2 car, and they've been put back in position by that LMP2 car, Cam.
Yeah, and it happens just that quick, as now he will get around on the outside. No, he will not, as Steven Freiberghaus has gotten through there finally on the chicane. That's allowed Marcus Hamilton a massive gap, probably over a second, I would have to say, as they go now into Cunningham. And I gotta say, for Marcus Hamilton, you know what? Take it. He was aggressive when he needed to be aggressive. He got the position, and that's that. Also, there is another penalty out, and this one not that surprising, because this was the ULA1 Positive Sim Racing Black prototype. They have a stop and hold, I believe, for 15 seconds due to the avoidable contact, lap 14, turn 15, which is the first instance of them hitting the Altus car.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have a couple of protests to be concerned about here, and we do actually have a result on that GT start. We're going to have to see, it's going to be a warning for that car on the GT start that decided to have a little bit of a bumper kiss with the car ahead and then disrupts down the middle. So that is going to just be that situation. We've had a warning go out for the number 8 machine as well, which actually then resulted in the penalty a little bit later on once they got themselves involved in another instance. So that was the SimTalk Esports car. So we still have a good chunk of protest to get through here, Cam. We still have one between the 9 and the 8, 18 and 25, 45 and the 75. It's just crazy.
And this is the big one, is that we have a 15-second stop and hold for the number 18 machine. That is the Mike Nuremberg-driven Porsche Swerve Esports current overall race leading LMP1 machine.
That is a very interesting one indeed. I'm not quite seeing that one up on my screen, but it looks like it is for avoidable contact. Just take us through that, Cam, in fact.
Well, that's what I've seen on my board coming up. It's the number 18 car. They were investigated for the incident with the number 25, and I'm pretty confident that what's happening is that they're coming through with the outcomes, and it's just taking them a while to update the spreadsheet, which is a bit understandable because there's so much going on. Meanwhile, as we'll wait for that to officially come out in-game, as I'm sure that they'll want to appeal it or whatnot, but there is a good battle going on for position number 7 in your LMP2. That's a Torque Freak Racing, who needs yellow rims, versus one of my already favorite paint schemes, the World of Sim Racing team.
They actually already gained the position, did Torque Freak, but World of Sim Racing looking to fight back on the outside, but that GT car is going to play a factor, and it's going to mean that the outside move into turn number 3 is not on, as Torque Freak decide to slide themselves through the apex of that particular turn. But the thing is, they've gotten themselves ahead and they're able to pull out the gap. There we go. There's the black flag for Sorg Esports. 15-second stop and hold penalty for your current overall race leader on that alternate strategy. But I think any time you gain from this alternate strategy now, David, will be cancelled out by that penalty.
Yeah, without a doubt, that's a pretty severe penalty, a 15-second stop and hold. Yeah, that's the last thing you want when you are leading. That alternate strategy, though, to speak nothing of the penalty, looked like it was working pretty well for them, because the time saved on the pit lane was significant, and their laps were only maybe 4 or 5 tenths off everyone else. I think this penalty not considered, some of the other teams in LMP1 will be considering following that strategy, even with how hot the track is.
So close to the back of the Ford GT as they try to make their way around. Don't want to make things go from bad to worse for Sorg Esports. with that penalty that they'll have to serve within 3 laps of being given it. We'll see if they actually decide to head their way in pretty much immediately here to get that pit stop served. Make sure you have your fuel and tire options unchecked, because you don't want to get another penalty for taking a pit stop while you're serving the penalty. But he'll stay out at least 1 more lap, so that's going to be 2 laps remaining before they have to come down in and serve that penalty down the inside of the LMP2 car. They will go then. But also, we have that other interesting dynamic in this LMP1 field, which is the battle for P number 2 right now, Nirvana versus SimRC.de Emerald. There exists a pretty decent chunk of a gap between them at this moment in time, but we've already seen today, Cam, how quickly a couple of seconds lead can just go right into the trash can.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen. As far as your quote World Endurance Championship type series here, it is one of those situations as the battle for position number 7 in LMP1 is now kicking off. Apparently, luckily, number 7 here today, it's the Aviator Vancic number 23 versus Eurodox Motorsports, and as we watch that one, they go around the Shebert Motorsport LMP2 machine, which is a couple of laps down. It's one of those situations where this track is a bit like it's the IMSA version, or it's the WEC version of, say, going to Road Atlanta. It is a track that will always just have infinite amounts of cars. No matter where you go, you're always dealing with traffic. And in the track, it's tight, it's bumpy. I mean, this is basically the original service. I mean, it's one of those situations where with a track like this, you just got to hold on for dear life. Now, we are going to go to Interlagos again this season, which I can only imagine is going to be somewhat traffic-filled, I can only imagine. But it's sort of that type of situation where it's just how the track goes, you have to deal with this.
Yeah, you will, on more than one occasion throughout the calendar. Interlagos is definitely a track where the traffic can just be absolutely constant, for these LMP1 cars. So that could be a very interesting one once we decide to head to it. But on board right now with what is going to be the Ava Vatic car in LMP1. So they've got an effort in LMP1, they've got an effort in LMP2 as well, as we have just ticked over the hour mark here in 6 hours of in the 6 hours of series. Yeah, it was right. Oh my god! But we've taken over the first hour of the 6 hours of Sebring.
Believe in yourself,
hours,
Connery.
Yeah, 4 hours and 58 minutes remaining. Yeah, I've got to say things with more conviction, because I also do commentary or casting, as the esports term is, for Counter-Strike with the university tournaments that we have here, and we have to write a VOD review of what we can improve on and what we did well. And one of the things that I said on my VOD review was I have to say things with more conviction. And I guess that is kind of one of them. So I'll have to work on that, Cam.
Yeah, that's all right, though. I have to say, it's one of those situations. Now we're looking at P8 in HPD. So that is going to be your Road Basters versus the Luxim 24 on machine, which is actually number 24, which is number 44. But they'll go side by side here, dragging down now through these quick 2 left-handers before heading their way through the final series of corners. There you go. Neil Andrews will pick up the position, and here comes Julian Rebelou to split the 2, being an LMP1 car. And Connery, this is one of those situations where it's all right to have that little bit of hesitation, because there's so much going on. It's hard to describe it all. There's been so much over this last hour. I mean, we knew that there was going to at least be something. There's going to be issues at some point, but I don't think anybody expected this.
GTs have decided to head their way in. That's exactly what we expected after we've got the first hour in the bag. Most of your leading GT cars have headed their way in down on towards the lane. So the current race leader in GT is actually Williams Jim Jr., but that won't be for long, as Team 85 managed to get themselves back out there on track. And one of the things about this racetrack, David, is that pit lane exit. We've already seen an instant with a car coming off the pit lane trying to rejoin back onto the track, back onto the racing line. So it's just a characteristic of the pit lane exit there, is you just have to be so careful, both when you're a car going through turn number 1 and tracking out of turn number 1, and a car coming off the lane as well.
Yeah, indeed. When the pit lane feeds into the outside of a corner, it's always difficult. I know that the Formula One track in Korea had a similar pit exit that got reprofiled to prevent such mixing like that, where you might not be aware that the other car is there until suddenly the two of you have converged onto the same racing line.
Yeah, exactly. That can be an issue, both here at Sebring and, of course, the Korea International Circuit, which is the track that David was alluding to in that particular comparison. But having a look at how it stands out there on circuit right now, I'm very, very curious to see what the situation is with that GTE pit stop cycle, because we've had the vast majority of everyone in, except for that Williams Jim Jr. black car that's currently leading the way right at the front of the GT field. So they've actually being able to get it going. I'm a little bit concerned of the engine note that they just had all the way through Sunset Bend, because it didn't seem to be an engine note. It seemed to be more of a hold the clutch and hope you save enough fuel sort of strategy, but they'll decide to go one more here with Williams Jim Jr. Black. So they're going for the ultra fuel saving method here, Cam, with the clutching through the corners, with the lifting and coasting. I mean, it's a strategy, but whether it'll work out is a completely different issue.
Yeah, and you can actually save quite a bit of fuel. First of all, just right foot only. Don't use your left foot for braking. Actually, one of the Corvette drivers does that almost exclusively. I can't think of his name right now. Really like him though. I'll think about it about 5 seconds after I take my hand off.
Oliver Gavin, or Tonio Garcia, or Jan Magnussen, or
no, it's that one. It's that one. It's the fourth one. It's the American Tommy. I want to say. I can't think about it. Anyway,
Tommy Milner.
Milner, yes, thank you. He exclusively right foot brakes. That's it. He saves an absolute ton of amount of fuel just doing that. That's a great way to do it. Also, you're riding with traffic. You know that these prototypes are going to be taking the corner away from you. Don't be in a hurry to get to the corner in order to back off and have to get on the binders. So it's a fairly easy way to save fuel. But another thing you have to remember is that this Ferrari, as you can tell, there's not a lot of them, which means that the Porsches are lightning quick here, and so you got to come up with sometimes countering alternate strategies.
Yeah, you do. You do have to take the race by the horns in that respect to try and get yourself ahead, as this is going to be a rather extended stint for Williams Jim Jr. Black. I don't think they can go one more here. That would just be absolutely ridiculous. But the last time I said that was with Team Chimera. I think in the final round of the New Endurance Series last time, where they just went for this insane monster stint. I think it was Kota. Where they just didn't seem to be able to pit at all, or didn't seem to want to pit. But here we go, Williams Jim Jr. down on towards the pit lane then, and get themselves between those yellow cones, which denote the start of the pit lane speed limit. Hang on. Excuse me, Daru Opakak. Okay, so we're going to keep the cameras on this one, because this is absolutely hilarious. The 96 can't seem...
We're in the box.
You can't seem to get in this pit stall. Oh my god! Does he have to take the toe? Oh no, that's just a driver change going on. But I mean, I guess this makes the pit crew just a little bit annoyed that the car is coming at this angle, and it makes their job a little bit more difficult. But they have managed to get themselves in that box, and Tom Banfioni has to run around the car just a little bit more to try and get himself inside of that Ferrari. But he'll have a little bit of a job trying to get that off the pit stall now, because otherwise he might... Yes, yeah, okay. I've pretty much seen everything now. He has to reverse it out of the pit stall just to make sure he doesn't hit the pit wall. Okay. I think we've seen everything, David. We've seen everything.
Yes, indeed. From the fuel strategy that was a very, very aggressive fuel save to one of the weirdest angles I've seen a car parked in the box. You know, sometimes your on-street parking is a 45-degree angle, and I think they must have misread some signs and decided that's what they needed to do in the lane. Yeah,
exactly. I'm not sure what else to say about that, Cal. Do you have any other input?
I mean, I did see the fuel filler guy there. He had to struggle on yanking on the fuel probe just to get it in there and whatnot. But I mean, I don't necessarily think that he was in technically the quote-unquote box, but you know what, whatever. But either way, he's gotten the pit service done. Don't know if they've lost everything that they gained by staying out so long. I mean, it took them a good 15-20 seconds just to get in the box. But you know what, though? You're going to be a little bit flustered. You're going to be a little bit angry with yourself. That's another thing to think about. You don't normally are on track with some 55 other cars, so your pit stall is going to be way, way back, and you've got to be familiar where that is.
We just need to take a little break to just continue laughing at that one, as we'll go on board here with Odox Motorsports, the number 73 machine. This is your first instance of RaceSpot TV fan immersion for the Neo Endurance Series, season number 5. Here are the sounds of that Porsche. A brilliant battle right now between Odox Motorsports, Core Sim Racing, and of course that Movano racing car as well. Just going 3 wide down the Allman Straight that last time by, the exact same straight that they're coming up to now. And it's going to be disrupted a little bit here by the prototype car of Inertia Sim Racing trying to make their way through. But that was an absolutely fantastic fight that we saw on the RaceSport TV fan immersion on board with that Odox Motorsports car. And hopefully they can bring that fight to the forefront once again, this time on the TV cameras. As Cam, we were just watching that one on the RaceSpot TV fan immersion, and you know, they were having a good battle, fantastic fight, even though it's early on in an endurance race.
Having a proper go here, right? As never do that again. Kimo Soimonen there in that Core Sim Racing car. You kind of wonder, perhaps, where have the quote-unquote teams that you're used to have gone? And well, here's one of them. Here's that Core Sim Racing car, and it's great to see him. Great to have him. As there's your Odox machine, another one. as here comes the almost all-purple VRT E-Racing LMP1 car. That's a good way to get around them, as Ricardo Ferreira tries to sniff a little bit of the draft. And I have to say, I'm quite happy as far as the middle pack goes. It looks to me like the Ford is at least able to keep up, if not get further, than the Porsche, depending on the driver. Whereas, though, it's pretty obvious, I have to think, at least here at Sebring, that the Porsche's got a pretty good run here.
Yeah, typically what we see in sort of the official IMSA races here on the iRacing service, that Porsche actually does have the edge over the rest of the GTE machines, but for the new Endurance Series, it seems like the Porsche is the favored car over the Ford GT and the Ferrari. So it's interesting how things change when you consider full-length endurance races and 1 hour basically sprint races, Cam.
We have to remember, as the Chimera machine is going very patiently around everything, obviously it's like the last car on the racetrack, so you have to remember also is that American tracks tend to be tight, tend to be more quote-unquote classical, and a rear-engine Porsche is just naturally going to be able to turn better. That's just how it goes. Now, though they have kind of changed the car into the iterations to be more quote-unquote mid-engined by literally doing a 180 with the engine, but it is just going to be better over these bumps. It's going to be better over the course of a lap, over a track as bumpy as Sebring, whereas the Ford, very downforce dependent, very speed dependent, very mid-speed corner dependent. Not really going to have a lot of that here where you have a flat, stable racing surface, and then the Ferrari just apparently doesn't seem to have it here, which is a bit unfortunate.
Why don't we get those top 8 graphics for each class up on your screen right about now? That would be a very fantastic thing to be able to go through at this stage in the race. In LMP1s, it is Thrustmaster Movano Racing, their number 3 car, leading the way by 2 seconds over SimRC.de, with the number 4 Movano car getting themselves up into that final podium spot just for now. Wyvern Racing capitalizing on their great qualifying. They are still in P number 4, which is where they started. Race Clutch then, P number 5 for their LMP1 effort, and which is much more than can be said for their LMP2 car that went out very early on in this race. Odox Motorsports there, P number 6, Ava Vivatic, P number 7, and we've got Solg Esports there, rounding out your top 8 in LMP1s, and Cam, just take it away with LMP2s.
Yeah, in the LMP2 division, well, we've had a lot of racing in mid-pack, but it has been Alan Simpson and that Apex Racing UK number 60 machine basically since the drop of the hat. But the Ava Vervancic, number 39, has not let him go at all. They are still within less than a second of each other, as they have been basically 1-2 this entire race. Then you go down to the number 35 Team Heisenfeld machine. They go to TNT Racing. Torque Freak Racing's LMP number 2 machine that is currently running in the 5th position. 6th is the World of Sim Racing Team 7 is your Road Bastards Alpha machine. Then you go to Team Mad. I don't know what they're mad about. Perhaps they're mad that they're almost in the top 10. iRacing Today Motorsports is their SRN Motorsports. Then you got Schubert Motorsports, IRDK. They got the Race Center, the UI1 Inertia Sim Racing Corsac, which we have to remember had that incident with the Race Clutch prototype very early on in the race, and that cycled them way on back with some damage. And then you got the Lux Sim 24 MOATF podcast machine, and then you got Race Clutch there, 18 laps down and off the track. Their car is retired.
And then we're going to have a little bit of a look at GTE, which has had some fantastic battles. And David, take it away.
Yep, so leading GTE is Team 85 with Lucas Yestadt still behind the wheel of that. Second place is Triton Racing, David Novakovsky behind the wheel of that car. And then in third place, Core Sim Racing GTE, Kimmo Soiminen behind the wheel there. And hopefully we'll get this on screen. Yes, indeed we will. I was reading off my timing screen and doubting I had it exactly right. And then in fourth is Odox Motorsports. That's very close there for third, fourth. And then fifth is Thrustmaster Movano Racing. And their good friends, can't separate them, SimRC.de. Then seventh, Simitok Esports. And last in our top 8 here not last in category, but the final car here is Army Racing Team. And looking at that one, it's very close from 3rd through to 6th there, Connery.
We've had a couple of incidents that the stewards have handed their decision over. We've got what is a drive-through penalty for the... Okay, these are all related to the same car, believe it or not. We've had a a stop and hold penalty for the number 28, which was a 20-second stop and hold penalty for causing a collision with the number 83 car, which was the, if I'm looking at this correctly, the Altus Esports car. But Daniel Benefield brought that car down towards the lane and did not save it correctly. Therefore, he has an extra drive-through penalty to be worried about, Cam.
Yes, and then there is, on top of that, another stop and hold on top of the incorrectly served penalty for causing a collision with the same car, the 83, on lap 24, turn 1, which was, of course, the pit exit, which he's coming down in a pit lane right now. So there's going to be a 20-second stop and hold. Let's see if he gets it done right, as that UI1 positive Sim Racing Black machine just ain't it today, Chief.
Yeah, they're 2 laps down on the race leaders already, and as they bring it back into the box, they're going to stay waiting behind the wheel, just nothing going on around the car since you're not allowed to take pit stops, just waiting for that penalty to get over and done with. And if we look on board with Benfield right now, you can just see he's like shaking the wheel in frustration. There is the Australian driver, so just not at all a happy bunny. And you know, when you put yourself in this position, got yourself 2 laps down, taking another penalty, and it's just... they'll just be thankful just to see the end of this one, David.
Yeah, indeed. That's not how you want to start your race, and not how you want to start the first race of the season. It's not a good look either, unfortunately, I have to say. Regardless, they're still in the race, and from here there's 4.5 hours still for them to not go any further laps down. Bigger accidents could befall their competitors. This is an endurance race, so from here, if they just finish, that's something, and that's all they can do.
And we do have someone waiting in our interview room in the broadcast booth. It is Simone Maria Marceno, and David Haynes, take this one away, because I think, Simone, you know, just keep it clean for the broadcast, please, but you haven't had the best day. But take it away, David.
So, Simone, your first race here in Neo Season 5 with the new title sponsor for Altus Esports of Logitech G, it's not gone how you might have wanted.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we have you.
Okay. It's an honor for me to be interviewed by you, but it's a shame that we do it like this so early after the start of the race. By the way, yes, I don't think an unluck like this. I had an unluck like this since 3 years, perhaps since rookie days. But well, I don't think properly in the first incident it was my fault or something like in the season. I think I kept my line, and it was simply a shame. The properly shame was that it happened with the same person twice in an amount of time, about 21 laps in a 6-hour race. And funny fact that last year I did this fantastic championship and I had only one incident, and now twice. It's very, very shameful. Didn't you think?
Sorry. The unfortunate start to the season for you. Not dwelling on that incident though, your qualifying pace was really good to start second in that GTE field. Does that give you hope for your team and your chances in future rounds and later on in this series?
Oh yeah, of course. Honestly, that second position with the top 3 guys or top 5 guys was not very expected, I have to say. But yes, I think we had a little bit of luck with a lucky lap, especially in the earliest moment of the qualify server launched. So perhaps the server was a little bit faster. But Yes, we did a lot of very good preparation, but well, finishing like that is a little bit depression, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, unfortunate for you guys. Always an unfortunate race if you're here talking to us when you'd rather be racing. So finally, for you guys, Logitech G Altus Esports, who do you need to thank, and who's going to help you going into the next rounds of this season?
Well, I have to say really thank you to my teammates that support us and support each other, and also the newest Logitech sponsor that give us very good gears and something like that. And it's a shame because we couldn't have represented as our best with a decent result and finish it like this. However, I want to finish saying really thank you to the sponsor, my teammates, especially Simon Feigl, that is the very good team manager, and all the team that believe in us. And for the next round, I think more or less the roster should be like this, me and Yannick.
Alright, thank you so much for coming to have a word with us. An unfortunate start to Neo Season 5 for Simone Maria Marcheno there. Connery, while we were talking though, it's become pit stop time once again for the P1 cars, and also a GTE battle on our screen. Always plenty to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. We've had the vast majority of the LMP1s in as this GT battle between the Ford and the, and I believe that is the Ferrari, but no, that's the Porsche behind there of Odox Motorsports, trying to track right onto the back of that Thrustmaster Movano. Ford as he gets very close through the exit of the first sector, but will have to drop back here off of the back of that Ford GT, which looks, I mean, it gets a mixed response, but I think the back of that Ford GT just looks absolutely amazing. Down onto the brakes, into the hairpin they will go. Have to remember that Sim RC not too far behind, although they are in the process of getting lapped here by one of those LMP2 cars, the Torque Freak Racing machine. So this battle will continue then down towards what is going to be the right hand, right in the middle of the lap here. So we do have another potential interview up on the cards for you right now, as we'll get Joseph Ringrose from VRT iRacing up into the commentary booth right now, and I believe Cam Walsh, you'll be standing by with him.
Yes, I am, as we have got Ismail Yakuba is currently piloting that Porsche LMP1 machine. Joseph, well, it's a bright purple LMP1 car. I, first of all, love the direction of color. As well, VRT Racing, I have to say, I personally not super familiar with, so gives you the opportunity. You guys are having a pretty decent day out there. Started 12th, running 13th. Take me through your day right now here at the Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying went really well. We weren't really expecting, I mean, we were the last car to get selected through pre-qualifying. So that was really good to qualify. That was an achievement in itself. So yeah, it was so close in that midfield of the LMP1, and we just caught ourselves at the back of that, just kind of first few laps sort of just fed through the traffic, and then we got involved with a bit of an incident with Simotok spun, hit one of the GTE cars, and nothing we could really do. They just spun in front of us, gave us a bit of damage, and we had to make an early pit stop. But again, we've just sort of played on our fortunes, and Simotok have had their issues, Positive Sim Racing have, Chimera. So I think the aim of this is just to keep clean and get some points going into Kota.
Yeah, and we've only had basically a little over an hour and a half of racing done. There's so much more of this race to go that you guys certainly could, just with hanging on, doing your pit stops, keeping the cars clean, end up having a pretty decent, possibly breaking that top 10, possibly further, run here at Sebring to open up the Neo season.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been around iRacing too long, just since around January this year. So qualifying for Neo was an achievement in itself, and to see us running so well is really good. Ismail doing a fantastic job, as usual, and we should be seeing Kevin and Ryan in the car later on. all of which have done really well. Kevin and Ryan got us through pre-qualifying, so I don't think any of our drivers are as weak compared to any of the others. They're just really a well-balanced team, and they'll have their different strengths and weaknesses, but they really complement each other well, and it helps us, as you can see, from us fighting back and just hoping we don't get involved in anything else, because you never know what can happen in endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm presuming then you're not listed to drive the car, so that means, at least with my very intelligent brain, that you're probably the team manager. Coming to this place in January, coming to the iRacing service, you guys are running the Porsche LMP1 car. Was that just a very straightforward and easy decision to do?
Well, I mean, ever since the LMP1 cars come out, and we signed Ismail pretty early on, we spotted him, scouted him, and he was happy to join the team, whatever. So it was perfect for us, really, our first LMP1 driver. He was very interested in the Audi, and this was when, very early on, where no one really knew about the difference, and Ismail just stuck with it. And up until SCO pre-qualifying, we switched to the Porsche, because Le Mans we ran the Audi. So for Neo, we were like, we've got to run the Porsche. We had no chance of making it through the Audi, and it paid off because we put a couple of months of work into it, and it ended up paying off, and we're now, fighting in the prestigious Neo Endurance Championship.
Well, that you are. You guys have just broke into top 10 in the LMP1. We'll let you get back to it. I'll let you get back to the team, figure everything out. So great job so far. Love the paint scheme. Hope to see it run around all year. Anyone you think to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Obviously, everyone in the team has been fantastic recently. Our partners, Next Gen and Boss Boxes, and Samuel Torres for getting the livery design complete in time. And thank you guys for broadcasting, of course.
Joseph Ringrose, of course. Thanks for hopping in and giving us an interview here, and good luck to the VRT racing team going forward. Thanks for coming in. So, that is the VRT racing number 20 LMP1 machine just broken in Connery. Meanwhile, shockingly, we've had a ton of action going on the track.
Yeah, we've had Team 85 actually have an off, so this is your second place runner in GTE, having a bit of an off-track excursion. I believe this is down towards, if I remember correctly, this one's going to be down towards Tower Corner, and on lap number 45 from their perspective, just completely missed the braking, and there's absolutely no one around them, no one behind, no one in front to be able to pressure, and it's just a single car mistake, because we're actually riding on board with the Odox Motorsports car right now, as they seem to be in the thick of things right now in terms of their battle with the Movano car, but that's being heavily disrupted by some of the prototypes trying to make their way through, and make their way through is definitely a term for it, as there's a little bit of contact between the two, some of the cars ahead, but they managed to get themselves through pretty much unscathed in this one, so Odox Motorsports able to continue to challenge that Ford GT right ahead of them, as a car goes off ahead of them, in fact, and that is going to be the iRacing Today Motorsports car just spun round on the exit of the corner. Did they have any help? That is the issue. They did have help from the Movano number 4 machine. We'll see it up on the replay on your screens right now, David.
Yep, indeed. Looking through that, the P1 car was just a teeny nose ahead, maybe should have yielded that corner, because Mark Schindel of iRacing Today Motorsports has turned it in and then found that P1's come very late to the inside. Has the Scimitar car been penalised already this race, or am I thinking of someone else?
I'm just having a quick look at that one. Well, it was the Movano car that was actually involved in that, but I believe the Scimitar. Although you're completely right that the Scimitar.
I've done it. I've done it, haven't I?
Stop and hold. But the Movano currently penalty free for both of their number 3 and their number 4 cars. So if there's going to be anything coming off that, it will probably end up just being a warning. So I don't think they should be too concerned about this one so far, but the main battle that we are looking at right now is involving these GT machines, and it's the battle for P number 4, because it's got Movano, it's got Odox, it's got SimRC involved as well. But iRacing Today Motorsports, after their spin, decided to head their way by the traffic on the outside of Big Ben. So unfortunately, these guys aren't quite close enough together to be able to have a look down the inside into one of these corners. There's a car off and taking the escape road ahead, though. That's the Team 85 car, again, getting the braking all wrong. This was a team that got pole position in your GTE cars, in your GTE class, and they're having massive issues coming down into braking zones now. We'll see that up on the replay for you now. The braking zone for what is going to be the tight right-hander, just taking the escape road. The car just didn't want to stop.
This has got to be some kind of hardware issue with his pedals. There's got to be something going on with that machine. The car doesn't just... it doesn't just let off on the brake, as it were, because you could watch just how the car moves. It's very unnatural in its braking, very not comfortable. So something's got to be going on with that Team 85 machine's hardware there for Lucas Yestak. But you have to remember, of course, this isn't endurance racing just for the drivers or the teams or the iRacing simulation. It is, of course, the endurance for the people's equipment too, which has been known to fail.
Yeah, it has been known to fail in spectacular fashion sometimes as well, as the likes of the pedals just completely disconnecting and finding yourself going 200 kilometers an hour into a wall. That has happened before. And of course, in my own experience as well, there was a time that my entire wheel and pedal set completely cut out, decided to apply 100% throttle and 100% brake at the same time, and then I found myself in an outside wall. So that can happen, and it just kind of mirrors the same effects as to what we see on the real life side of things, David, when those sorts of technical issues can happen. Some people are just completely, oh my god, it shouldn't even be a factor, but we lost by going to a simulation. We've lost the fact that we can have mechanical failures, so why not have mechanical failures somewhere else, right?
Yeah, it's what we would call a mechanical DNF. All these kind of things can happen in real world racing, and riding on board now, it's been a full lap and it's all looked pretty steady, but there was definitely, as Cam said, something weird to the way the car brakes. You see, when they initially get on the brakes, there's a bit of dive, a bit of body pitch, and you can kind of tell from that how hard they're braking. And a lap ago, it just didn't dive, it didn't pitch how you would expect under a full braking. It was as if they only had half of the braking pressure or something at that time, and then it's resolved itself. But very odd, but now they are down into 6th place on the back of this battle. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, Odox Motorsports, SimRC DE Crimson, and now Team 85 on the tail of that.
Yeah, exactly. We're just riding on board with them just for a moment to see if their braking issues continue, but it seems like they're just okay for now, so it might just be an intermittent issue that Lucas Yetzer has to be dealing with here. Maybe we can get a representative from Team 85 to come into the orange booth and perhaps explain what is going on with those two big moments that we've seen from them getting into heavy braking zones. So we'll just have to see if they give us an answer to that particular query. But right now, the race as it stands, 4 hours 22 minutes remaining, and to say the least, Cam, things have been much quieter in this second and third stint than it was in the opening couple of laps and the opening entire first hour.
Yeah, I was going to say the opening hour, which was basically like one perpetual first lap of a race. It's been good. It's been a pretty straightforward. The big moments that we've had so far was that Sorg Esport penalty that they had to serve. That dropped them down to 7th position, which has now stuck them in traffic. They're actually stuck right now fighting with Hugo Preto. They're flashing the headlights at Hugo Preto in that Odox Motorsport Samsung machine. Which, I mean, everyone here in the booth, including Hugo, knows if you flash the headlights, that immediately means that your opponent must just jump out of the way and roll over a red carpet. But unfortunately, Hugo apparently doesn't understand that, so he continues to drive almost like they're racing for position, which is shocking. They go around David Nowakowski of Triton Racing, which is actually, right now, currently your leader in GTE. as they have taken over that lead, and pretty comfortably too, I might add.
Yeah.
As it looks to me like Dominic Farber-Connery is closing on in on Hugo now down the straight, and there's your boost.
There's the red carpet out, overtake boost for Farber. There's nothing Hugo Prater can do unless he's saving his overtake button for the exit of Sunset Bend. If he even has battery left inside of that Porsche, we'll just have to see. Doesn't look to be the case, so pretty easy pass. One of the easiest passes that you'll see down the back straight for Seoul Esports, just saving up their energy and releasing it all at once. So Farber up into P number 6, so he'll look to now chase down that race clutch car that's sitting in P number 5 as it stands. I'm gonna have a little bit look back to that GT battle, because the Alpha P number 4, because it seems to be getting rather close down in towards turn number 1 once again. It definitely seems to be that the pace is with SimRC here, David. It's just that they can't find a way by, but there we go. SimRC by. I should just stop commentating and just go, on my main career path of computer science now.
No, but here's the thing. When you stop speaking, action things stop happening just to prove you wrong. So you're doing us a really great service, and I have to thank you for it. A little bit of an all-Porsche affair here as that Thrustmaster Movano Ford gets a little bit away, gets a bit of a gap over the SimRC DE, and Team 85, for all of their pace leading earlier, haven't closed this gap in massively, but they're still just there in 6th place, lurking, watching 5th and 4th in front of them.
Yep, they are. SimRC able to stretch their legs now as they've disposed of Odox Motorsports and can use the clear air ahead to get those very fast laps done and dusted. But the thing is, there's a little bit of a prototype issue coming through up towards the final sort of sector of the lap here. Does compromise Odox Motorsports a little bit. Won't get to SimRC in time to be able to impede them. They'll get past on this back straight. Absolutely no problems for Vive Sports or SimRC. So that issue will just be dealt with here. And I'm just going to have a little bit of a look back to see whether we have any battles in that LMP2 class. Doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone's seeming rather spread out right now. We've given you an update on your race leaders though, because we can say that pretty comfortably by 6.8 seconds, Movano number 3 lead that overall LMP1 class, and Apex Racing UK, they've got a smaller margin to deal with though over Ava Vatic for the battle for the race lead in LMP2, but they've managed to work on that after the first stop, because Ava Vatic, we're getting quite uncomfortably close to that Apex Racing UK car, but the gap is back up to around about 3.5 seconds. Then you look back to GTEs where you have Triton Racing leading by a comfortable margin in that one as well, after Team 85 ran into a couple of issues. Just having a look though, P number 2 and P number 3 in LMP1 are pretty close, and you would be quite and yeah, that is correct. SimRC currently sitting in P number 2 and putting in some decent laps here, just trying to gap that Movano number 4 car, but we can't count Movano out of anything here, Cam, because they've been so good in these LMP1 cars. They've been so good in any class that they enter into, pretty much any series that they enter into. They always put out those good performances, and I expect to see nothing less here as well.
Yeah, they were quite a bit closer going down the Ullman Straight, but just lap traffic has been falling the way of SimRC Emerald right now as they get around the MSI Esports 75, and once again it's going to happen as they get into Cunningham. Very slow corner for any GT car, any car, period. And that means that now Ashley Owen of the Thrustmaster Movano NES number 4 machine is going to have to go around there. Now they're going in through, this is going into that Le Mans, so actually that was the tower corner that they were going into, not Cunningham. So as they go down to the Ullman Straight here, there should be a pretty substantial draft for both of these cars to kind of sniff up here. As, again, it's going to be an easy run for Claudius Weed and a difficult run for Ashley Owen, because Owen's going to have to throw the car either inside or outside going through Sunset Bend. He chooses outside.
has to go the long way around out onto the bumps that exist on the exit, on the outside, excuse me, of that corner, which can easily upset any car that goes through there on the offline. It's just the way the track is coming through that particular section, and with how this track, in parts, just made of, I believe you'd probably be more of an expert on this one, Cam, but part of it is normal asphalt and part of it is concrete, right?
Yes, it is a difference between concrete and the asphalt that they've used to replace it in some places. Florida doesn't have, like a winter as it is. It gets down to, the 40s and 50s in Fahrenheit, but it certainly is not what you would consider winter. Up here in New York, at Watkins Glen, we have to have a lot of different spaces and different places for concrete and asphalt simply due to how the ground heaves when the water gets under. Here at Sebring, some of this is quite literally over 100-year-old concrete. I'm not kidding. And it just goes to show you how this all lasts. This used to be an old airport. It's still an active airport behind it. But it's one of those situations where this is sort of that classic racetrack situation where you have different material, different runoff, and the rubber accumulates differently, and that's going to be another aspect as the race goes on. You are noticing, no, your eyes aren't deceiving you, the track is getting darker where the cars are running. That's because this is the iRacing service we're talking about here, not like some joke of another... Yeah, I'm just saying, it actually is the rubber getting dumped off the track onto the tires, and vice versa, unlike others. And that means that the track is only going to get faster, more sticky where the cars are racing. Also, I will say, we used to see a large dust storm coming off of the exit of corner number 1, if I'm remembering correctly, Connery. We haven't really seen that this year.
No, we haven't. People keeping within the track limits coming through that particular section. And we also have the pit stop window for your LMP2s very much open right now. We've had a couple of cars come down in already involving the Positive Sim Racing team. We've had Inertia come down, iRacing Today Motorsports as well. We've got Team Heusingfeld as well, pitting from P at number 3 out there on circuit. And, this is the second pit stop service for your LMP2 class. And I think the GTEs will be in about 15 or 20 minutes time, depending on what their particular strategy allows. And we've got about 12, 13, 14 laps on the stint for your LMP1 class. So still a little bit of a while before they decide to head their way in, since they've already done their second stops of the day. So that is just how the pit stops are stacking up right about now. LMP2 pit stop time with GTs in, just a couple of minutes after all of these LMP2s have decided to come down in, David.
Yep, exactly. Quite a difference in the stint length between the different classes, with the Prototype 1 cars having to stop every 40 minutes and the GTEs being able to go past the hour. In the GTEs, though, the struggles have not ended for Team 85, because now they are being caught by the Simitok car, and maybe they're not getting all of the braking performance they would like, or there's some other problem for Lucas Yestadt in that Team 85 Porsche, because it's Pierre Lassant behind the wheel of the Simitok eSports car, which I think is our leading Ferrari. All three manufacturers in GTE represented in this race and in this series. So a good job by him, and he was closing up slowly, bit by bit, out of Team 85 Porsche. So that's a battle that's still very, very close in GTEs.
Yeah, exactly. Yet more LMP2s down on towards the lane. We have Apex Racing UK pitting from the race lead. We have P number 2 also on the pit lane. We'll have a driver change then for Apex Racing UK. Fenrik Kern behind the wheel of that Apex Racing UK HPD right now. So he'll get himself his first experience of the Season 5 of this Neo Endurance Series. We've got Ava Vivatic down on towards the lane as well, and that's going to be a driver change for them as well. Sven Neumann being behind the wheel, Pascal Stix handing that car over to him. And if I'm reading this correctly, we do have an interview on standby. David, you are our interview guru in this particular commentary booth, so take it away with the Team Chimera member of Joshua Chin.
So indeed, we have Josh Chin from Team Chimera in here, and not the race you guys would have wanted. We saw that issue for your Porsche Prototype 1 earlier. How was that from your perspective?
I mean, the start was interesting. It got a little loose in one just from lack of speed and not having the downforce in the car, and then went into the exit of 5, and the hybrid never re-toggled because I never hit 100% charge again, so it didn't kick on, and I was sitting there fishtailing and got lucky to spin across the field and have no one hit me. But it had the car really loose after that, and I was fighting back and trying as hard as I could, and went to the outside of the P2 there and hit a little dip on the access road, and that's what ultimately kicked the car out and killed the race.
These Prototype 1 cars look pretty repairable though compared to the GTEs. You know, front clips, rear clips, things like that can be changed. What's your pace like right now, even if you are some laps down?
I think the pace is great right now, actually. It would have been nice to have not had the damage on the first lap because the car is great right now. You know, we're probably running about a 7th to 8th place pace right now, but you know, we're 15 laps down, just trying to make up a spot, hopefully, and get into the points for this race.
These kind of woes befalling your car, is it anyone's fault? And if it is it written on the inside of the front wheels?
It is 1000% Randy's fault. Every time, Randy's fault.
Dang it, Randy.
Hashtag blame Randy. Is that the motto of Team Chimera?
At this point, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think we have anything else to go with.
Well, I have to congratulate you guys for, despite all of these things we've mentioned, getting back out there, turning over some laps. Hopefully you guys will pick up some points, but for Team Chimera, who gets it done for you guys, and who do you need to thank?
Gotta give a thanks to Simon. We're both been kind of struggling away on setup this week, and hopefully we're getting a spot better. I know SCO at Monza in 2 weeks will be in a lot better spot than we are here, but Jack putting in some testing this week, and he should hopefully be back for COTA. Love COTA, so it'll be a good race for us. Craig set up shop, being on the car, and Race Spot for putting on these broadcasts, and Neo for putting on the races.
Will we see one of your photos on the iRacing Instagram anytime soon?
I'm gonna say probably. I'd say tomorrow or Tuesday probably.
They're quite fond of your work. Well, thank you, Josh Chin from Team Chimera, coming in to have a word with us. Unfortunately, those guys are running almost second last in that category, but still out there, still racing.
Yeah, exactly. That just has to be admired. As soon as you get yourself involved in that early instant, your mind immediately goes to, what's the point in just getting back out there and just still racing? But there is a good point, because you never know what might happen to the rest of the runners in the field. If they'll have a DNF that's a more severe one, maybe more severe damage than what you sustained, then there's positions to be gained, and there's points to be gained as well, which can matter so much when it comes to those late stages of the season where you're fighting with perhaps another team that you're only a couple of points behind or ahead. You know, that can just make all the difference. So you do have to get back out there. If the car is suitable for being out there on track, then you should just get back out there on track no matter what. So that is just the situation that Chimera have to deal with right now as well on your screens right now between Odox Motorsports and team number 85 here. So again, this is that battle we've been watching for just I think it's about half an hour though. This battle has just been on the cards right now, and it doesn't seem to be changing all that much. It does seem that Team 85 do have the pace, so whatever their brake issue was, it does seem that they have solved that one, because I haven't seen them have a massive moment down into one of these braking zones over the past while. So thankfully for Jet Set, he can start feeling a little bit more confident on the brakes, and to reward him fixing his brake issues, we're going to go on board with one of these cars here, maybe with that Team 85 car. We have just yet to make our decision, but we're holding that off for just a moment, because Team 85 very, very close down in towards Sunset Bend. You can see them taking a little bit of a tighter line through the corner. And this can very, very much set themselves up for a pass down in towards turn number 1. Sitting in that slipstream is Yetzat. He goes for the outside line in towards turn number 1, trying to carry the momentum through the middle of the corner. But this is just one of those corners that the cutback move doesn't really work coming through there because of how the track narrows through the exit of the corner and how close to that wall in the middle you have to be, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes the UI1 Positive Sim Racing orange machine. Hopefully they will not do like their big brother and absolutely bullard all of these cars out of the way, which they really shouldn't. And I hope that doesn't become a meme, because that would be very sad for the PSR guys, because I know they're a good bunch. But for Ricardo Ferreira, he's now got the fellow Porsche, the Team 85 right behind. Looks like everything's completely comfy and uncontrolled braking-wise there, so... yeah, whoever knows what you do to fix things. You could maybe just hit it with a hammer once. I have no idea. But he's got that working. We've got the Torrent Motorsports, which we haven't really been able to talk about. Torrent, who used to race GT2 Fords in this series, are now racing LMP1s, so good on them. That's a full growth. They're currently running in the 11th position, last car on the lead lap, but we've got this good scrap going on. They have both pulled away, however, from Pierre Lisson's nice Simataki Esport machine.
Yep, they have. Team 85 following so closely behind Odox Motorsports as we'll try to get back to this battle. Oh, so close once again, coming through Le Mans on board with that Team 85 car. Renewed confidence after their brake issues seem to have gone away. You'll see the prototype of Movano Racing number 3 that your leading prototype stream by on the right-hand side. And the right-hand side is where Team 85 are going to make this move. Down the inside then of Sunset Bend. Drag the brakes, make sure you get that car slowed down for the exit before you go back on the throttle and take the position. But it's not done just yet, because Odox Motorsports still have the slipstream, still can look for the move around the outside at turn number 1. It's such a tough move to be able to try to pull off, but Ferreira's going to go for it once again, going to bring it back to the back bumper through the middle of the corner. May be able to make it around the outside of turn number 3. Nope, that's not going to be an option that Ferreira's going to have to go for, though Team 85 so aggressive over the curb brings them back into the clutches of Odox, but I think this battle is now done, so Team 85 getting themselves back ahead.
And I gotta say, it was a fair pass, good pass from Lucas Yestak.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes the counter from Ferreira, but it was a feint. I was gonna say he should not do that. Because they're closing in on the SimRC.de Crimson car of Christian Koch. I'm not sure if you really want to risk it, as here comes the second positioned LMW1 car of Claudius Wade. As they is now going to split that, so that's going to be a bit unfortunate for Ricardo Ferreira, because here also comes is, well, we've got one battle, let's go to the other one. It's a battle for position number 3 that has been there for a while, and there goes your brakes.
Oh no, did I just jinx it again saying he solved his brakes issue? I might just have done that. But TN85 once again into a braking zone.
Oh, you know what?
Actually, was a little bit of contact. No, he lost it before contact was even made with the prototype.
Yeah, he was planning on clipping the inner apex, which is what you do when you're a GT car. And then he just, if you go on board with him, right, on the roll bar, you can just see, perhaps we can look outside the right window here. If you're that driver, you don't see that LMP1 car, and then it just appears like a shot. It just appears right in front of you. In great recovery from Lucas Yestak, I might also say.
Yeah, just cutting the grass a little bit on the outside on the entry to that particular corner. So we'll see it once again. Just loss of control here. You can just see the car break away, corrects it, tries to correct the other way, but at this point he's already heading towards the grass at least.
Murders a cone. But
the thing is, yep, there's the cone murder. So hashtag cone cam back in full force for this race, I think. But there we go. You can see a fantastic slow-mo shot of him kicking up the grass as well, which is one of the more recent graphical upgrades that iRacing has got. So fantastic to see that in action, and you know, of course, one of the things that's coming up for iRacing is going to be a new damage model, which will be a very interesting one here, David, because it's going to mean that, well, from what they've said, from what the iRacing staff have said on things like the forums and on their official channels as well, we will potentially get car debris being left on the circuit as well and affecting other cars behind trying to run through it.
Yeah, it's going to add quite a lot, not just from a visual aesthetic point of view, but from a realism point of view, from a strategy point of view, all of those things. As the modeling of the damage is more accurate, it'll improve the realism of this sub as we've got a great battle on the screen right here. The number 74 car, is that an SRT? SRN, my apologies.
Yeah, it's SRN versus Team 84, the other car.
Yeah, we have a Team 84, we have a Team 85. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, David, with your point.
Yeah, I think my point would be that, we look, okay, there's a few battles in Prototype 1, a few battles in Prototype 2, but up and down the GTE field, it is immensely close. And so this one is a bit further down, but there's 5 or so battles. Oh my goodness, did they come close to the Audi. Not an Audi, the Audi.
The Audi.
The Audi?
The Audi. And a tank slapper out of tower as well for the 84. So these two guys fighting very, very hard as we're about to cross to just 4 hours to go.
4 hours remaining right about now. So a decent chunk into this first half of the race and our first stint of broadcasting here on RaceSpot TV and on the iRacing Esports Network as well. Battle on your screen is Team 84 versus SRN Motorsports on board with Jason Gerard at this moment in time as he closes the gap up towards Sunset. Ben taking a much wider line than the car ahead coming through here. The prototype's going to disrupt this one just a little bit on the outside line, but across the line they will go to complete lap number 59 of this GT field. The entirety of the GT field is 9 laps behind your prototypes at the moment as they are heading on towards lap number 70 right about now. So that is kind of the chunk of race distance that we have right now. Just having a look at the amount of laps remaining. That for the prototypes is going to be 140 laps remaining. We've had a change of position further back though.
Sorry, contact just there between Wyvern Racing and Inertia Sim Racing. Some contact.
Oh, more contact on live pictures. They contact with Sorg Esports, and that actually has caught up Odox Motorsports in that one. So podium position sitter for your GTs. They've got themselves involved in an instance. So that is a huge moment there. We had 2 bits of contact involving Wyvern Racing with the a couple of completely different cars. They had a tangle with a prototype, an LMP2 coming through the hairpin. They got back going instantly in a battle with Sorg Esports, and then they tagged them around as well. Just incredible there, Cam.
Well, I mean, it's Ricardo Ferreira, the Odax machine, and it's Pierre Lisson who has caught the Odax machine. And then just all of a sudden, out of the blue, you have this tangle between the Wyvern Racing and Michael de Jong and Dominic Farber. As you've watched a couple of replays right now as we're on board, and then you could just see just absolute tap right there. So it looks to me like Dominic Farber had thought maybe the spotter had said clear, because I mean technically he was clear as far as how the AI spotter would say. But because it's a corner, the inside radius is tighter, so therefore the car on the inside is going to close. So Dominic tapped him, and then obviously they ran into each other, and he absolutely cleaned Ricardo Ferreira, which I feel bad for, because he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. You see the cars on the lane right now. That's the Odox Motorsports car, which is center screen. A little bit, well, I say a little bit, quite a bit of damage to that front end. It's been dented in quite on that front right-hand side, but otherwise, seems okay. They've managed to get some of the damage repaired when they got stopped in their pit box, so it might not be as bad as we perhaps first thought it was, but battle out on track right now. SimRC versus Team 84. This is going to be in your GT field here today, and right now, is currently SimRC leading the way from that Team 84 car. So that is the situation. By about 3.5 tenths of a second is the gap between them right now, as Jürgen Frank will actually get a little bit stuck behind the prototype, in fact, because the slow speed traction of both these prototypes and the GT cars is very, very similar, which is why you can get the situation sometimes of a GT car being stuck behind a prototype, but that is just the way things swing sometimes. So it's Team 84 biding their time behind this one. We've got an onboard shot with them right on top of their roofs, and slightly different lines taken there through the middle sector, but that is just driver preference when you talk about those sorts of things. Driver preference is not going so wide off the exit of the corner that you kick up the gravel, though, so that was a little bit of a mistake from Jan-Erik Hoffath, but he'll get well out of the way of the prototype on the right-hand side, trying to make their way through. So once again, these battles are getting split up and kind of being messed with by the prototypes, which is unfortunate from a spectator's point of view, but you just got to do what you have to do sometimes if you're a prototype. Here, David.
Yeah, well, exactly. The prototypes can't afford to give away seconds and seconds and seconds per lap. Sometimes they've got to use their performance advantage, and other times they need to be patient. It's a difficult balancing act, and the conflict between the different classes will always be there like that, Connery.
Well, just one of those things in endurance racing that even people on the real life side of things have to deal with as well. It's just the fact of racing here when you have different cars that go different speeds and different classes. Sometimes it can fall your way and sometimes it can't. But actually, number 73 down the inside of Army Racing Team as they'll get very close off the exit of turn number 3. But Army Racing Team managing to squeak themselves ahead. This is a car that just came off the pit lane just 10 seconds ago, and they managed to squeak themselves ahead of Odox Motorsports after being challenged on pit exit, Cam.
I am surprised that they have not been able to change that rear clip, as we also have the battle between Schubert Motorsport and iRacing today go through. Here comes Odox trying to go on the outside. That's Jesus Cecilia, of course, a name that we are very familiar with if you're a Neo fan, as well as, frankly, other racing, as he's the songs himself all over the place. But for Wojciechowski, he in that ART machine, he's been able to basically run that car. He took it over from Dominic Blagier a while ago. Actually, no, this is his first lap out, actually. Yeah. Okay, excuse me. I thought he had this last stint. No, so this is his first lap, and I mean, you want to talk about getting into it. You hop into this car. It has a little bit of rear damage. And then you hop out, and on your opening lap, you're fighting tooth and nail with another car. I mean, that's got to take at least that's got to be something. I mean, to not be riding a car for 2 hours and all of a sudden you just got to get in it and go. I got to say, that's a pretty impressive opening lap from Jan Wojciechowski.
Yeah, exactly. No one really expects to get in the car, come off a pit lane, and immediately you're in a side-by-side battle with another car. That's certainly a very sort of interesting predicament that you can get yourself into sometimes in these races that do involve those driver changes. But Army Racing Team able to cover for that, able to actually not fight with the Odox Motorsports car too much when all is said and done. They did manage to get themselves ahead, albeit by a very, very slim margin. Had to fight for it though, but right now they've managed to gap the car behind as we'll go through our top 8 in each particular class, starting off with the LMP1 fields, and we need no introduction for Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Number 3 currently leading the way, although that graphic is not quite correct or not quite updated just yet, since SimRC have managed to come to get themselves down on towards the lane, so we'll just have to wait for a moment to get that one fixed, as we see the cones scatter in the background. And if we have to resort to cone cam at some point during this race, I would officially hand in my Racesport TV resignation. But right now, that is absolutely not needed. The action is going to be all out there on the racing circuit right now. Tommaso Carla currently behind the wheel of that Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 car. We'll see SimRC head their way through the final corner and actually come down towards the lane. So the top 8 will just have to wait just for a couple of moments here, Cam. They're not going to allow us to do it.
No, they aren't, but I'm going to say you've got up in the front lane, front of pit lane, the number 49 machine. You want to take a look at this here. These were 3 cars that all came in together. It was Hugo Prado and the Odox machine, the Ava machine, and then there was the other one of MSI Esports. They were all one position apart, as here comes our leader just coming in just as they were leading. as Claudius Swede will get his pit service. So you've got these LMP1 cars, basically nothing between them as far as race distance goes. They're all right with each other, watching each other do their pit stops. So interesting that, you know, what we normally have seen here in the HBD when it was the king, at this point we would already have perhaps half the failed laps, something like that. It just seems to me that whatever it is, the nature of this LMP1 car, perhaps it's so new that teams are still able to really get good setups without having spent, you know, the better part of a decade working on the car. It just seems to me that we've got a very competitive field here this year.
Very competitive field indeed, as we're waiting for the rest of the pitters in this particular LMP1 pit stop cycle. We're waiting for Virtual Motorsports to decide to head their way in. We're also waiting a little bit later for BRC iRacing to decide to head their way in. But guess what? We have a little bit of a battle on for P number 1 in LMP2. So this gap, always when I looked at it, it was standing out around about 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds there or thereabouts between Apex Racing UK and Ava Vatic. But now, just like completely out of nowhere, it's all of a sudden, oh, it's only a couple of tenths of a second between them. So that is, I don't even know what to say about that. But Apex Racing UK now having to look in the wing mirrors a little bit, being a little bit concerned about the pace of that Ava Vatic car, because Fenrik Kern did a 151.5 last time by compared to the 51.2 of Ava Vatic. So that's a very decent chunk of time taken out by Sven Neumann, and he's put himself and his team in a position here, David, to challenge for the race lead.
Yeah, driver changes for both of these cars about 10-11 laps ago. So Alex Simpson out of the Apex Racing UK HPD, Fenrik Kern in, and Pascal Stix out of the Ava Vatic car, Sven Neumann in, and obviously between that, it looks like Sven Neumann just has a little bit of a pace advantage closing that gap in, and that's one of the things we get is a bit of an ebb and flow with the fortunes and speeds of different cars as the driver changes in this multi-driver endurance event.
Look at that lap time delta down in the bottom right hand side of the screen. You see the lap time delta, the difference between lap times on each lap of the past 3 laps between Ava Vatic and Apex Racing UK, and you know, each of those 3 times, huge chunks of time being taken out by Ava Vatic. 5 tenths of a second, 3 tenths of a second, another 3 tenths of a second on the last lap. I don't think it's going to quite be that margin this time, since they're so close together, but we'll get that one updated as they go across the line. It is still a gain, a marginal gain of half a tenth of a second, but still all that matters for Ava Vatic is they'll be able to have a look on the Apex Racing UK prototype as they head their way through the first sector, but they're going to get compromised here by that Torrent Motorsports GT car, and again they're going to get so held up here. You can just see that gap extend from what was a couple of tenths of a second all the way back up to 1.2 seconds, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, and for Vincenzo Amico, there was nothing he could really do. I mean, he can't just stop because Joel Guez and that Red Face Racing by MXX Engineering and JRT car, otherwise known as Red Face, that Ferrari is locked in and closing and has been faster these last couple of laps as well. So we got to remember, these lap cars, they're in a race of their own. They do not want to give up these positions so easily. Now you can see the inertia Sim Racing Corvette car, which we did have somebody here to interview, but unfortunately there was so much going on we couldn't get to them, and then they buggered off before we could get to them, so apologies there. But they are not in contention for this fight. They are just observers here as Fenrik Kern will go lock in behind the Chris Fuller machine, and he'll have the same problems. And just like that, Connery, they are back together.
One of the worst places to get stuck behind the GT car is through the high-speed sections if you're a prototype. A very wide line taken by Ava Vatic, capitalizing on the car ahead that's being held up. Here we go. Ava Vatic challenging for the race lead around the outside of that Apex Racing UK car. It has to be done through Sunset Bend. drag the brakes in. Such a wide line being taken by Ava Vavatic. Slow on the middle of the corner, though, is Fenrik Kern. Won't have the exit speed, so Ava Vavatic can come back here side by side across the line onto lap number 71 for these LMP2 prototypes. Bring the barrel down to turn number 1. Around the outside, Sven Neumann. He's actually able to hold it around there. Fantastic pass by Ava Vavatic. Can they complete it down into 3? The answer to that is going to be yes. Ava Vavatic, your new LMP2 race leaders here, David.
Yep, fantastic little battle. Bit of an over-under, bit of a hold it around the outside, keep the momentum there. I don't think Ferenc Kern is going to quite give up on this, but nonetheless, great driving by Sven Neumann there. And I think that's a lap down car that's behind them. It has caught up massively. So these guys are going to have to look in their mirrors as well as looking ahead, because obviously on different phases of the fuel strategy there.
Yeah, they are. And that could definitely be the difference between them right now. But as things stand, Ava Vavatic in the race leaders. We'll see a replay of that pass around the outside at turn number 1. We've seen so many teams, so many drivers attempt that move, but Ava Vavatic are the only one so far that has been able to make that sort of move work. Fantastic job there from Sven Neumann. We'll see it once again on the replay. You can just see how the car is just gripped up on that outside. Of course, there are a good couple of marbles on that outside line right now, but marbles don't seem to be affecting that Ava Vavatic car as he took that wide line through the corner. Somehow the car still had the grip needed to be able to get that pass done. But here's another battle up on your screen. Odox Motorsports versus, guess what? Ava Vavatic once again. Similar battle, but in a different class. So can Julian Groenen do the same thing to Odox Motorsports as his teammate did to Apex Racing UK that last time? But I have to say, with the way they've been closing down in towards turn number 1, it might just be instead of the outside, the inside, but not going to happen then for Groenen. So a chance to do a mirror move there, David, but Cam, but it just didn't happen, unfortunately.
No, it did not. And for Hugo Preto, I mean, this is the second time he's had a car locked in behind him here. I'm pretty confident that it's the same car that he had to deal with before. They go by Reto Hartmann at about 9 million miles an hour, which it just is always hilarious to me because the GTE cars are just so significantly faster than GT3 cars. But for Hugo Preto, they come out now off the corner here. I can hear those Porsches coming a mile away, those GTE cars, which I really love. But they are actually going to be closing in on our LMP2 lead battle at some point, very shortly soon. And it's one of those situations where passing somebody in LMP2, we've had many years on Sebring and many years in the HPD. People pretty much know what to expect when you get a good HPD battle. But you get something like this, you never know what cars are going to be able to do, what the drivers are going to be able to do, where their confidence level is, how the car setup is. There's so much more gray area, as it were. It's going to be an exciting battle here between the number 20, the number 49 machine, even though it says number 23 in their name, and then the number 14 machine, Zigo Pai, the driver of Ferenc Kern. And here they come into the Sunset Bend.
Decent chunk of traffic coming through Sunset Bend that they'll have to deal with, but I think they'll get disposed of most of these guys on the pit straight. There's the Ava Vavatic LMP2 car that could cause a little bit of an issue, could help their teammates out here if they get in the way of Odox Motorsports, but instead they're not going to incur the wrath of the stewards and instead get well out of the way of that LMP1 car, and in fact maybe impeding their teammate a little bit more than they impeded their competitor there. So that is one way of going about it. As you'll see, there's two bright, sort of fluorescent green Ava Vavatic cars head their way through the first sector. Is that fluorescent green or is that fluorescent yellow there, David? I never can quite tell. It's like saying asking if a tennis ball is green or yellow.
Yeah, if you had highlighted that color, you'd be using it to mark your notes. Instead, they must have had quite a few and put it to work on the race car, but nonetheless, yeah, the battle is still ferocious. The Odox car not getting away whatsoever. Oh, they are very, very close. Defensive line taken there by Hugo Preto. Good driving by Yuri and Grunin to not cause any contact. They pass the Sim RC GTE Porsche as this battle continues.
Here we go. Into the Vatic up through the S's towards the end of the lap. And do they have ERS boost that they didn't have last time heading their way out of Le Mans? We know that Odox Motorsports did use it to defend, and they're going to use it to defend once again, as even though Eva Vatic are in the draft, Odox Motorsports pulling away ever so slightly, coming down that back straight in towards Sunset Bend. Then Eva Vatic able to close up, coming through the corner. Better exit taken by Odox though, although Eva Vatic, they've got a much better one, but the thing is that is just going to all equal out since the overtake button's still in effect for Odox Motorsports down through the first turn once again. There's this, again, Cam, I think this battle is just going to be decided on whether one person has ERS and one person doesn't.
Not only that, how traffic is going to fall. Now, traffic coming up the road doesn't look too bad. There is a battle for the 50th position currently, which is it may be a ways back, but it is still a battle. It's between the Ferrari
Here we go. Eva Vatic around the outside. They're going to take this pass right about now, and they'll be able to complete it right about now as well through the exit of the hairpin. I think is exactly what I said about who has ERS and who doesn't. It did seem to be a rather huge overspeed there from Eva Vatic using the overtake button. So I was right. I can say I was right, Cam.
You can. I'm surprised that somebody that the LMP1 car would be able to make a pass stick on the outside line. Surely that meant that Hugo at some point did predict that he didn't want to defend too hard. Last thing you would want to do is collide going in inordinate amounts of speed towards well, there's an escape road, but you certainly can crash. And that outside wall, we've seen that. So I got to say, good decision making there. From not only Hugo, but from Jurian.
Yeah, exactly. That gap just going to extend then down towards Sunset Bend for the 79th time in these LMP1 machines. That just gives us maybe, and I'm going to play with fire a little bit here, maybe we can actually go and do our top 8 in each class. How about that one? We failed it last time because sub-drivers decided to, have some pit stop phases and whatnot, but here we go. LMP1, First Master Movano Racing leading the way, 16 seconds over Sim RC, with First Master Movano Racing number 4 car, not too far behind that Sim RC car for P number 2, P number 3, Race Clutch P number 4, quite far off the rest of these LMP1 race leaders. We've got Women Racing P number 5, P number 6 goes to Ava Vatic after the pass done over Odox Motorsports, and MSI Esports round out your top 8 in LMP1. Cam, LMP2 please.
Well, it is Ava Vervatic over the Apex Racing UK after a great pass and maneuver going through corner number 1. They made it stick, they made it work, and the LMP1 class is 5 laps separated from the LMP1 field. That's how fast the LMP1 cars are. So with Apex Racing UK in second, that leaves Team Heisenfeld still in third. Torque Freak Racing is in fourth. TNT Racing's moved up to fifth. Team Mad is in sixth. SRN Motorsports in seventh. The World of Sim Racing team is going to be in that 8th place. Then you've got the iRacing Today Motorsports machine in 9th, IRDK Endurance, the UI1 PSR Orange machine. The Racing Center Vibe Sports machine Inertia is still well back. Then you got the Road Bastards, then the Lux Sim 24 Moaf podcast car, and then you got Schubert Motorsports rounding it out. And you still have that one retirement from early on, 54 laps down, is the Race Clutch LMP2 machine.
Exactly, and then you have a little bit of a peek at your GTE field, and David, you're going to run down this one.
Yep, leading our GTE category right now, Peter Jagodinsky behind the wheel of Triton Racing. Not a whole lot of a gap backwards behind him to Thrustmaster Movano Racing, and then Core Sim Racing. SimRC.de, fourth in the GTE category. Simitalk Esports have fifth. Very, very close is Odox Motorsports, Army Racing Team, and MSI Esports, making up 6th, 7th, and 8th in our fiercely close, fiercely competitive GTE field.
Yeah, that is the top 8 of each class as it stands. And I think we are going to be preparing for a little bit of Raceport TV fan immersion. I don't think we've done it on board with an LMP1 car just yet. Correct me if I am wrong, anyone else, but let's do... that's a suggestion. That's a suggestion and a half there from the one and only Cam Walsh. Let's go on board with the only Audi in this LMP1 field, on board with Dennis Gruson, Virtual Motorsports number 12, representing the Audi brand in this race, the only one to do so. So we're going to reward you with an onboard. Here we go. tell you what, there's at least, David, 4 RPMs going on there with that diesel hybrid engine. At least 4, maybe at a stretch 5.
Yeah, if he revs it all the way out, it might get to 4,800 RPMs. You know, every Mazda rotary fan is feeling superior right now. But I tell you what, while we were on board there, he did get passed by the F4H Motorsports car, but the pace difference not huge, F4H not getting away. But where there is another battle in this category is for 5th place, and Wyvern Racing are trying to hold off Odox Motorsports, and that is so close. Well, I think it might be switching back and forth as we speak. Those two, that's a battle that's been going on for a little bit and will continue, Connery.
Yeah, exactly. Wyvern Racing, whatever, however you want to pronounce it, trying to get past Odox Sierras. Oh, they'll get blocked off the right-hand side of the circuit there. They had such an overspeed with the overtake button that they'll still be able to try around the outside at the hairpin, but they've gone a little bit too deep here as the Wyvern Racing, so they won't be able to gain that position. That was handed to them on a silver platter, but instead they took it and smashed it on the ground, David.
Yeah, you've got to know how to read the traffic, when to take an opportunity that's to your advantage, and when not to. So, real winners there is Odox Motorsports.
Yeah, they are. They're going to get held up a little bit behind their sister car of the Odox Motorsports GTE machine. As that Odox Motorsports GTE not exactly helping Wyvern Racing here, trying to get past through the final sector. So Michel de Jong, not Mitchell de Jong. It's the Mitchell de Jong is a completely different person. Fantastic rallycross driver, World Championship Grand Prix Series driver. Was in the title fight this year. But Michel de Jong, not Mitchell de Jong. Michel de Jong in as part of Wyvern Racing instead of VRS Commander Sim Sports. There we go. I hope I've explained the differences to you very, very admirably there. As they'll
It's
be
not
able
the
to
Stig, it's his European cousin.
Yeah, exactly.
His Club Benelux cousin.
Yeah, you know, that's another difference as well. You know, Mitchell de Jong, American, Michel de Jong from the Benelux region. So that is another one. That's oh my god, we're at this point in an endurance race now, Cam, where we just talk random stuff.
He's French.
Cool.
So I will say for Hugo Prado, I mean, he has pulled away. I was wondering what the heck happened to the Ava LMP1 machine. He's cleared him. He's cleared now the Wyvern machine. So give it up for Hugo Prado here. That Odox Motorsport Samsung machine. You know, driver selection at the start of a race can be so very important. It's not just put your fastest driver in the car and fingers crossed. You want to have a driver who is good at handling first lap traffic, good at handling first stint, large clump traffic like GTEs, and maybe, you know, reserve your faster driver. And I don't know if Hugo Prado is running faster right now. It might just be how the traffic's running, but it just, as Carlo Villegas has the fastest lap, but of course it's going to be the fastest lap. It was lap number 3 before they even hit the traffic. It's one of those situations where, you know what, I mean, give it up for Hugo Prado, that second run driver here. As after taking off over for Carlos Villegas, that he's running good and strong.
Very strong performance so far from Odox Motorsports, both in the LMP1 class and of course in that GT machine as well. Unfortunately, that GTE car did get caught up with in an instant a little bit earlier on with some prototypes trying to file their way through. Unfortunately got caught up in an instant that wasn't exactly their own, so can't exactly blame them for that one. Speaking of instance, I am just going to have a look at how the process sheet is doing. We had that penalty for the number 49 car. That was the stop and hold penalty for Ava Vivatic. That's the LMP1 Ava Vivatic. That was for causing a collision, lap number 82 turn 10. So that one has come through pretty recently. We have an incident under investigation as well for the, if I can read this correctly, this one's going to be between the 4, the 40 and the 82. So the 4 will be the Bibano Racing 4, so that is the sister car that you're currently using prototype. We've got the 40, which is Road Bastards, and we've also got the 82 of Army Racing Team. That sort of clump is under investigation for unjustifiable
So a car from each class.
risk. And actually, we've just had 2 warnings come through at pretty much the same time. Warning for the number 24 car, which is Team Chimera. That is going to be for exceeding track limits, and the same punishment being handed out to a Vivatic 23, that LMP1 a Vivatic car, for exceeding track limits as well. So those are not the first track limits warnings that have been given out. We've had one for the 27, we've had one for the 1859. So the stewards being very, very strict with the track limits here, so they're not relying on the iRacing system to give instant points and slowdown penalties. They have their own definition of track limits, which is what they're sticking to. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and they do show repeatedly, as somebody has just gotten a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 82, turn 10. They're Renson, whoever the pilot of that machine is. They do hand out a literal PDF document, race briefing, every single race, explicitly stating where their track zone limits are going to be. It's not like it's any different, really, than the iRacing system, but they do know that there's places where you may pick up a 1x or something, but you have a time advantage. Obviously, there's no incident point cap. So in order to stem people from doing things like intentionally driving off the track to gain a little bit of time, we'll see on corner exit, they have these zones, and everyone knows what they are. Everyone has the PDF documents, so they really shouldn't be doing exceeding track limits unless they think they can get away with, which obviously the stewards are showing you can't.
Yeah, you play with fire, and don't be surprised when you get burnt. Saying that we're going to use there. So Eva Vivatic instantly going to bring their car down on towards the lane to serve that stop and hold penalty for 15 seconds. So Gronin will bring that car in and get that car stopped in their box, making sure to not take their pit service at the same time. That is worth reiterating. But battle for P number 43 overall here is getting a little bit spicy, because it's Torrent Motorsports versus Redface versus Mivano number 69 here, so a decent chunk, a decent group battle going on right in the middle of your GTE fields. Currently it stands as Torrent Motorsports, Redface, Mivano in that order, but this order can definitely change, and very, very quickly, David.
Yeah, exactly. Thrustmaster Mivano, a very, very quick team. We can expect good things from them. But then Redface Racing, not bad either. And we've got one of each manufacturer. If you've got your Pokédex out, you can tick all within one shot here. You have caught them all. So I'll have a quick look at the pit strategy is like for these guys. Who's out where? So Thrustmaster Mivano Racing and Dion Fialo very recently out of the pits, is that correct? Well, Vincenzo Amico and Joel Guez about 16 laps into a stint as I see it.
Yeah, exactly, as they're all stacked up, then coming through the long corner, but who's going to get the better run out of the 3? I have to say, it seems rather equal, but Mivano, right on the back of this one, will get the double toe down towards the Sunset Bend. Defensive line taken by Torrent, because Redface looking very aggressive, second in line there. So different lines being taken once again through Sunset Bend. That's exactly what we see pretty much almost every lap as well, but never usually this close between the cars. All 3 then will head their way down across the stripe. There's the Ava Vivatic LMP2 car. That is your race-leading LMP2 car on the outside there, but Mivano looking aggressive right on the back of this train, carrying all the momentum through turn number 1, looking for the challenge down in towards turn number 3, but simply not going to happen. These cars will continue to be stacked up through this tight and twisty first sector count.
All 3 manufacturers in a hair's breadth of each other here, and I gotta say, I'm super excited. No, this is not for the lead in GTE, but that's okay. It is great racing as Joel Guez in the Ferrari is trying to figure out his way through. It's Porsche from Ferrari from Ford here for this fight for 43rd position in the overall standings. That's good enough for, I believe, somewhere maybe outside the top 10, maybe position number 12. as here he comes to the inside, clipping the apex just a little bit tight. He should have the overbreak going in through the extraordinarily tight Cunningham corner. Will they make contact? No, they will not. And the Ford of Dion Fiallo wants to get involved in some of this action too, Connor, as they head their way towards the tower corner.
Redface Racing making their way through to make it a Ferrari-led trio instead of a Porsche-led trio, but this one definitely isn't over yet, especially if you're Dion Fiallo right at the back of this train. What can he do in that Ford GT? And this is the sort of section where that Ford GT really does work through the high-speed, the medium to high-speed corners, but unfortunately not able to bring themselves close enough just for now, looking for the good exit off of the Mon, and Fiallo might just have an opportunity down into a Sunset Bend. You see the weaving that's going on from Redface trying to break the draft away from the two cars behind, but into Sunset Bend they'll go so deep from Torrent Motorsports. They'll look for the outside through the second apex, but not able to just yet. They will continue with that theme though, taking it right to the grass verge on the exit of the corner. There's a LMP2 car getting itself involved here, but Torrent are going to go for the move down the inside then. They'll back out of that one. Oh, that was definitely on the cards, but the thing is, because of that, Joel Grez has taken a different line through the corner. There's Racing Center Prototype trying to come through, but Torrent Motorsports say, you can just wait for a moment. I'm going to go around the outside, or at least attempt to, coming through the first sector, but that is going to be the trio split up by Prototypes right now. Racing Center 5 Sports have to get out of the way of the LMP1. The GTs have to get out of the way of both the LMP1 and the LMP2, and that means this battle has spread out. Boo-hoo there.
Prototypes ruin everything. Confirmed.
Oh, yeah, Prototypes do ruin everything. Although this battle seems to be back on then, between Redface Racing and Torrent Motorsports.
Okay, take it back then.
We'll take back the lead country away from Mr. Cowwatch there, but yeah, these guys are just, you know, there's a little bit more of a gap between them than there otherwise would have been, but David, these GT battles can get pretty hectic.
Yeah, and I sounded a lot like Cam Walsh for a second there, didn't I? Yeah, what happened is you did get two prototypes between the Torrent Motorsports car and Thrustmaster Movano Racing Dion Fiallo. But then look, right behind there's another one of those Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports cars. It's a GTE here. So now from 12th through to 15th in this GTE category, all in one shot there. Alex Breitigam. Oh my gosh, I'm apologizing to him, but yeah, he's done a pretty good job to avoid getting caught up in too much of the fierce battling and the other class traffic. So fierce in the middle of GTE, and I really would have expected just a little bit more from Dion Fiallo, but he's not quite got the pace of Vincenzo Amico and Joel Guez.
Take it away, Cam.
The name is Alex Breitigam. I have no idea if that's the correct pronunciation, but that's what it is now. Breitigam. So that's what we're going with. I will say I do also like their paint scheme as well, as here comes their teammate car, who is currently in position number 8 in LMP1.
Dominic Farber there in that prototype making their way through. You just see that on the left-hand side of your screen right there, trying to deal with this GT traffic. You see that train of 3 GT cars ahead that these prototypes are going to have to deal with, even though these guys are fighting for position, so they won't give too many inches either on the outside or the inside, and that is why, because Movano, that leading number 3 prototype, almost had a massive moment there trying to get through on these same guys we've been watching for the past 5 minutes or so. They've managed to squeak their way through, but that could have been a much bigger incident now. Mr. Cameron Walsh.
But he's got pizza.
I said I have pizza. Don't distract from my pizza eating abilities.
We'll leave Cam Walsh to be able to enjoy his pizza in peace, as you know.
Well, we enjoy a slice of the action.
No. It's Neo Endurance tradition of what you talk about while you're having food. Same with iRacing special events. So, what pizza do you have, Cam?
Pepperoni and sausage, of course.
That is
like an American.
as long as there's no pineapple on it, we should be all good. But here we go. Here's the battle between Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES number 69 versus Torrent Motorsports here. Down in towards Sunset Bend. It's looking pretty close if we'll get this one up on your screen. The number 98 and the number 69 battling through Sunset Bend right now. They're just coming like it. There we go. We'll get the picture up for you on the screen right now. Movano looking so aggressive here. But the thing is, they're just not able to capitalize over the opportunities that they've been given so far. So Torrent Motorsports able to hold steady right now as this trio has been split up into just a single and a duo, but the battles still remain here, David.
Yeah, exactly. Suddenly, that Thrustmaster Movano Ford looking a little bit pacier. Sets up a later apex through that corner. Try and get a good run in the slipstream as they approach the hairpin. It's not quite as close as you'd want to be to make the move, and just a slightly defensive positioning there for Torrent Motorsports. The way locks up, runs a bit deep, and they're gonna go too wide. Oh, that's very close.
That is so close, side by side. They'll bring it then down towards, oh my god, that's down the middle. The Movano car is gone. Of these two battling GT cars on the brakes then for the right-hander. Movano have managed to squeak their way ahead. The Movano GT car have managed to squeak their way ahead. There's the SimRC LMP1 car that's currently running in position number 3, looking to get themselves involved. Same with the Road Bastards LMP2 car, as I always feel like I have to apologize every single time I say their name because of Ofcom broadcasting rules here in the UK, but oh well, it's just their team name, I kind of have to say it. But FRH Motorsports, they'll look to make their way through as well in this situation. So this GT battle being greeted by a ton, and I mean a ton, of prototypes, David.
Yeah, indeed. I believe it's around 700 to 800 kilograms for a P1, so you'd only need a few of them before you were at a ton. Meanwhile, those P2 cars, a little bit lighter, but missing some of the horsepower, as I take your figure of speech far too literally.
Yeah. You know, what can I do? What can I do when my color commentators do that? But oh well. Looking at the racing out on track right now, you can see how congested it is coming down the pit straight, although that one's going to file itself out single file, no problems at all for any of the prototypes heading their way through. So this GT battle going to be spread out a little bit. So the issue is here now, Cam, if you're still with us, so I can give you a little bit of time to swallow your pizza before you make your next point. But Movano, the issue for them now is trying to catch the red-faced racing car ahead of them. They were involved in that 3-car battle with them just a couple of laps ago, but since they got split up by prototypes, they had to deal with Torrent Motorsports on their own. So the next target on the list is that red-faced racing car of Bilguez. And he's not finished with his mouthful. There we go. David, take it away.
Yeah, so that battle continuing on for the GTEs, but one thing I got my eye on is since Hugo Preto for Odox Motorsports has gotten past Wyvern Racing Neo, it looks like Wyvern Racing going backwards a little bit, and MSI Esports Victor Lobato Lopez is closing in as Wyvern Racing come into the pits, because I curse it.
Yeah, they do. So that's the pit stop service in full swing, at least for Wyvern Racing, and the car pitting behind them as well between those yellow cones. So LMP1's designed to decide that now is a pretty good time to get themselves a pit stop done as we get very close to the halfway point in this particular race. So the battle currently looking at right now is about 0.6 of a second separating them between iRacing Today Motorsports and the UI1 Positive Sim Racing car. This is towards the back of the field in terms of your LMP2 classification, but still a battle that's getting pretty close around the outside. Positive Sim Racing have to go of that Movano car, but they're going to get a little bit held up through the Sunset Bend there. You can just see that right in the back of your shot. So Positive Sim Racing Orange, that bright green car on the left-hand side, is being held up a little bit by the GT cars through Sunset Bend. That's not going to help in terms of their challenge, in terms of their challenge and their battle with iRacing Today Motorsports, but through the rest of the traffic they'll go pretty much okay. There's the Race Clutch LMP1 car that's trying to make their way through as well. So another situation where you have LMP2s, LMP1s and GT cars all lapping each other can be very, very hectic, but these guys know exactly how to deal with it, or at least most of them, I hope, know exactly how to deal with it. I definitely won't, because I am still below 2K iRacing on roads. I'm very embarrassed about that fact, David.
Well, they say those who can't teach, and maybe in sim racing, those who can't commentate. But yeah, in that LMP2
hey, you got that the wrong way around. It's not those who can't commentate, it's those who can't race commentate, okay?
Yeah. So in that Prototype 2 battle there, it was still very close. So even as iRacing Today Motorsports was getting away from positive sim racing a little bit, with Schubert Motorsports with Moritz Fricker was right there as well. So 10th place in Prototype 2, not especially glamorous, but they're fighting hard for it.
Yeah, definitely will be. As once again, we'll see the lapping procedure in full effect right at the front of that particular train, but that is just going to be a theme throughout the rest of the race now. No big clumps of traffic to be dealing with for any of these prototypes or GT cars here. It's just going to be drips and drabs here till the end as the field spreads themselves out. We might see some natural clumping here later on in terms of the amount of cars they have to lap, but you know, the overall theme is just going to be one or two cars here and there. As I've triggered into somewhat of a egotistical discussion in the RaceSpot TV TeamSpeak here, as we have Hugo Luis, our very own Hugo Luis, who's currently directing the cameras. Of course, a World Championship Grand Prix Series championship winner, saying, I have 8K iRating. And yeah, I know we can't be all as fast as you, Hugo, okay? Go on, Cal.
We don't have three names in our names, okay? God.
I mean, I could potentially have three names in my name if I signed up to iRacing with it. So, it's like, unfortunately we don't have that luxury sometimes.
Is that the secret? Like, you need the race spot sticker and then multiple names.
Oh yeah, exactly. That is just the ultimate secret of how to be fast in iRacing. We've cracked the Enigma code of iRacing. That is exactly how you go fast. Have multiple names and have RaceSpot TV stickers on your car. It's it's exactly, the thing is we can't say that for sure because we've had Martin Kroenke win with RaceSpot TV stickers, but the thing is he doesn't have more than two names. So it's funny how things turn like that. But we're actually on board with the number 45 car right now, which is going to be the Positive Sim Racing number 45 car. They are hot on the heels of the iRacing Today Motorsports now, as we'll see them get past that GT car coming down the Ullman Straight. Maybe Positive Sim Racing will have an opportunity down in Sunset Bend, but it looks to me, even though they're staying in the slipstream, they're not gaining too much. So that screams to me that Positive Sim Racing are running a higher downforce setup, so they'll be much better through the high and medium speed corners than the iRacing Today Motorsports car, but they're not able to get themselves in a position to challenge at the end of these long straights, which is one of the downsides of taking a higher downforce setup, David.
Yeah, exactly. It'll always be a compromise in that way. Still, there's not a whole lot really to adjust with the aero. The sort of set aero kits for these Prototype 2s, but then the rear wing angle doesn't make a whole lot of difference to the end straight line speed. I think Glenn Key's definitely positioning to maybe put a move on Chad Dalton's iRacing Today Motorsports car sometime soon, as he's rather quick through the hairpin with not quite as strong an exit.
Yeah, exactly. So Positive Sim Racing getting themselves close, but not close enough to be able to make it side by side with Chad Dalton of the iRacing Today Motorsports car. You can just see how much better that Positive Sim Racing car is on the brakes, and some of that will come down to the slightly higher downforce actually helping with the braking performance as well, don't forget. But Glenn Key, just has to work with the downsides of that particular philosophy now, as he will lose time on the straight bits of the racing circuit, and the end of the straight bits of the racing circuit, Cam, is usually where you make those passes. So it's a tough situation for Key to be in at this moment in time, but one thing that would really benefit is for him to get a good exit off of Le Mans, which he does not get.
I almost wonder, at some point, it seems that he gets the draft and he's able to kind of pull on closer, but then he doesn't really do anything with that speed, and I almost wonder, is he saving a little bit of fuel. We have to remember, of course, with this being an endurance race, there is a strategy to be had. Who cares if you're in 27th position if you can save your fuel and hopefully not clack that outside tire barrier on the exit to Sunset Bend, but it looks to me, when he does get close, he doesn't really push the subject. Maybe he's just trying to keep the car okay, or something to that effect. I don't know.
We've had a moment, we've had a change for position in your LMP field, in fact. As hang on, I'm just going to double check this one because this one seems to be rather odd indeed. No, it's just SimRC.de Emerald coming off of the pit lane. There's been no change in that sort of situation, but one thing that has changed though is down in your GTE field by the looks of things, because Core Sim Racing GTE have managed to get themselves to the front of that field, and that happened not too long ago. I'm just going to wind things back to see exactly what the situation was between Core Sim Racing GTE and Triton Racing. Don't forget, this was the battle for the race lead in GTE. I'm just wondering if maybe Triton Racing had a little bit of a moment, since the gap does seem to be rather large. And they haven't come down on towards the lane, which is what is confusing me right now. So maybe we can just take another little look and see exactly what has happened. But David, this GT field is where the action has all been for pretty much the last hour and a half to 2 hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if they if Triton had a moment and had a little bit of a battle with Core Sim Racing off screen.
Yeah, exactly. As strong as the field is in Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, GTE has the most cars. It was the closest in qualifying, and in the race, the racing is incredibly close as well. So, yeah, a small mistake could cost you a lot in that GTE field. And obviously there's been a driver change for Core Sim Racing and Triton Racing compared to how they started. So that could affect the pace difference between those two teams as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what exactly has happened, because the gap stands around just over 5 seconds at this point. So maybe I just completely missed something like an hour ago, and we just haven't quite picked up on it. But yeah, go on, Cam.
I was just saying, obviously they've had an issue.
They haven't had a particularly slow lap over the past 20 or so laps, so that
just a bobble or something, maybe, or alternatively, what could happen is, the Core Sim Racing car could have gotten a nice, lovely draft or something like that for a couple of laps. Who knows?
We'll solve that mystery soon. Not to worry about that particular one. But Core Sim Racing do lead the way then in GTE over Triton Racing, with SimRC.de Crimson in the third place position in that particular field as the mystery goes on. But we're quickly drawing to a close the first half of this particular event, the 6 hours of Sebring. About 4 minutes until we take over into 3 hours to go, and then the last 3 hours will be where a lot of the action is in terms of the finishing positions for this race. But right now, in terms of LMP2, let's have a little bit of a look at what they've been up to, because the battle for P number 2 has closed up just a little bit. Fenric Kern setting a 1.53.7 that last time by, and a 1.52.5 being set by Team Heusingfeld in P number 3. So this may be the place to watch here as we get in towards our second half, Cam.
Absolutely, and for the LMP2, I mean, are we doing the full rundowns, or are we just talking about them?
We're just talking about them.
We're just talking about them. I mean, it's been one of those weird situations where we expect, the LMP1s to be just completely dominated by one car, which, I mean, to be fair, we basically have, but the LMP2 cars really balanced out between the field, if you think about it. I mean, this great battle between Apex Racing UK, this Ava Vervantek. We've had a couple of incidents with LMP2 cars and LMP1 cars and LMP2 cars and GTE cars, but for the most part, I think it's been pretty all right. We had that rough start at the beginning with Inertia Sim Racing and Race Clutch, but past that, I mean, it's been pretty okay if you think about it. And we've also, on top of that, had some really good racing.
to answer someone in the chat and wondering why there aren't more Audis in this particular event, and wondering if iRacing should do a little bit of BOPing to try and get the Audi more on terms with the Porsche. But the issue with the Audi does run a little bit deeper than just a simple balance of performance difference. It's with the way the ERS works and the whole fuel tank and battery capacity issue as well. So I don't want to see something like that balanced with just putting ballast in the Porsche, because I think that would just be putting a band-aid over a bigger issue, David.
Yeah, exactly. I think I agree with your opinion there. It's better to have it how it is than to, I guess, lie. The standard to which iRacing scan and model the cars is a lot of people don't see exactly how deep that goes in the way that they model suspension geometry, driveline inertia, all these kind of things, and it's a thing of beauty that you don't want them to mess with that part of the simulation from reality.
Yeah, exactly. We had that whole situation in the GT World Championship with the balance of performance between the Audis and the rest of the field, and we just got some absolutely ridiculous ballast requirements for the Audi with like 40 kilograms, which was basically having a rather small extra passenger in the car that they have to deal with, and still the Audis were pretty strong. So the thing is, the GT World Championship has moved away, or it is going to move away from the GT3s. We'll start to see the GTE machines on the grid for next season, which does make strategies a little bit more boring, I could argue, since they do take tires as well as the fuel. But it'll just be a faster series in terms of the lap times as well, and a little bit different in terms of the driver aids that the drivers can use, because GT3s, of course, have traction control and ABS. The thing is, I think the ABS does not exist on the GTE cars as per the regulations. So I guess it sort of more relies on driver skill, especially on the exit of the corners there in those GTE machines. Cam.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, I mean, you're going to have a good battle between Ford, Ferrari, and Porsche. Now, I love the GT3 machines, but, I have a feeling the drivers just want that much more of a challenge. And as far as I'm concerned, you could almost have a feeder championship series into a situation where you could have a feeder championship, a premier series of GT3 cars, and then your pro of the GTE cars. But who knows? For me, we are watching an Audi battle. I guess I shouldn't say an Audi. You should say the Audi battle. Of Dennis Garrison, Virtual Motorsport, the number 12 machine, racing against or trying to pursue the F4H Motorsport number 17. Now, when we went on board with that Audi many years ago, it feels like, they got passed by the F4H machine, and now, well, here they are.
Here they are able to challenge using the ERS. Are both cars, but I think A4H are managing to pull away in this sort of situation. Down towards the right-hander, they will still lead this particular battle, as we do have Neil Heckins ready for an interview. We won't get onto that one just yet, since we have passed the halfway point of this race. Inside then, the final 3 hours here at Sebring. I've got to step aside just for the end of this race. I've got some other commitments to attend to, but I leave you in the rather capable hands of Cameron Walsh, David Haynes, and of course Tobias Brockman, who are going to be dragging into the commentary booth. Before I go, though, I will leave you with a RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with one of these cars out here today. Have we not done a LMP2 just yet? I think we should do an on-board with one of those cars, on board with the 35 of Team Huizinveld, as they try to chase down P number 2 in LMP2. I've been Connery Maddock, and I'll be signing off for the final 3 hours. Goodbye, guys, and stay tuned, because this race finish is going to be amazing.
native, Martin Kroenke, he will start himself on pole position here today. It's going to be a long race. It will be a frustrating race for a number of drivers, but it's all going to be about who can get maximum momentum at the start of this event. The lights will go on top of the iRacing gantry. We are ready to go racing here at the Nürburgring. Lights are out. We are away. And it's a good start then by Kroenke as they storm down into turn one. Look at Gregor Hutu in towards that first corner. He held the outside line. He will take second place away from the looks of it of Marcus Jensen. So Hutu up into second place early on. Behind, we've got ourselves a little bit of beating and banging. Mitchell Young remains in fourth place for the time being. But what a start there, Johnny, by Gregor Hutu.
Yeah, Hutu rocketed off the line. There he is, riding on board with him, heading through the middle part of the lap right now. He's edging closer and closer to Kroenke here. It'll be an epic first lap if he can get past. But for Martin, perfect start. Almost had a touch from Marcus Jensen heading into the first corner, but it was all clean. The Burst Esports driver demoted to third.
Well, Jake, that's going to change a lot of his strategy now for Martin Kroenke, because it was Jensen who was running in second place. Kroenke might have thought he could stretch his legs. He can't do that anymore because I believe that Hutu is in charge mode.
Yeah, he certainly is. Also keep an eye on that start because it checked up for Jamie Fluke, and Fluke went around into his own teammate, no less. And I believe that was Antoine Higeland at the very, very beginning of this race. So really not ideal here for Apex Racing drivers on the opening lap.
Looking from the rear end of Martin Kroenke's Commander Sim Sport car. Hutu with DRS. He has a great opportunity here, Will. I think he's a bit too far behind, but certainly to pack on some pressure.
Yeah, and again, all of those right down to the inside goes Gregor Hutu, and he's been able to get the inside line for turn number 2. Pass of the season there. Gregor Hutu storms himself down to the race lead. I cannot believe that. Let's have a look again on board with Gregor Hutu, because this one was something special. He came back from 4 car lengths back in towards turn number 1, launched it down to the inside. He somehow managed to make it work. He overshot the corner, and arguably, Johnny, I would say that Kroenke realized that Hutu overshot and gave him the position.
Wow. I think that Gregor Hutu didn't mean to make that move, Will. I'm going to say something very silly. I don't think he meant it. It was such a late dive down to the inside, and it was almost as if I'm hitting my braking point. Oh, wait, I'm going so much quicker.
Oh, welcome back. Yes, I am not the smooth, smart tones of Connery Manic. It is the American Cam Walsh. It's his American cousin. How about that? It's myself, Cam Walsh. It's David Haynes, and we are joined by Tobias Brockman, and we have been bringing you the Neo Endurance Series round number 1, the 6 hours of Sebring. We have had drama high, drama low, and, well, we have now had drama... going around full circle, literally, as the Williams Jim Jr. Yellow Machine, the Ferrari of 97, has elected to take a interesting line going underneath the bridge corner here, as we're getting the replay on your screens right now. Yes, that is the scoreboard, and there you go. There's the Ferrari. And he comes in through the first sector here, everything looking quite comfortable for Julian Escudar, and then he pops over a curb once, pops open a curb twice, loses the rear just a hair, and there's the bridge, and unfortunately, that sends him upside down and flipping up and down, and that is going to be that, as everyone taking to the grass and evasive maneuvering as he took the tow, getting that car out of the way. You can see it on pit lane now, as here's the replay on board, just clips that, and it just grips the wheel. The wheel was spun to the left just a little bit, and that just flipped the car over, which, you know, some might go, oh, iRacing physics. Well, David, that's actually, quite frankly, we've seen that happen to a lot of GT cars. These cars don't weigh a lot.
Yeah, and anytime you're going that fast, you hit a wall with an oblique impact like that, it's a thorough possibility and they were behind the Team Bushfink racing car at the time, so that might have been around 11th or 12th position. So they were running very well, but it's come undone for that particular Williams Jim Jr. car.
Yeah, particularly undone. Well, most of it's come undone, to be completely honest. Triton Racing, your leader in GTE, is on pit lane, which is going to make what we are going to do next a bit difficult, because we're going to do our rundowns. That is going to be the number 3 machine of Marcus Hamilton. Your current leader hasn't really been challenged since that first real attempt from SimRC.de Emerald. But they have been your leader pretty much from the get-go, and they are continuing to be your leader. In the second position in LMP1, it then goes to the Thrustmaster Movano NES number 4 machine. These are the cars, that was the car that qualified in the second position. As we're getting it up on your screen right now. There you go. SimRC.de is currently running in 3rd, and now so your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position runners are exactly where they started. Race Clutch moved up a couple of positions there in 4th, and then you get the extraordinarily long name Porsche Basel powered by Esporg eSport machine, whom was doing very confidently in a kind of a power move as far as the pit strategy goes, but unfortunately had a stop and hold penalty for a collision. MSI Esports runs along in the number 6 position. Odax Motorsport follows along with Wyvern. F4H Motorsport, Virtual Motorsport, or Audi, is currently running out your top 10 position. The ABA Vervatic, we'll get it one of these days, currently running in the 11th position. They are currently being pursued by Torrent Motorsport, but not by that close, to be completely honest. The VRT e-racing machine, that purple LMP1 machine, is running 13th, and you got Simitak eSport and the UI1 Positive Sim Racing, the machine, in 15th. After that, then you go straight to LMP2, and David, we'll do LMP2 with you.
Yes, currently leading our Prototype 2 category, getting passed by some P1s on screen there. It's one of the Ava Vervatic cars in P2. In 2nd and previously leading was Apex Racing UK. 3rd place is Team Hoisingfeld. 4th is Torque Freak Racing. 5th place, Team Mad. 6th, TNT Racing. 7th, SRN Motorsports. 8th is IRDK Endurance. 9th is the Positive Sim Racing car that's probably having the better day compared to its teammates. 10th is Schubert Motorsports. 11th, iRacing Today Motorsports. 12th, World of Sim Racing Team. The 13th is Inertia Racing Team. 14th, our favorite pronounced carefully team, it's Road Bastards. And 15th is Lux Sim 24, my opinion and therefore fact podcast.
And that runs out the top 15. That's your top 30 runners right now. I'll run through the GTEs as Tobias is here, but we gotta let him. We gotta stick the toe in the water here. So we'll run through the GTE cars real quick. It's the Core Sim Racing GTE Ford is leading. Yes, you heard me correct. The Ford is leading, and they are currently running pretty strong with Yanni Kira. Thrustmaster Movano's Dion Fialo is running in the Thrustmaster Movano 69 Ford, so that's a Ford 1-2. Then you get that Triton Racing Porsche. The Triton Racing Porsche has been running strong. They were in the lead up until they actually just came into the pits right when we came back from commercial break. Then you've got the Porsche Basel powered by Sorg eSport Porsche. Then you got back to the 77 machine. That's the Sim RC Crimson. That's also a Porsche. MSI Esports, number 75, a paint scheme I'm a pretty big fan of. At 75, as then you get back to the Army Racing Team, who has been covering damage since the start of this race, and they have been doing a good, strong job with it. Simitak Esports Ferrari is in close pursuit, and then you got the Williams Jim Jr. Black Machine. No, not the Ferrari we just saw flip, but their teammate. Then you have Team 85 with Rito Hartman. Now this one's pretty interesting. They were running very strong up until they started having intermittent brake issues with Lucas Justnacht, and they slowly slid their way back before checking out. Then they went to the Zenith as an eSport machine. Then you got them being pursued by the Torque Freak Racing eSport. And then you got Torrent Motorsport, not that far behind in another Porsche. Torrent is currently in a fight with a Red Face Racing by MXS Engineering Machine. And then you got Team 84 kind of on their own. Euphoria DriveX is also there. SRN Motorsports is also there, and then you've got the Team Bushfink Racing pink machine. So, with that, that's pretty much your full rundown. Cars that are excluded are out. Team Chimera had a big incident early on. They're out running, but they're 16 laps down. Williams, Jim Jr. Yellow, we just saw flip over. Odax Motorsport had an issue. They're retired in their GTE machine. UI, one positive sim racing green car, the one that kept getting penalties. That one's out. Logitech G Altus is out. Race Clutch is out. And Team 52 was not a starter because obviously there was no Team 52. So, with that, we now resume normal coverage. Well, it's a bit difficult to kind of pick up where to leave off. At this point, David, it seems to me like everyone is just kind of taking it not easy. It can never be easy here at Sebring, but it's one of those situations where the last thing you want to do is be involved in an incident when you're past halfway.
Yeah, exactly. As we get, as you say, past halfway, a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams will be looking at, okay, we have a pit stop now and then another full service pit stop, and then how long is our short stop maybe going to be to get us to the end? You start looking at how long that's going to be and work out your strategy from here to get you to the end quick as possible.
All right, and we do have Tobias Brockman and Neil Heckens, but Heckens isn't going to be doing commentary with us, unlike Tobias. Tobias, hello! Welcome to Sebring, as he's going to be slotting in here, taking over for Connery. And, well, you've seen a bit of the action in the beginning of the race and some of the intermittents during. Ben, I just got to say, you know, it's a full WEC series as it is here at Sebring. I don't think there's anything you could ever ask for more.
No, it really has all the action you really want for. And also a lot of friends are really racing here. So Xbox, for example, or Schubert Motorsports, which I'm racing with normally, they're competing quite well. You said it before, the penalty was kind of unnecessary and really hurting. But I think there's someone waiting for an interview.
Yeah, we have Neil Heckens. That is, of course, the N in NEO, the Neil and Eagle organization, of course, sans Eagle at this point. Niall, hello, welcome to the booth for the first time this season. It's the 2018-2019 season, and I mean, you guys in the race control booth have had probably the easiest day I can ever remember in recent memory.
Hi Cam, it's good to be back. Well, so far it's going okay now, but especially before the race we had quite some last-minute issues that needed to be solved. For example, my Discord bot kept crashing, and I had to use the qualifying session to solve that issue. But fortunately, it's solved and has been very stable ever since. So that's very great. And yeah, the start was a bit hectic. Seems some people are doing too much official races with their starts in the lower classes, but yeah, it's the first race of the season. We expected quite some incidents, to be honest, because everybody's new and unfamiliar with each other. And now we see a couple hours in, everybody's in the flow, and it's going well so far, I think.
Yeah, that first hour was extraordinarily hectic as we're watching this battle for the 20th position for the Team Mad of Miguel Freitas and Benjamin Lindsay with TNT Racing, which I have to squint my eyes. I'm so used to TNT Racing being a bright yellow machine. It's a little alarming to me. I feel like I'm like colorblind here, but it's one of those situations where this always is kind of going to happen. You can do as many practice sessions and as many team building exercises, as it were, between the different classifications of cars, that it's one of those situations where no matter what you do, the first race is always going to have teething issues. I mean, and on top of that, we're adding, of course, the LMP1 machines, and yes, everyone is familiar with Sebring, and yeah, we've had these cars for a season or two, but there's just something about putting 50-plus cars on the track and expecting guys to work on it.
Yeah, exactly, and also Sebring is not one of the easiest tracks out there. So yeah, we expected the teething issues indeed, and I think from this point on we expect it to become better throughout the season.
And speaking of the season, it seems to me that you guys have really kind of picked a series of tracks that are going to be very challenging. We saw how much of a time difference there is in the qualifying between the three different classifications of cars. I mean, we're going to go to Interlagos, we're going to go to Suzuka. I mean, just kind of take me through kind of how you expect this season to unfold. You really hoping that these guys get these things all cleaned up?
Yeah, I expect so, to be honest. I think, yeah, the tracks are pretty challenging, but we've also, usually we try to switch max tracks at the same time, but some tracks were so popular from all the teams and drivers that we just had to put them in there. For example, Suzuka. A lot of people wanted Suzuka for years, and after a couple of years of twin ring with Motegi, we thought it would be time to give Suzuka a chance. It will be challenging, of course, but that track is so much fun.
Yeah, it certainly is. And speaking of good tracks, I mean, Sebring, this has been kind of the continuous home of Neo, no matter what the iteration is, whether we're running old GT1s or GT3s or whatever we are running. Neo has really always seemed to have started here at Sebring. It's almost tradition at this point. I would say it is tradition. And it looks to me like we have a lot of new faces out there. Not so many, perhaps, of the old faces, but what that does mean is that we get to see new challenges, new drivers, new teams, and I can always say that's a positive, not a negative.
Yeah, exactly. It's a classic case of the king is dead, long live the king. Of course, we had Rwanda, some sport who dominated the series from the start, and for example, they've decided to focus more on the World Championship Series, which I cannot blame them to do that. I mean, it's of course it's a pity we lose teams like Pure Racing Team or Rwanda Sim Sport. But at the same time, this gives a lot of new teams the opportunity teams who have been trying to get into this series for years now, but were just on the wrong side of the cutoff line, and now they are on the right side. So, I mean, it's a nice thing. I mean, we are still a league, and we just want to give everyone who's participating and also watching same experience as you're watching a real-life race.
Well, I can certainly say this is, in fact, a real-life race, because they are really racing. I mean, it's one of those things where simulation is just gotten to that point where watching these cars go around, watching everything go on, as I just watched the number 99 machine, Zenith Esport, ended up going off track, and that's collected the MSI Esports LMP1 machine, as well as the Luxem MOATF machine. We can get a replay of that one, as that's the number 44 machine. He'll go get set spound up, as it looks to me like the Porsche was just going into their corner, and unfortunately the LMP2 car just a little too late on the brakes, or was expecting something, and that just caused a little chain reaction there. The LMP1 car seemed to be all right. Everyone seems to be all right, quite frankly. Luckily so. I don't know if the fuser of the back of that car is damaged. Maybe no. But either way, everyone continues, so a little bit of a bobble there. But back to the point I was going to make, which I have completely forgotten, so now I'm going to talk about something else completely different in order to hopefully remember. For the rest of this race, we've been trying to see just who can climb to the top here. It really seemed to me like the LMP2 class was kind of going to be this privateer, quote-unquote, as it is, series where, I mean, you kind of, the car's been around forever, setups are plentiful, and it just looks to me like we've got a very wide variety of cars in that LMP2 category.
Yeah, exactly, and we also didn't expect to have a full grid for the P2 class, to be honest. But it's great that we have 3 full classes this season, which makes it more fun for everybody. I'm also very happy to see Apex Racing UK back after their horrendous first season in their C-Spec car. where they just got tossed around literally in multiple races where they just couldn't do anything
like
about
Phoenix.
it. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's good to see them back. But yeah, the P2 classes, I think it's wide open. There are so many contenders there.
Yeah, now, of course, I have to ask the dreaded question that I hate to ask, but I always have to ask. We are going to be hitting a build at some point during mid-season. Of course, the Neo season takes many, many months. And, of course, we finish out with the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're going to be hitting the build. What are you hoping for, I guess, from what we have now to the builds that is going to be coming up at some point? I forget what week we are on in the iRacing service. I feel like we just started, like maybe a couple of weeks ago, but it's never that far away when it's only 12 weeks.
No, I think the next build is somewhere in December. We're just hoping that iRacing would be able to release day-night transitions hopefully in December, otherwise in March, just before our 24-hour race. I think that's one of the biggest things as far as car balance. Yeah, I think there might be some issues between the Porsche and Audi, but I think the GTE cars are just spot on. This has been some great racing so far.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, of course, I have to say Porsche's probably have it here, but I have a feeling that that's not going to be a permanent feature as we're watching the 36 and the 34 Battle Team TNT closed right on in there. Nose getting cut off by the Team Mad driver of Miguel Fritos. Anyways, we'll let you get back to your duties now, and thank you so much for hopping in and taking the time with us, and we really appreciate it here in the booth. And of course, Connery just had to step out after doing the first 3 hours, and I know that he was having a great time doing this, so we of course appreciate it so much as TNT goes side by side on kind of a over-under there. So great smart move from Benjamin Lindsay as he gets the position, so good on him. He will move up into what will be the 5th position in LMP2, but either way, we'll give you the floor now, and if you want to give a thanks to, you certainly can.
Yeah, of course. I want to thank Nick Tisse from ATVO. Big shout out for helping us with their tool. They made the race control tool where we can monitor all the off tracks, which has been a great help so far. Also want to thank all the stewards today in the race control: Alvin, Jason, Marco, Michael, Nick, and Paul.
They haven't been doing anything today.
No, no. I'm very happy that we were with this many in the opening hours, because there was so much to do, all the technical issues as well. Yeah, and also I want to thank you guys for another great broadcast so far, and I'm looking forward to the final 2.5 hours of this race.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for joining us. I always love interviewing you, and yeah, most certainly. Shout out to your guys working in race control. An absolute stalwart job, and I always love the organizational part. I love the PDFs and the spotting guide and all the good bits. So of course, I'm sure it'll only get better as time goes on. It's our first season of the LMP1. I'm excited. Everyone here is excited. So. Fingers crossed, we'll keep it going from strength to strength, and you have a good rest of your 6 hours of Sebring.
Yes, thanks.
That's Neil Hackins of the NEO organization, one of the very first co-founders. David, just to talk to his points, it is kind of one of those situations where you get to see a lot of new faces. Of course, you get the new LMP1. This race control system, look, if it's made by Nick Thyssen, I'm not familiar with it, but if it's made by Nick Thyssen, it's worth its weight in gold as far as I'm concerned. So that, of course, is probably helping out immensely. It just looks to me like we're setting ourselves up to have a pretty good season.
Yeah, exciting start for sure. Lots of names that we recognize, a few that are coming up that are a bit newer. Speaking of the software, I know that there's some that will help race control zero in on incidents and other things like that, and it's great that they're using all of the tools available to them to keep abreast of everything that's going on and make their decisions as they have to. And for this race just now, though, quite a few battles still happening, and I think we're watching one right now.
Yeah, and on top of that, we do have a 15-second stop and hold for the Luxem MO8F podcast car for the avoidable contact. That was for the rear bump that we saw there. No surprises there, I think, Tobias. That was a pretty straightforward, you run on the back of a car going into a corner. That's a slower car in a slower class, and you end up, you're going to have to come in and serve a 15-second stop and hold penalty.
I mean, yeah, you have responsibilities when you are in the faster car, and it was really avoidable. He could just have waited after the turn, but 15 seconds, this is still, I mean, even whether now the gaps are a little bit larger, 15 seconds is still a lot of time.
It certainly is. I mean, even if it's just a drive-through, that still would have been a pretty significant amount of time. Maybe not so much if they could service the car whilst also taking pits. But with this, they cannot. That's been an update to the rules as of last 2 seasons ago, I think now. But either way, yeah, it's going to take a chunk out of them. And they are currently running in the third from the bottom, so I mean that's what, probably 13th position, something like that. So it's not going to be going a good day for them, but overall, though, I have to say, for what we have had, there have been a couple of what you could say questionable calls as P2 cars are on pit lane, but for the most part, I think they've been pretty straightforward. Sometimes they've been easy enough to call. As a pair of LMP2 cars comes off, as it's Justin Hall and Dirk Van Telolden of Torque Freak coming off following Team Heisenfeld. And Tobias, it just seems to me that hopefully they can clean these things up. But when you're going to Interlagos, you're going to Suzuka, I mean, it's you can't get more close quarters than if you were, say, running at like a Roval or something.
Yeah, and the Lagos is getting pretty interesting, I think, because you have a lot of slow turns, and the mechanical grip, of course, from GTE cars is a lot better than from the P2s and P1s. So they should start to get to know each other a little bit more and to start to race a little bit, let's not say more fairly, but maybe more predictable.
More considerate, probably, and also there's going to be such a speed difference down the straights that in the track is so small that hopefully the classes can get separated pretty quick and easily, and then when everyone intermingles, it's a bit easier when you only have to deal with one car or 2 car per corner rather than the entire chunk. But either way, we'll go back to David. I mean, we did see during that interview the TNT racing car Benjamin Lindsay kind of get past the Team Madden P2. For 5th position, but outside of that, nothing too crazy's happened. I did notice that the Thrustmaster Movano car did lose out to SimRC.de Emerald, and that was a pass for position on the racing track, not in the pits. So SimRC is really still pulling really forward. They may be 30 seconds behind their overall race leader, but they are still in this.
Yeah, driver change not too long ago. Currently Simon Grossman behind the wheel of that number 7 SimRC.de Emerald car. And that's what I keep saying, is there's an ebb and flow, as there'll always be a slight pace difference between different drivers in one car. And maybe Simon Grossman just has a little bit of advantage over Maxim Bryant in the number 4 Thrustmaster Movano. But number 3 Thrustmaster Movano P1 with Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel, looking untouchable.
He's on pit lane right now. Untouchable. Now, we did have, I think for me the big thing is that you go from Marcus Hamilton to Tommaso Carlo. I mean, you're going from strength to stronger than strength. It's almost not fair, really, because Tommaso Carlo, he's been with that Movano team forever, as Marcus Hamilton looks to stay in this machine as they're putting the fuel in now. So will they be taking tires? We'll have to see. As the driver's coming down now on pit lane, you can look out the front windshield of it. You are seeing our pace car, which will stay there. We don't have like a code 60 or anything like that. A lot of P1 cars are actually on pit lane. Odox is in. Inertia is in for P2. and a couple of other P2 machines are getting their service. And yes, they are getting tires. So Tobias, it's pretty straightforward to get tires here. Sebring, I have a feeling, really chews up these tires.
I mean, it's 41 degrees Celsius. I don't know how much in Fahrenheit it is. But it gets very slippery, and especially with all those bumps, your car is sliding anyway. So it might be a wise decision to take tires now.
Yeah, and I think for me, I love racing on Sebring, but I also hate racing on Sebring when you have to deal with so much. I'm an open wheel type idiot myself. I mostly used to race the Lotus 79 way back when, and then a little bit of the Pro Mazda, formerly the Star Mazda back when I used to race it. But this whole tin top classification thing, it is just, it's a very different beast, isn't it? It's you got to fight the track and the drivers around you, which is always a bit of a challenge, but Tobias, you do end up getting used to it at some point. You're familiar with the people that are in the cars, and you know whom and how to race them.
I mean, yeah, I raced LMP1 in the official iRacing series, and in endurance races, just the first few hours, so just the first hour was a total mess. And then you know all the spots where you can overtake who and so on, and now you see it's just fluid. It's like how traffic should be.
Most certainly. And David, I think we can all, it's kind of a catch-22. We wish that we could be having this right now, but at the same time, that first hour wouldn't have been that exciting if we didn't.
Yeah, well, you always ask from a race a balance between crazy and predictable, and so from the lead Sim DE have pitted, and so that will restore order in the top 3 of the P1 class. So watching the number 3, who will be our overall leader, it's a matter of where does the number 7 of Sim come out relative to the number 4.
And there's also a battle going on with Carlos Villegas and Mike Nurnberg. And I believe they are a lap down. Yes, okay. I was a little worried there because I was like, they've blown by where the SimRC car would come out of the pits, which he is just coming out of the pits right now. He is in clean space, which is very good. We did see how there was an incident with the UI machine not that long ago. It actually comes out behind his Porsche teammate. And David, it's one of those situations here where we do have a great LMP1 position battle that I have lost, and now I cannot find it anymore, but they just went past the start-finish line. There it is. It was the Odox Motorsport of Carlos Villegas and Mike Nurnberg, and they've split themselves apart, but that Odox LMP1 machine has been having a really good day. They started in 9th, they're up to 6th now, and that's just from performance.
Yep, they were racing, Wyvern Racing got past them, they were racing MSI Esports, got past them. Now they're in this battle for position here with Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports. And so the pace has been good from Odox Motorsports, even if they didn't necessarily qualify as well. In fact, they're up 4 spots from where they qualified. So, having a different race than, for example, Wyvern, who've lost 4 spots from where they qualified.
Yeah, and for Wyvern, I mean, they did have a couple of incidents. You got to remember that as well. And we also have to do our whole hoop thing, because the Audi, not an Audi, the Audi is up from 16th up to 7th. And Tobias, of course, the Porsche versus Audi, it's not so much as you just chuck some more weight on the Porsche and everything would be hunky-dory. There's some stuff that they have to do on the back end that they plan on doing to allow these cars to be a bit more equally balanced as far as fuel running goes. But I will say to have the only Audi doing very good, keeping the admittedly not the best looking of noses clean. It's been very good. They've moved up so many positions. They're up from 16th up to 9th.
I mean, yeah, I was talking about that in the chat before. The Audi is like a mixture of a 2012 Formula 1 car in the front combined with a GT car a little bit. But yeah, it's doing pretty good. It's actually doing better than I expected beforehand. When I was seeing it in the Sporters Guide, I was like, no way he can keep up with Porsches, because The Porsches have the MGUH, they gain like a lot of electricity on the straights actually, but I think this track you don't have too much full throttle, so that might come in handy for the Audi. A lot of hard braking zones, not the baddest thing to have.
Yeah, and I remember I raced kind of the first full season of the iRacing LMP1 series. Why, I don't know, but I just did. I can remember I ran the Audi kind of the first half and the Porsche kind of the second half, because the Porsche just clicked with my throttle inputs and gear shifting. And for the Audi, it was just one of those situations where I remember distinctly at VIR, you know, it was hard because there's so many long runs, and then there's not a lot of braking areas. But what braking areas there are?
Well, Odox Motorsports have gone very, very wide there, Ken.
Uh-oh. And what has
so that's
happened?
let Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports through, because Carlos Villegas is just coming into turn one. And get the replay up on screen. What he's done is he's just come in way too hot, maybe locked up an inside tyre. I don't know, it's just pushed wide, and then he's done a little bit of a lawn mowing service for the track.
I can tell you right now, he came in with so much speed. The front tires, as well as the side tires, they literally skidded. That's how fast that was. You can crank the wheel as much as you want, but there's nothing that the tires can do other than just glide on the surface. You can get this amazing slow-mo footage here. You can see the car sliding to the right, a bit like watching those Formula cars in the qualifying, how they skid. Very similar. Very lucky, I have to say, because what can typically happen is the car is going sideways when you hit that grass because you're trying to straighten out from the corner. Many cars have ended up careening to the left and smashing into that inside wall, so great job for that Odox car of Carlos Villegas to keep that under control, Tobias, because that could have been so much worse.
I mean, I slammed the car at that place a lot of times. Don't ask me about that. Because at the moment you also have the bumps on the grass, and then you can even when you think it's stable again, you can lose it and throw it into other cars. So it's pretty dangerous.
It is, and now they have the fun time of both of these cars going around GTE cars. Mike Nürnberg was able to easily get by, and here comes Villegas. Full bore on the inside here. He gets it all clean. I didn't see a little puff of smoke, so somebody locked it up going to the inside. That's a Team Mad with damage on the front of that car, the number 36. We can see what has happened to Miguel Freitas here as, don't tell me that he did exactly what I thought. No, David, they ended up a little bit too much speed trying to go around a GTE car. Thought he was clear, wasn't.
Yeah, here's a replay for that. He's coming around, looks like a Chalk Freak car. Yeah, they've ended up just a little bit three wide and gotten a little bit too close, and that has tapped the rear corner of Team Mad, and Miguel Freitas was having a great race right up until that happened.
And he wiped the front bumper out. You can see right here, just right out of the left side of your screen, you can just see, I think he kind of knew that Marcus Hamilton was coming, and he thought maybe he was clear of the Porsche, and the Porsche doesn't want to sit in the grass, the GTE Porsche, so he has to get on the track at some point, and unfortunately, Team Mad just was there. He took a good front clip out of that, and Tobias, I think he even damaged the rear a bit, which, I mean, there's only so much you can do to try to prevent an incident like that, but when you've got three different classes coming out of the exit of turn one, sometimes it just ain't gonna end well.
Yeah, you see the LMP1 in the rear mirror coming up very fast. Then you have this tiny road. Actually, you don't have that much space here at some point. And he just got a little bit too far on the outside, sorry, and got clipped by the Porsche.
Yeah, and of course, I have a feeling the Torque Freak guys, I mean, they probably got to feel bad, and obviously Team Mad bringing their car into pit lane. They didn't do anything purposefully wrong. I don't think anyone really did anything purposefully wrong, David. I think like that was probably, if you were going to call a racing incident, that would be my I don't want to say guess, but my
suggestion.
Yeah, my instinct would go with that's a racing incident. Could be wrong, but who knows? And I mean, that kind of takes them kind of out of it, which is unfortunate. They had such a good run going, David.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of when they go three wide, the car in the middle doesn't know exactly where to position themselves, and so that's come undone. Looking now, though, a bit deeper into the Prototype 2 field, because as someone loses out, others gain. So iRacing Today Motorsports and World of Sim Racing Team 10th and 11th. Chad Dalton leads that, but then Iker Estefania, he's gotten a bit balked by that Williams Jim Jr. GTE, but that's just how it is.
How it is indeedly. As it is a good battle as they go now into the legendary corner number 7, which is never a fun time, but it is a time. And it just looks to me like these guys are going to continue back and forth. The world of sim racing team car, and of course Chad Dalton. They've now got an LMP1 car and a Ferrari. That's Corey Davis and the SRM Motorsports orange car between the two of them. And Tobias, it's just so easy to get separated by both lap traffic that's going faster and alternate traffic that's going slower.
Yeah, you really have to watch out. It's like a stone thrown in the way a little bit. But yeah, that's racing. But, you know, the World of Sim Racing Team, they know there is another car of traffic coming up anyway that might break iRacing Today Motorsports so much that they get closer again.
Yeah, and that can always happen. They have a Porsche of the Euphoria DriveX racing up the road a bit. And David, we haven't really talked about this car at all. It seems to me like there's quite a couple. There's kind of the second half of the GTE cars we haven't really had a lot of time to talk about. Just because there's so much going on track. You know, the Euphoria DriveX car, it's piloted by Andreas Rau, and now currently Fernando Britos. They look like they're running pretty all right, and it's not a bad day for them, I have to say. But you know what? They might get caught by this LMP2 car at a pretty bad section once you get to. Once you get past turn 7 onward, your GTE cars are running max suspension load, whereas these Prototype 2 cars are going to want to probably get by.
Well, yeah, exactly. With as many cars as we've got in this race, we've got 22 just in the GTE field. Means we won't be talking about everyone, but if you're a team like Euphoria DriveX, maybe us not talking about you means you're just quietly going about the job, and sometimes that's good, because there's a few teams we've talked about, given some airtime to, because they were having a rather bad day, picking up some
literal
penalties,
airtime,
being involved in incidents, and getting all 4 off the ground and not in a good way.
No,
so,
but I will say, just as Tobias was alluding to, as speaking of all 4 off the ground, the World of Sim Racing Team just went all 4 off the road. And Tobias, it was correct, David, in that, the iRacing Today Motorsports car, just one GTE car was enough to allow Iker Estefania to catch him, David.
Yep, the gap was out past 1 second, and now it's just a few car lengths. They come down the Ullman Straight towards Sunset Bend. Not sure if they're going to break especially deep, but trying to set up a run through Sunset. Holds it a lot tighter there, gets a good run, might head down towards turn 1, thinking about the inside is Estefania.
Maybe the outside, we did see, no, actually he'll back out, which I'm kind of surprised about. He kind of tries to get the early apex, which he does get, but you always end up ruining your speed before you get to the corner. He's late on the brakes. Chad Dalton sees him coming, gives him room, and Tobias, there you go. World of Sim Racing Team makes the pass. And for LMP2 cars, I mean, we have to remember, up until these LMP1 cars, these were the fastest prototypes that we had. That was not an easy and simple feat when you try to actually break it down, but good awareness from both drivers.
Yeah, that was pretty fair, and I think both drivers, Estefania and Dalton, they both know how to fight fairly, and I think they're gonna meet up anyway somewhere soon.
Yeah, I mean, it just as we said, we had that one car was able to bring it back the other way. Well, we've got the Team 84 car, Marcus Pappenbrock, sitting back here. They've been having a mostly quiet day, unlike their teammates and the Team 85 machine, both Porsches, but it might, come back the other way. And Sebring, David, I think one of the reasons why we love coming here is that it is such a varied track. I mean, 3.7 miles. I don't know how long that is in kilometer length, but it doesn't matter because kilometers are silly. I mean, they're all based on science and, you know, logic and all that stuff like that. I mean, it's one of those tracks that, on top of just being legendary and all that stuff like that, it is, as far as if you were trying to come up with a new track, this really does have every single type and aspect of car that you would want to test.
Yeah, the one thing that Sebring doesn't have is some solid elevation change, but boy, does it make it up with some bumps. So while you might feel a little bit devoid of elevation change, there's all kinds of different corner complexes, fast corners, some slower corners. This bit that we've got on our screen right here, it goes left and then right, and then there's a long left-hander. There's a bit of everything, and bumps to make up for lack of elevation change. So it's a long kind of track for a road course, but that gives you just a little bit of everything.
And it doesn't necessarily feel that long. I think that's the thing that I always love about Sebring. It doesn't actually feel like it's that big of a track. And I mean, of course, quote-unquote modernization, unquote, hasn't really happened. I don't think they've made a modification of layout since, I can't even remember.
92.
And even then, it wasn't even that big of a change. From what I can tell you, this track, it's been legendary for a very long time. Will be legendary for a very much longer time forward. And I mean, you know, Tobias, it's not like they're going to hand the track over to Herman Teuk or whatever his last name is, and they're going to make massive changes to it. It's just a constantly interesting, constantly exciting track. And in a weird twist, at least in my opinion, the WEC is actually going to be doing a double header with IMSA here next year.
I think so, yeah. The WEC is doing the super season, though, so they're coming up to do some promotional racing. I mean, it's a normal race, but it's a lot of promotion doing it together with IMSA.
Yeah, most certainly. And they wanted to do a 12-hour, which I think they might have put back to 10 hours or 1,000 kilometers or something like that, because IMSA was kind of like, seriously. It's just surprising to me because I thought they always had to race on grade 1 tracks, which, I mean, I love Sebring very much, but there's a lot of Armco going around here, David, and we did end up seeing one car flip courtesy of a bridge. So, I mean, I'm a bit surprised that the WEC is going to be there. I really wish that I could be there in person, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, A, because I have a baby, and B, because I got fired from my job on Monday under dubious reasons that had nothing to do with me, but irrelevant. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to be there, which is unfortunate because, I mean, 24 hours, basically, of racing between IMSA and WEC would probably be a good ticket.
Yes, indeed. Last I heard, it was going to be like 1,000 miles of Sebring, which does work out around the 9 or 10 hours or so, still keeping the Sebring 12 hours as the sort of main event for IMSA.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, for me, it's good to see. It's a bit of an olive branch. I think, not to talk about too much about this stuff, is actually the Luxem MOATF car is stuck on pit lane with no driver in it. The car looks fine. As the 48 and the 60s are still fighting, Tobias, you probably have eyes on that one.
Yeah, I have eyes on that one. That's going to be interesting to the last...
4 wide through Sunset Bend. Oh my gosh.
But they made it through. They made it through.
Okay. My goodness. I didn't have eyes on that one. Apparently I missed out here as I was wondering where all the cars have gone. Apparently they're all in one corner at the same time, David.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Apex Racing UK and Torque Freak Racing with Dirk Van Tolden behind the wheel. And as they were battling, they came across two battling GTEs, and so instead of waiting, they just decided to go 4 wide through Sunset Bend. That's okay, that's only 4 of the 100 possible racing lines through there, and so much traffic here. I think that's one of the Zenith esports cars amongst there as well. And so, and there's contact there. Both of them will carry on safely, but contact between Apex Racing UK and Talk Freak Racing.
For Alex Simpson, he wants to go. I mean, this is like the second or third time that I've seen at least one of those front wheels lock up, because he wants to go, and here he goes now along the outside, through the gears. They're in the tower corner right now, or they're in Cunningham, excuse me. This is the slower of the 2 corners, and now the Zenith car ends up slowing down, and so the favor goes to the Torque Freak Racing machine, as now they work their way towards the tower corner before they hit the Le Mans section, as it's called, and then they go down the Goldman Straight. And so for Alex Simpson, Tobias, I mean, very aggressive, trying to get the position on Dirk Van Tolden, and I have to say, for Van Tolden, he just honestly just kept his line. He was driving like the car wasn't, he wasn't under any pressure at all, and sometimes it's the best defense you can do.
I mean, I don't know about these guys, but my hands are sweaty just from watching those guys racing. But yeah, he's staying pretty calm, actually.
I mean, oh man, they're nipping at each other, and that was some good old-fashioned stock car racing right there. And they're only going to be coming up on more traffic, David. I mean, it's one of those situations where this is just going to continue, as now I'm looking back a little bit, my eyes squint as I see a Ferrari and a Porsche, the number 66 and the 68 of Laurent. It's in all caps, so I'm not going to yell. Of Miskiewicz, I don't know. And Alex Brautigam, as these 2 cars are fighting, David. I mean, I gotta say, it's just going from battle to battle here. Everyone took about a 5-minute breather, and they're right back at it.
Yeah, with 50-something cars on track, even with a few retirements, there's still plenty of battles in all of the categories, and every now and again when you get a clumping, well, it was absolutely rush hour there. The traffic was thick and fast. These drivers had to be very heads up. So on our screen right now, though, that is Breadface Racing by MXS Engineering and JRT, and Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports. We've got our 2 biggest names. I don't mean most famous, I mean our 2 teams with literally the biggest names, and they are divided by just 1 second. And an entire qualifying grid for the GTEs was divided by only 1 second. So of course the racing's been very close and continues to be here for 12th and 13th position.
And the battle for P40 Torque Freak Racing going side by side with Torin Motorsports. It's the 98 machine versus the number 81 machine. Chris Roller has to give the inside line to Philippe Matrevsky, and Matrevsky will have the position. So some good racing here. Just to kind of finish up a point that I was making about what feels like 20 minutes ago, the Lux Sim 24 MOATF podcast. I have no idea what happened to that machine, but they pulled onto pit lane, and it looks like their day is done, which is unfortunate for them. But meanwhile, we've got great battling going on here. And Tobias, you know, it just really seems to me like a lot of these little battles are just kicking off whenever. And it just seems to me that we're setting ourselves up to either have A, really high drama, or B, some really unfortunate incidents if they keep racing like this.
I'm really hoping for the drama, not for the incidents, because you want to see going past each other every turn, one another, and so on, but you don't want to see incidents, because now, like after 2/3 of the race, it would be really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, most certainly. Heartbreaking, I think, would be one of the things. It's one thing to have your race have an incident, like the Chimera boys having an incident and setting, you know, your sights fairly low afterwards, but to run a race and run a good race and then have something happen would be unfortunate. And David, we have Dominic Fowler. I don't know if you would rather take the interview, but we'll get him in here. He's one of the Sorg LMP drivers who wants to have an interview before his stint. So, David, take it away.
Well, hello Dominic, from, I believe, the number 18 car. You guys were leading very, very briefly and unfortunately picked up a penalty, but now in 4th place. How's that race going for you?
First of all, hello guys, hello to the viewers. Sadly, the race didn't plan out so far how we, or it didn't go how we planned it. We were leading. We both didn't expect that, to be or our pace to be that good, honestly. And we were quite competitive, still are. And then we were leading for a few laps. Then there was that stupid penalty. I still don't understand how that happened. When you look at the incident, it's completely ridiculous. I have to say, that penalty. People got killed and got sent into the catch fence, and people got warnings for that. And we touched slightly with another car and get a 15-second stop and hold while in the lead. That is quite ridiculous, I'd say. But now we fought back quite well. We were 50 seconds down. Then I had another crash, got spun by the same car who protested us before. They got a warning for that. That's even more ridiculous, I have to say. And then we were quite a bit down a full lap. Now we're recovering from that. And I think P4 is the best we can do if nothing happens to the top 3.
So a new season of the Neo Endurance season brings some new cars, and you guys are in one of those new cars. That's the Porsche 919 LMP1 Hybrid. How are you finding that one in this series with the kind of closing speeds and differences in acceleration between it and the other class cars?
Well, obviously it's one of my favorite cars, or if not my absolutely favorite car in iRacing. I just enjoy it a lot. There's so much to it, not only the driving but the hybrid management, and it's just perfectly suited for an endurance series. The traffic management is actually, of course, the most important part in a series like that. The closing speeds are obviously very, very the difference is quite big, obviously, between LMP1 and GT, which is quite frustrating sometimes because the GTs are just way, way slower than us in corners. For example, in the last turn, when you see on your relative box that you're on the last straight and you see a GT in front of you, maybe a 2-second gap between, then you know, okay, I'll hit him in the last turn, and you'll just lose loads of time. So you have to calculate that out a bit and manage that quite well, and that's and just another layer to the racing on its own.
Alright, well, my friend Tobias Brockman would like to have a question for you.
Yes, I'm gonna do that in German, so be prepared for some angry language. Ja, Dominik, du bist jetzt noch nicht ganz so lange bei Sorg. Sag mal, wie ist es jetzt bisher so im Team gelaufen? Wie hast du reingefunden?
Ja, also ich bin jetzt hier seit 2-3 Monaten. Mein erstes Rennen war die 24 Stunden von Le Mans zusammen mit dem Team. Bisher eine sehr erfolgreiche Zeit, muss ich sagen. Auch das Rennen heute, die Pace sehr, sehr gut, muss ich sagen. Die Setup-Arbeit die ganze Woche lang hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht mit Mike zusammen. Wir haben uns immer gegenseitig versucht, immer weiter zu pushen und am Setup zu arbeiten, und es war recht erfolgreich, muss ich sagen. Wie gesagt, wenn man sich das Rennen heute anschaut, wir könnten locker um den Sieg fahren, wenn nicht diese Strafe gewesen wäre. Ich war in meinen ersten beiden Stints immer das schnellste Auto durchgehend im ganzen Feld. Und von daher wirklich, muss ich sagen, sehr, sehr erfolgreich bisher. Und es kann eigentlich nur noch besser werden, wenn dann auch die Ergebnisse stimmen, was heute jetzt dann leider noch nicht so der Fall ist.
Ja, das klingt schon mal gut. Dann grüßen wir nochmal den Mike Nürnberg, and we're gonna switch back to English. So I was just literally asking him about his time. He spent now 2 months at Sorg Esports. Was, I think, 3 before. But he's feeling great. They did Le Mans together, and now this one, and they had the pace for P1 actually, but the 50-second stop and hold, they kind of threw it away a little bit, but they're now going to attack it back.
And he also thanked Mike for the setup work that they've been working on all week.
Of course.
And as somebody that speaks completely fluent German, what I can translate, he said, "Hey, how are you doing?" And he said, "I'm fine." And those were the only words that they said. It just takes that long. No, I don't speak German. I'm sorry. Am I the only person in this room that doesn't speak German?
Hugo doesn't really speak much, does he?
Oh, that was sarcastic.
Look at the chat.
That was sarcastic. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Anyway.
But yeah, fantastic to have a little treat for all of our German viewers, because these kinds of series, particularly the endurance ones, can be very popular with the Europeans, and quite a few of them, a lot of some German teams, for example, including SimRC DE. So a little treat for them, I guess.
Yeah, I think Germany...
Someone's gone for an absolute ride there in GTE. Was that
Torrent Motorsports? That's Matrevsky.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What has happened? Oh, I can look at the tire tracks now, and I can see exactly where that came from. We got the replay up on your screens.
Yeah, we'll get back to Dominic Faber in 1 second as we look at this replay of what's happened to Torrent Motorsports. So where is that? That is coming towards Tower, and they've just maybe a little bit clipped by that P2 coming in. There's a bit of a dip out there in the grass, and they've just not been able to save that from coming into the wall. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I want to see that in slow motion here, and I think that's what we're going to get. There you go. Look at that. So he hits
those poor cones.
That was A, those poor cones, and B, that poor front splitter. Dug into the ground, absolutely crunched it into the outside wall. I gotta say, first of all, shout out to the iRacing people, because I love that we have tire tracks in the dirt now. I love that. But B, that's terrible for Torrent Motorsports. They were having a pretty decent day. They'd gone up from 48th position all the way up to 40th, and now they lose it all. So.
Yeah, so a very, very tough day for them. I'll quickly wrap up here with Dominic Faber. So for you guys, obviously, Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports, but who else would you like to thank that keeps your team going?
Obviously the whole team, I'd say, for welcoming me the way they did. Mike, obviously, my teammate. I spent lots of time with him this week, as I already mentioned. Then the sponsors, Porsche Basel, and everyone else who supports the team. Obviously the real race team Sorg Rennsport, who's standing behind the eSport project. And obviously thanks you guys for making this series so special as it is, because without a broadcast it would be only half as interesting, I have to say, than with the work you're putting in here.
Alright, thank you so much, and good luck to you guys in what's now just under 2 hours remaining in the race. It's Dominic Faber from the number 18 Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports. Cam Walsh, well, I think we've got to look down from the Prototype 1 category to the Prototype 2 category now.
Most definitely, and I mean, well, first of all, unfortunate for Torrent, and third of all, sorry I jumped all over you there. I got all excited here when we had these incidents going on. It's in P2, things have somewhat quote-unquote quieted up. Ava Vervatic, I keep putting an N in there, I'm sorry, it has really pulled out kind of a hefty lead over not just Apex Racing, but over Team Heisenfeld, who is now in position 2, and Torque Freak Racing, who's in position 3, and then Apex Racing, who's in position 4, and that's kind of a big story there. I think maybe perhaps they came into pits at a different time, and maybe everyone else is just waiting to come into pits. I don't know, but Apex Racing, David, I mean, they've gone from running pretty strongly up front to now being quite heavily in fourth.
Yeah, and that seems to mainly just be by on-track pace. It just seems like when someone like Sven Neumann gets into Ava Vervatic, Justin Hope in the Team Hoistingfeld number 35 car, and here Dirk Van Tolden doing a very good job of holding off Alex Simpson. But while he managed to qualify that car on pole, maybe some of the other teams have just had quicker drivers to put in later in the race, or had more time spent on their race setup than their qualifying setup, and it's just working for them now as the track rubbers in.
Yeah, perhaps, or perhaps their car is a bit more set up for the temperature. It is now 75 degrees. We started at 77. We are now 75 degrees in the air and 106 degrees on the track. It is a clear day. So at some point that will change. I don't think the winds really changed that much. Not that the wind would really do much anymore anyways. But it is interesting to note. And now we've got perhaps more troubles for Alex Simpson because Tim Claessens in the Torque Freak Racing GTE car has gotten passed by his teammate, Dirk Van Tolden. And now, well, I have a feeling that Tobias, Tim is not just going to hop out of the way for him.
Nah, it doesn't really look like it. He's gonna have to fight a little bit, I guess.
I mean, you're always letting the faster car go by, but I guess it's not perhaps blocking. It's more of like not conceding and making it easy. So with that, I will say that's kind of a big thing that's been going on in P2. Another thing I'd like to point out, David, you've been with me you've been with me and Connery. Both of us were with Connery, but we both saw the incident between Race Clutch and Inertia, and Inertia has worked their way back. They're in 25th position. They are now just cracking the top 10, David.
As they pull a very interesting slide through Sunset Bend. Maybe just for the benefit of our cameras. Thank you so much. But yeah, exactly. It's one of those examples of how if early in the race things aren't going quite your way, if you stick it out, there's always positions to be gained, and you never know what might happen to other people later in the race. And Ossian Puhaka behind the wheel of that car right now, that's a quick driver. So they've been doing all right for themselves there for that team.
Yeah, and I like Ossian. He's always good fun to be around. As we do have a black flag for Pierre Licence, which I believe is I want to say it's one of the Cimatop cars. As I believe it might be the GTE car, the GTE Cimatalk esports car. Yes, that is exactly correct. For an avoidable contact, lap 112, turn 10. So that he's going to have to serve that 1:15-second stop and go penalty there. And Tobias, I do not know how the world of Germany works, but looking at the Inertia Sim Racing car, I have to say, perhaps maybe not the strongest livery on it, but I suppose it indeed works.
Well, yeah, it works. I mean, it's fair enough. Normally we have quite cool liveries, but as long as it does the job, I mean, you know about efficiency. I mean, the Finns are getting there.
The Finns are getting there indeed. I just, you know, one logo of the Blue Fox, which is the mascot of Inertia Sim Racing, and then just says Inertia on the side. You're done. You know, good on them. As they're trying to pursue the world of sim racing team. This is a battle for position. As David, it looks to me like well, Ossian is going to get there, and he should have the run by. I mean, if they didn't have that incident, I would wonder if they would perhaps be fighting for a podium, if not the lead.
Well, they certainly qualified very, very strongly. They're currently, they would have qualified in 5th on the grid, which is not bad at all. So to be down in 10th, now gaining some of it back. Let me see. Yeah, just 0.2 or so quicker than World of Sim Racing last lap. And look at that dive to get past the GT traffic. That's a decisive move. It was relatively safe, but definitely not wanting to be split from World of Sim Racing team by any GT traffic.
No, and Alex Simpson actually just did the same thing with Alfin Berkey, that Team 85 car going into that corner, which is it's actually just that battle's going on right a little bit far behind. They're on different laps, but they are right with each other. And Tobias, this might be a little interesting here because, well, we've got a battle between the World of Sim Racing and the Inertia cars. They're pursuing Justin Hope in the Team Heisenveld car, who's currently running in 2nd position. Then you've got 3rd and 4th, the Torque Freak Racing and Apex Racing. If as a driver, how do you take, if you're like an Alex Simpson or Dirk Van Tolden, how do you take this? You've got 2 lap cars that are in the same class as you, fighting for position, justifiably so, and you need to get by them to get to the car in front of you. How aggressive do you really want to be trying to make those positions up?
I mean, Alex Simpson is kind of in a good place situation here because he can maybe outplay Dirk van Tolden in the situation when they're coming up to those. But it also depends on World of Sim Racing and Inertia Sim Racing, so on Ika and Ocean, how they actually looking in the rearview mirrors and how they're reacting to the traffic from behind.
Yeah, and it's just one of those situations where anything can happen, and if you're Justin Hope, I mean, I guess, David, you could say that he's hoping that they can hold them up just enough for him to break away as we are closing in.
I would never say that.
You would never say that.
I'd be more one to say he's living in hope or something.
I'm just saying. We just passed 4 hours not that long ago. We're at 4 hours and 12 minutes, which gives us an hour and 46 minutes and 25 seconds to go exactly.
What happened to the other 2 minutes?
They're gone.
Okay.
We erased them. They don't exist anymore. So it's one of those situations, as here comes the LMP leader, Marcus Hamilton, around, where you really can find yourself in some trouble, David, because as they're going side by side, as Inertia almost bludgeons his way through. Not sure if I would really... No, it was fairly safe of a maneuver, and I think Iker was pretty smart to not contest it too much. But actually, I guess another decisive move from Osayan Puaka. I mean, what else can you say about that? But it's going to get to that point where they are going to catch up, and they are going to start intermingling.
Yeah, well, that was a move where you wouldn't quite expect it. Maybe the element of surprise worked to the advantage of Inertia Sim Racing.
Surprise and finish. That's all I was saying. No, I was just saying surprise and finish, because it turns out Finnish people end up making really crazy passes stick. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off your point. But either way, we'll let that awkward silence die, as I think, David and Tobias, we at some point probably should do a rundown of where everyone is. We have the leader on pit lane right now, which does not at all help when you try to do a rundown. But the big thing is that Tommaso Carla is going to be hopping back in the car, and Tommaso Carla is probably one of the fastest drivers I'm aware of. He used to race in the Aston Martin back when they had that. Then they went to the LMP1 cars and they absolutely blitzed it. And now he's here in an LMP1 car. He's in the fastest car in the series and the fastest team so far here at Sebring. And I'm expecting Tommaso Carla to do what he did the last time he was in the car and absolutely go as fast as he possibly can and keep the car safe too.
Yeah, he's going to nail it, I think, because as you mentioned, he's a very fast driver. I haven't seen much of him, but what I've seen is a very good driving.
Yeah, so with that, they have done their pit stop. Whom else is going to come on into pit lane? Simon Grossman should be ready to come on in. And David, at this point, do you expect these guys to, I mean, they've only got, 2 pit stops remaining, really? It's 4 hours and 14 minutes. Is there something they can possibly do pit-wise to help them get closer to that Thrustmaster Movano number 3 car?
Yeah, well, in about 3 minutes' time, we're going to have 100 minutes remaining, and we know that the Prototype 1 cars go somewhere between 40-45 minutes to a stop. So that's looking like they're going to have 2 more stops to get to the end, and I'm not sure many of these guys, with the exception of maybe Virtual Motorsports or someone else, will be able to stretch it out. So SimRCDE come onto the pit lane, and the net lead will go back to Thrustmaster Movano very soon.
And he was following the Torrent Motorsports Prototype 1 car, who was in 12th position, into pit lane. Simon Grossman does a nice little slide and was pit stall. Of course, it's concrete in there. We haven't seen anyone do the whole thing where they slide well past their car, as Simon Grossman is climbing out of that, and Michael Mittner is getting into it. We did see, David, however, a Ferrari decide to interesting take on urban parking inside pit lane, as also Virtual Motorsport of Dennis Greason. He's going to be climbing out of that, and Basilov is going to be getting into that one. So interesting to see how that Audi will be able to finish its day. But for Tobias, it's one of those situations where you don't want to mess up these pit stops. You get them straight forward. Everyone seems to be taking tires every stop, which is interesting. I know somebody didn't, but that was just that one time, and it's getting to one of those situations where do you try to do something like instead of going full out, as actually SimRC.D has just hit another car, and he is now parked it into the inside wall as Triton Racing came into the picture. Just the same time that it came into my view, the same time that it came into Michael Mittner's view. Michael Mittner, who was leading this race, has now clacked that car and almost got sent up, as we're watching the replay right now. Absolutely terrible for this to happen for that number 7 machine. The team, I'm sure, is not going to be happy about that one, Tobias.
Oh, yeah. That was actually quite hard hit also on the sides, which don't get repaired during a pit stop. And yeah, you just told it. You have to get the pit stops right, but you also have to get the exits right. And this didn't work out.
Yeah, and David, we saw this happen with an LMP1 car and another car before. I guess I'm looking at this, say, from the copper cam, or the blimp, I guess I should say. I'm looking at this from the blimp cam. I don't see how the GTE Porsche, I mean, that's the racing car. That is the one on the racing line, as you can see the blimp here. There's really nothing else that Porsche can do against the LMP1 car. I mean, it just seems to me this is completely going to be on that number 7 car.
Yeah, he might.
Triton Racing are already fully committed to the corner there, and it is, as you say, SimRC that are rejoining the track from the pit exit. I think in that case, when it's, you might call it 50-50 and something else, that it's SimRC's job to yield in that circumstance. Unfortunately, they haven't. But I guess fortunately, for Triton Racing, it looks like they've come off okay. Though for SimRC, that's a significant amount of damage. They're back on the pit lane now. Presumably, a lot of repairs need to happen.
And I'm looking at this, and I can just see out of the cockpit view, all right? The same view I would have if I were the one racing the car. I run triples, but not everybody does. It's pretty obvious, even long before he gets out of pit lane, that there is a Porsche LGT car there. It is so easy to just glance over to the left, either with the button toggle or with VR, which I don't have because I ain't rich. Just button toggle over there just for a second, and you can see him there. And this is the second time I've seen it now. Just tap that brake a little bit and then dive to what would be the inside for the next corner, Tobias.
Yeah, that was actually what I would have done in this situation. Maybe a little bit of the stress getting to the car and everything, but still no excuse for an unsafe pit exit.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Now, Sebring is a notoriously difficult pit exit, but still, you would expect perhaps the driver getting out of the car. It's not like he's immediately leaving the iRacing service. He can spectate his own car. He could have at least cleared him a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to try to put blame that way, but very unfortunate, as that car currently sitting on pit lane right now. Very unfortunate. You have to remember, not only, yes, they've replaced the front clip, yes, they've replaced the rear clip, yes, they're trying to do body work. There's a lot of internals right now that are going to be having damage, as we are watching right now on our screens this drag race here between a couple of these Le Mans Prototype 2 classification cars, as they're fighting for what will be second position between Torque Freak and Team Heisenfeld, and Heisenfeld pulls into the pits. So, this is going to be battle of pit crews, Tobias, because, they both pull into the pits.
Yep, it looks like Heisenfeld and Torque Freak Racing are in the pits now. So the first guy standing, I think Heisenfeld is coming out good distance in front. So there should not be a lot of, let's say, hope for Torque Freak Racing in this case.
Most definitely. And Dirk Van Tolden seems to be staying in the car. Justin Hope staying in that car. And for Justin Hope, I mean, David, well, he obviously wasn't held up that much by inertia in the other car, because he's right there. Now, of course, Justin Hope is going to be able to get out of his pit stop a couple of seconds earlier, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a close running battle here, and I think Dirk Van Tolden has been shown to be faster.
Yep, indeed. And one interesting thing to see there was that Apex Racing UK continue on. They might have just a 2 or so lap fuel advantage over these other guys. With how close they're racing, in about an hour's time, that might mean something.
Yeah, most certainly. So it's one of those situations where we'll have to keep an eye on, and it's been good. There's a bit of a healthy conversation over who yields when a car is exiting pit lane. I'm firmly in the cars that are on the racing track are actually racing, and the cars in pit lane are not racing. But that's just me. I think it's mostly because, David, Sebring is a notoriously difficult pit exit because it is quite blind.
Yes, indeed. It's a challenge like that, and it's been difficult for all of this race and in other races that come here. So, you've just, I'm sure within the briefing, because Neo prepare very thorough rules and drivers' briefings, that there would be a rule or something that they would expect all of the drivers to obey by about who yields and what the situation is. So I don't know if we'll see an investigation about that, but on our screen right now is a battle in a little bit of a slower category, and that's our GTEs, Cam.
Yes, it is. Pierre Lisson, who had that penalty that they served, is sitting there in the 41st position, just past the Zenith Esport machine, and has cleared a little bit of a gap. So it was Ferrari versus Porsche, and the Ferrari seems to be getting quite a bit away as they let the F4H Motorsport number 17 prototype go on by. As other things to note, the Team Chimera LMP1 car, whom was stricken very early on with a significant accident going underneath the Corvette bridge, they've now gotten and lapped the GTE field. So hooray for them! They're still many laps down from the prototype 2s, but hey, they got that going for them. I think perhaps, Tobias, it's another thing to talk about. As far as retirements go, we haven't really had any significant retirements. I mean, we've had 5 in just about 4.5 hours.
Let me see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 or 7 cars it is.
I mean, that's really nothing for how much contact we're watching the battle right now between Williams Jim Jr. and SRN Motorsports. No, this isn't the Williams car that flipped over. As that car, I believe, was that car's been straight retired. As this is the Datto Opagak machine versus Stephen McGarvey. Of course, McGarvey, who has been in this Neo series for quite some long time. They used to race the GT2 Ford, and they used to race the Corvette, and then they finally raced the Aston Martin, and now here they are in the Ferrari. I think they raced the Ford last season, so now they're moved over to the Ferrari. But for that Williams Jim Jr. black team, I mean, I gotta say, it looks to me, David, like Datto does have an edge. And even though their lap times, Steven was half a second faster, at the same time, it's 2 Ferraris, it's 2 GTs, they got lap traffic, it's going to be difficult to get around.
Yeah, the effect of the traffic on their battle comes and goes a little bit. Half a second right now, that's not Stephen McGarvey absolutely monstering the back of the Williams Jim Jr. car. That's just, he's looking for an opportunity, but it'll need some opportunism at the moment as they hold up that Torrent Motorsports car. He gets right in there and murders some cones, as has been tradition. So looking at where they are though in their stints, Williams Jim Jr. have 6 laps fuel advantage over SRN Motorsports Orange.
Which is interesting to see how the fuels are going left and right, and how the pit strategy ends up. Also rip cones. But it's one of those constant situations where people come to the track with their own strategies. As I do see, the Torrent Motorsports GTE car is stricken and off track as the inertia goes by, and here comes Alex Simpson in the Apex Racing car, who was coming in from lead because they waited so long to pit, coming into the pit lane. And Tobias, it's one of those situations where the people who are coming into pits, they do have some variance at this point, some differences, and that's when the people who need to know the
SRN Motorsports. SRN Motorsports get a good run, look to the inside of the Williams Jim Jr. car into turn 2, then try and set up a good exit. They're going to try and get a run towards the hairpin. Oh, they might be a little bit too far back, but they were side by side almost going into turn 2. No, SRN going to look to the inside into the hairpin and then pull out of it. Back to you, Cam. Sorry to jump across you there, but we had that action going on our screen.
Yeah, no, the action's still ongoing there. After quarter number 7, McGarvey is trying to perhaps look to line them all up to get the overshoot to the inside. Here he will go to the outside, which is not how you're going to make a pass in a GT car. This is not a prototype, but you know what? Actually, it worked because Datto ended up over-braking, which is surprising to me. I kind of would have thought he would have just parked the car on the inside. And, well, Tobias, there you go. As I'm looking, actually, if we can cut to behind Tobias, or from Tobias, we can go to the Alex Simpson. Alex Simpson has got a massive jimmy of cars behind him, Tobias, and that might not end well.
Oh my gosh, I'm just looking at the pictures and it looks absolutely maniac.
And so for Alex, he just came out. He's going to be on cold tires. He's got prototype zipping left, prototype zipping right. And he's trying to get by them. As here comes another P1 inside. One of them goes off track. That's the MSI Esports machine. As he'll lose that position to the 8A Vervatic, or not lose the position perhaps, but instead have a bit of space. I think at this point, oh boy, Alex Simpson ended up almost clobbering the MSI Esports machine, David, as he was trying to go around the outside of Team Mad, who's been harboring some damage since an earlier incident. But it's one of those situations where you really come into pit lane, you get about maybe 45 seconds to chill, and then you're right back into the fire, sometimes literally.
Yeah, indeed, the pressure is hot, that is for sure. So the Team Mad car goes a lap down to his class leader, which is Alex Simpson now in second in that class, but still Team Mad going a lap down to that.
Yeah, most certainly. And well, at this point, now is when we have to take a look and squint our eyes and say, whom have we not done an onboard RaceSpot TV fan immersion with here on the iRacing Esports Network? I'm going to say we probably haven't done a Porsche. So now, this is when I pop open the old track map and I start squinting, and I want to see, who do we have here that we can go on board with? It's got a lot of traffic up ahead of them. How about we go look at the number 15, the all-red race clutch Porsche. It's the 919 hybrid here, piloted by Luis Rodriguez, as we will go RaceSpot TV fan immersion here. It's where you, the fan, are immersed into the car. And we will be right back here on the iRacing Esports Network. and welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series. Apparently we don't get music when we come back, Hugo. No, it's the 6 hours, there it is. It's the 6 hours of Sebring here, and we have completed 4 hours and 35 minutes of it, and we have had some high drama. First of all, I have been reminded on that immersion that they are taking turn 1 at 140 miles an hour. That is, it just blows my mind. I cannot explain how fast that is to you. Next, we have had tragic news. Cut the music, stop everything. The virtual motorsport number 12 Audi is out of the race. It has crashed, and it has had something terrible happen to it. Vaslav was piloting the machine. Not quite sure where they managed to do it, but if you look at the car on pit lane, it is quite frankly toast, and I see what has happened. It has happened in the same place that Coanda had their incident, going underneath the bridge, and it's literally the exact same incident. The Porsche 911 of the MSI Esports number 75, the Team Heisenfeld number 35 Prototype 2, and then the Audi were all going around. They went 3 wide, and well, the Prototype 2 clipped the P1 just like they did before, and then crashed that one into the outside wall. Very unfortunate, I have to say. I'm not sure if David is back, so David, that's unfortunate. That was the quote-unquote, our favorite Audi has had an incident.
Yeah, I'm just watching that back myself. Very, very unfortunate with how that fell with the traffic. A bit of a fan favourite, that Audi out there. So I really hope the YouTube chat can have some Fs to pay respects to Virtual Motorsports, who were honestly having a very good race, considering that, yes, things are a little bit stacked against them driving the Audi. They were doing a really good job, and now on pit lane with what will probably be some extensive repairs.
Yeah, they're gonna have to put that car back together, and I know the Audi boys can do it in real life. I just don't know how well that works, not in real life. But I mean, that's gonna be a lot of repair. That's gonna throw them well back. They were pretty much set to finish easily top 10, maybe 7th or 8th, Tobias, and very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. That's not actually what you want from a race, especially when you're that long into it and did so well in the Audi, which is surprising for some of the viewers and me as well. But it happens, it's racing.
Indeed. I don't know if we ended up getting a replay, so no, we can't get it. That's all right. Just picture an Audi crashing into a wall, then you've had your replay. Meanwhile, we have got fighting going on. It's the number 13 MSI Esports Prototype 1 fighting, and has lost a position against the F4H Motorsport number 17. Either way, as they've got some traffic to run through, David, that kind of upsets the field a bit, because really the Audi of Virtual Motorsport was running at the same speed that F4H Motorsport machine was, and well, they're running in 8th position up to 7th, so very unfortunate to have that Audi gone, but we've still got some racing to do.
Yeah, exactly. One team's disappointment is a benefit to everyone else who was still running. That's what makes it a bit of an endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely, and as it turns out, my technical support isn't appreciated. But I'm just saying, the number lock's not on. It is one of those situations where now, if you're a team, you've worked this hard to get this long, and then you had something like that happen to you. Very unfortunate. We've seen that happen to Team Chimera. We've seen that happen. I think there was another car that had an incident at the bridge there. It was the Ferrari, and now we've had another P1 go. I guess that goes to show that no matter where aspect of this track you are, the most dangerous part right now is the straight part going to the sharp corner at turn number 7, Tobias.
Yeah, turn number 7, it's not the easiest one. I throw away a lot of cars there as well. While I'm a little bit just looking at my live timing here and seeing that Porsche Basel powered by SOC Esports car already has pitted 5 times, and Mivano Racing number 4 only 4 times, so that might be possible to get in front later on.
Yeah, and it's just they're a bit off schedule. If we're talking about the number 18 machine, they have a total of 6 pit stops, which is more technically because I've had to kind of dish in and out and reload my iRacing. So they've had they're up to 6, and everyone else is on 5. But it's the stint length that's impressive to me, as they're already running. It'll be 19 laps this next lap. Everyone else is either on 15 or 17. So that means that they are off sequence is the word I was looking for, David. And it's one of those things where if you're off sequence, they're technically a lap down right now. But as we just saw, anything can happen. And coming back from that 15-second stop-and-go penalty and that incident that they did have, they really are proving that perhaps next race they really should be talking conversation for contention for the overall victory.
Yep, exactly. One of the things that might be throwing off the timing screen about Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports is that it might count a pit stop for when they didn't actually take pit service but served a stop and hold penalty. That's right. So in that LMP1 class still, though, battle on our screens is F4H Motorsports is leading MSI Esports. But in that number 13 car for MSI Esports is Victor Lobato Lopez. And I know he is a quick driver. He'll be hoping to close that up, even though the gap is now around 8/10. With the way the hybrid powered can be selectively deployed, that gap can come and go. But a fantastic on-track battle in our fastest class for 7th place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, first of all, David Haynes, that very smart person figuring out that. The next race we will have is the 6 Hours of the Circuit of the Americas, November 18th, 2018, up in Austin, Texas, to go around the 3.43-mile Circuit of the Americas. I didn't vote for it, so I don't know how it gets that name, but it'll be an interesting racing circuit. They get around, by the way, the F4H car gets around the Team Busch Pink car, and as well as the MSI Esports machine, and they are working their way through the traffic left and right as they get their way towards corner number 7. And I gotta say, Tobias, Circuit of the Americas is a track that I absolutely and can say with full confidence hate.
Yeah, either you hate it or you really love it. There's nothing in between. Actually, no. It's like a couple of months ago, I hated it. I hated it so much because just when you go into Sector 2 is so, I don't know, when you don't feel it, you can't drive it. But getting there, all the S's around there, seeing the cars have to slow down, turn for turn for turn, and then go up to the speed again. It's going to be pretty interesting with traffic around there because the GTE cars handle a lot different from the P1s.
Yeah, now WEC does race there, so we have seen how it works in real life, and I can tell you sometimes it doesn't work very well in real life, so who's to say? And David, I think for me, my issue, quote unquote, I think it's one of those situations where it's sort of, you need that Formula One driving mindset where every single corner you need to memorize the inside, the inner, the entry speed, the brake, the amount of brake, the gears, everything like that. You need that down to a complete science in order to properly enjoy it. For me, I hate Circuit of the Americas because a lot of tracks can feel like you're driving open road. That's kind of how it started me. I like flowing, quote unquote, natural corners. Whereas Circuit of the America has no natural corners because it's a technical track built for F1. I think that might be where I hang up on, but you know what, though? It should at least prove a good race for the series.
I mean, it looks like there are a lot of edges, but you can take every turn very fluently, as to say. You just have to think your own apexes mid-corner sometimes.
Yeah, I can't do that. My brain doesn't do that, so... Like, I'll drag out every exit, and then I'll get an off track, and then I'll get, angry, and then I'll throw a wrench at somebody. That's just pretty much how that goes. I don't know. I will say, David, the 17 car has handedly pulled away from Victor Lobato Lopez. It doesn't even seem remotely close now.
Yep, and that's why we're now looking at Zenith Esport and Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports GTE, because that is just a couple tenths, just 3 as they go down the Ullman Straight. We'll head towards the final corner of Sunset Bend. So Jose Lobo leads Philip Sudbeck, and I have to see, is it for position to that Torque Freak car behind them? So yeah, no matter what the other classes are doing, GTE has something for us. This one, a little bit of a Porsche 911 RSR fest, but there's no problem with that as Zenith have to go wide. So Sorg Esports go to the inside. They're going to go side by side into turn 2, and I think that's going to be advantage Sorg Esports unless Zenith can do something amazing holding it around the outside, and it's popcorn for Torque Freak.
Yeah, and I was going to say I'm surprised Tim Claessens didn't follow along as the nose gets cut off by Philip Sudbeck. And here comes Tim Claessens on the outside. No, here comes an LMP Prototype 1 car. That's actually the F4H machine, who gets completely stuck in Walden. He's got a Porsche in the front, Porsche in the back, Porsche on his side, and he turns one of them around, and he parks it into the outside retaining wall. They're not going to like that one up in the booth.
Oh, that one was really impatient moves by the P1. Of course, the Porsche could have moved a little bit more to the side, but he hasn't. He doesn't have to.
No, he doesn't at all, as we're going to get a replay of that one up on your screens. It's just great, lovely GTE action, and then that LMP1 just kind of blitzes. Now, I know that my car is faster. If I'm an LMP1 guy, I'm going to hang on the outside, because I know they're all going to have to take the corner at some point, and I get the fast exit on the outside. I would have parked on the outside, but they went to the inside, and he thought he could somehow get a good exit corner, which his hybrid obviously kicked in because he plummeted forward and parked it right in the back of that Porsche Basel Sorg Esports machine. And they're going to be pretty unhappy about that one. I have a feeling both the GTE team, because you always want to have a good battle, David, but also in the booth up top, I have a feeling they're not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, an investigation into that one by Race Control and a penalty maybe being handed out wouldn't surprise me. Even though we've lost that Sorg Esports car from this battle, Zenith now having to defend very hard from a very racy-looking Torque Freak car.
And here comes Torrent Motorsports. Will they take out any of these ones? No, they'll get by. Okay, excellent. As it's still the battle between Jose Lobo and Tim Claessens, as these guys are going head-to-head here. Reminder, this is, of course, the iRacing Esports Network. You're watching Race Spot TV. I'm Cam Walsh. That's David Hines, the Australian, and that's Tobias Brockman, the German. And that's also Hugo Louis, the ex-world champion that's retired. And not fast anymore, also. So they're going into corner number 1 now, Tim Claessens is, and he backs off way early, and I think that's justifiably so, because he wants to get the overspeed, but unfortunately for him, here comes Joshua Chin in the LMP1 car. Now, he's many laps down, so I have a feeling he's not going to want to intrude too much in on this battle, Tobias. No, I am not live at all, actually. Yep, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I only need one of you. As shocking, it was so fast.
But you do need one of us.
It was so fast. It was so fast. It was almost like he just jumped ahead in the track. As I clearly meant the Simataki Sport prototype. That's what I went to talk about. But either way, Tobias, if you're Tim Claessens, over the course of this entire lap, they're basically going the same speed every corner. Where do you try to push the envelope to see if you can push that Zenith Esport car wide without touching them?
Actually, turn 1 and the last turn that I call just Captain Bumpy, that should work pretty fine actually, because you can push him far to the outside or stay to the outside yourself. We're going to see it here soon what he's doing. There's a little bit, he tries to get the inside a little bit better, but they are still on the same pace, so nothing coming up at the moment.
Yeah, as they get under throttle once again, here comes the race center. Vibe Sports, it's technically VIB3, but I'm calling it Vibe because I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. Is Hill completely clear, getting out of their way, going into corner number 1 here. This is, of course, lap 144 of the 6 hours of Sebring, and here comes Tim Claessens. and he just doesn't seem to take the bait. He really can. He could have certainly pushed David that car to the inside. I mean, how many V8 supercar races have you seen where the car in Tim Klassen's position would have totally just run it up to the inside? I mean, these cars are hefty enough to where he really could have done that.
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I was at the Gold Coast yesterday watching the Gold Coast 600, and you know, around that street circuit, to make a move, you know, they do come from a car length back or some if they've got a good enough run. And as you say, Tim Clayton's maybe could have, but I think with 5 hours down, 1 hour to go, Tim Clayton's doing the smarter thing, not forcing the issue there, especially when he's just seen contact made between Sorg Esports GTE and one of the prototype cars, because they weren't quite being patient. So he's seen what can happen, how your race can be damaged if you don't have that patience. And so what he has to lose is greater than what he has to gain. And I imagine that informs his decisions about how aggressive to be at this stage in the race.
Yeah, and I do have to peek my eye over to the protest outcome and penalties sheet. Because, well, first of all, there have been about 9 million off-track exceeding lap penalty things. And I have to state that the number 7 machine, the SimRC.de Emerald, did end up having to come in and serve a stop and hold penalty for the incident in turn number 1. They were ruled to be the at-fault incident, and that was, of course, the pit lane exit incident. And now we have got, of course, this battle between two prototype LMP2 cars, Tobias, and you're there without those two.
Yeah, it's the Schubert Motorsport car that's fighting against Chad Dalton in the iRacing Today Motorsports 54 car. They were next to each other already, but yeah, as you could see, the 54 had the better line there. And the 33 are actually pretty much rookies around, because I'm racing in the same team, so I know that these guys are actually, yeah, they're new in the Neo anyway, and they're actually pretty new in the HPD as well.
Yeah, and so it's pretty good. Almost a little bit of a nip there on the Max Pappenbrock, or Marcus Pappenbrock piloted Team 84 car, but nope, they clear it out, and the Schubert car wants to get around. Meanwhile, we do have Egil Sandfield, and if we can get Egil up here, we can say hi, of course. Egil, formerly of the Neo organization, now works, I believe he still gives support and assistance and everything like that to them, but he now spends his time as a driver. So let's get him up here. I'll do it myself as Egil Sandfield here in the RaceSpot TV booth. It's the first round of the 2018-2019 season. And Egil, how has your day been going?
Hi guys, hey everyone. Yeah, so it's been going like down and then up. We went on an alternating strategy from the beginning. After 8 laps, we pitted our car and then tried to do something apart from what everyone else was doing. And unfortunately, we didn't really calculate the strategy fully, because it turned out that you could do the entire race in 7 stints, I think it was, instead of 8 stints. So due to like a small few difference of like 0.02 kilos, it meant that our strategy didn't really work out. So it turns out that we are actually doing one more stop than the rest of the P2 guys.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where you try to make a bet and it just doesn't work out, and that's unfortunate. And of course, formerly of the Neo organization, now you're just a driver. I have to say, now that it's got your full attention, how scary is it on a scale of 1 to 10 to have those LMP1 cars zooming by you?
It's definitely a game changer. I've just said to my teammates today that I don't think I've ever experienced a race that has been so intensive for the entire time, because you have these 17 LMP1 cars coming by you every 8 laps, and it's just insane. It really is. But it's also very fun, and actually one of the reasons why I came to you guys was actually just to announce our love relationship with another team that we've not been driving with or against for the past 2 seasons, but we finally got together again, battling SRN Motorsports, the 47 car, and we've been at it since the early days in Nero, driving the C-Spec car against each other. And it's funny how after all these years we come back, we get in the same class, and then after 5 hours in this race we're 10 seconds away from each other, and we're just trying to really catch each other. It's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that there are stalwarts of the Neo Endurance series, and IRDK has been there forever. Heisenfeldt feels like it, they've been here forever. SRN has been here forever. I mean, it's one of those good things to have. I will also say we have a lot of new lifeblood. VRT iRacing comes to mind. Ava comes to mind. MSI Wyvern Racing. I mean, and then of course Marvano kind of came in a couple seasons ago and started cleaning house. It just gets to me like every season we seem to be going from strength to strength. It's our first season in the LMP1s because it's the first season that we've had where we can't do LMP1s. I mean, just picking the LMP2, what was the thought process behind that?
We picked the class that we thought that we could be most successful in.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the GTEs are kind of, they do kind of tend to go up and down. BOP is kind of a thing. And LMP1s is hyper competitive, I think, at this point. So yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I mean, I kind of feel like maybe P2, and I could be wrong, and this kind of feels a bit more like a privateer class, which is, for me, it's great. I love that.
Yeah, me too. It's like you can get like a bracelet here in the P2 because, yeah, there are definitely top teams, but there are also like a lot of Lovecraft teams that are not like driving 8 hours a day, but just like really trying to have fun in this format, and that's where I think Neo has always done really great in terms of both reaching for the top end drivers, but also have this like familiar relationship between the teams and the competition.
All right, now I do have to say, you guys started in 22nd position. You're up to 21st, and that's probably because Chimera had an incident. But I will give you the floor. Marcelo Mao is currently piloting the machine. Who would you like to give a thanks to before we let you go? And also, kind of as a last question, we're going to Circuit of the Americas, and are you guys going to be excited about that? Are you on the camp that loves it or on the camp that hates it?
I absolutely love it. I think it's really, really fun, and it's so technical, and it's really hard for me to get, but like just getting it right, one of those few laps on that track really makes it worth it. So yeah, and I think a shout out just to my team. It's been a tough period for me personally over the last couple of months, and it's nice to just be able to like sit together with my teammates and just like think about something else and just like go and drive it. Yeah.
I can agree with that completely. 100% know exactly what you're talking about. I love coming in here in the booth. So thanks so much for hopping in with us. I'm sure hopefully we'll be able to see you in a month's time. We're at Circuit of the Americas, and best of luck there, and best of luck finishing out the race.
Thank you, and cheers for a nice season.
Yes, cheers for a nice season indeed. I don't have a beer on me, so I'm sorry. But either way, that's Agil Sandfield, the number 55 IRDK Endurance Le Mans Prototype Classification number 2 machine. And meanwhile, their Sam Rosamond piloted car has just gotten a stop and hold penalty, and does anyone know whom that is? I'm trying to figure out whom that car belongs to, because unfortunately, when they post in-game, they don't actually have a car number. The number 17. Well, that's your F4H Motorsport number 17. I have a feeling that is courtesy of them taking a hefty bite out of that Porsche, David.
Yeah, indeed, helping around the Porsche Basel powered
E-Sorg.
Yeah, them big name fellas. Yeah, indeed. So that penalty, probably, I think we saw that one coming, unfortunately for those guys. And a drive-through for car 25, Wyvern Racing, exceeding track limits. So that's Stu is keeping a very close eye on just about everyone, not letting them get away with anything as we're now within the final hour.
Yeah, and Wyvern did have an unjustifiable risk if they had to do a drive-through much earlier in the race. So, yeah, I mean, it's getting to that point, Tobias, where I think, as a racing car driver, when you can exceed the track limits, perhaps in some corners, because there's no incident limit, it tends to happen, justifiably or not justifiably. But it gets to that point where enough drivers do it at enough times where they're going to start getting penalized for it.
I mean, yeah, it's just fair of that, and we're gonna see maybe a lot of that one coming in February when we're on Spa-Francorchamps, if they don't change the track limits, but I don't think that will happen. But it's just fair to get penalized for that, because exceeding track limits can get you advantages. If you do it multiple times, it can give you advantages over the long run, not just in overtaking.
Yeah, very much so. And so with that, we have I'm holding up one finger, hour to go. And by 1 hour to go, I mean we have 56 minutes and 55 seconds. So with that, we are going to do a full rundown of the runners. So with that, we get the music back on up. And after 5 hours of racing, we have got the Thrustmaster Movano Racing Neo Endurance Series number 3 car in the lead. They have a 28-second lead over their teammate in the number 4 machine. The Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esport number 18, would have a strong attack on it, but unfortunately, they had a penalty and then an incident where they have been kind of driven back to be out of contention. Race Clutch LMP1, that's another Porsche. Well, they're all Porsches, really. The number 15 of Race Clutch, they are currently in the 4th position. Odax Motorsport is in 5th. MSI Esports is in 6th. Wyvern Racing is going to have to serve that penalty in 7th. SimRC.de is in 8th position. They're the ones that had that incident coming off of pit lane. The F4H Motorsport car, the Ave Verbantic, the VRT E-Racing, thank you. These are all capital letters on the screen. Okay, I can't help it. VRT E-Racing, it's the big old purple LMP1 car. How about the Touran Motorsports car, currently running in the 12th position, and it goes to the UI1 Positive Sim Racing 13th. Simatalk Esports 14th, and Virtual Motorsport, that is the Audi. They crashed. They have rebuilt the car. They are back out on track, but they are in 15th position, 8 laps off of your leader, which is unfortunate for them, but it looks like they will be able to finish the race under their own power. And David, before I hand you over to the LMP2s, I will say at least they will be able to finish the race in the Audi, not in Audi.
Yeah, indeed. So in our LMP2 category, leading that right now is Ava Vavatic, number 39. Pascal Sticks behind the wheel there. Apex Racing UK have Alex Simpson behind the wheel in 2nd place. In 3rd is Talk Freak Racing. And 4th, Team Hoysinkveld in 5th place. SRN Motorsports. 6th, our friends at IRDK Endurance, who we were just talking to. 7th, TNT Racing. 8th, UI1 Positive Sim Racing. 9th, Inertia Sim Racing. And 10th, World of Sim Racing Team. 11th is iRacing Today Motorsports. 12th, Schubert Motorsports. 13th, Team Mad. 14th, Road Bastards. And 15th, Racing Center Vibe Sports.
And that brings us to our GTE, with Tobias as the top 15 in the GTE runners. And of course, because this always happens, the leader in GTE is currently on pit road because they don't like us to have a clean leaderboard when we try to do these things.
But yeah, every time we try it, they do that. So it's Core Sim Racing GTE, which was just in 1st position, followed by the Army Racing Team in the 82 car, P3 is Team 85, followed by Triton Racing in the 91. 5th is Thrustmaster Mivano Racing. 6th is SimRC.de. On 7th there is MSI Esports, followed by Torque Freak Racing. On number 9, or very long name, Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esports. P10 then, there is Simatok Esports. On 11, I have to look it up again, it's Red Face Racing by MXS Engineering and JRT. 12 is Williams Jim Jr. Team Bushwink Racing is on P13, Team 84 and 14, and Euphoria DriveX Racing on P15. And I'm very sorry if I didn't pronounce your names right.
I haven't been pronouncing names right for years. Don't worry, they just hate you for it. Really easy. So with that, we do have live timing and scoring. I kind of... It's literally just dawned upon me. I looked earlier for RaceSpot TV's live timing and scoring. I was disappointed when I didn't see it. It's live.neo-endurance.com, of course. How could I forget? It's not just live timing and scoring, it's everything. It has a link to the YouTube channel. It has the going-ons on the track where the cars are coming on and off. But I'm surprised they don't have a track map at this point. Jeesh. And then they also, of course, have your outcomes and whatnots for the penalties. So live.neo-endurance.com. I mean, gotta say, I one of the best parts of Neo Endurance. I'm happy I was just reminded of it there. And David, I know that the Bathurst 500 has just concluded, which I'm sure you are very sad at. That we weren't able to cover it. It was, of course, the Major Series, which is sad. But you know what? I have to say, there's quite nothing like doing the Neo Endurance Series. Wow, we have a track map. I just looked down. There's a track map. I see it. It's on the screen.
Yep, we are spoiled by our producer, Hugo Lewis. So that track map showing you that right now in Sunset Bend, a little bit quiet, but it's all very busy around Tower and Cunningham and some of those other bits. And yeah, you asked about the iRacing Majors series, and yeah, I can't say I'm massively enthused about that Bathurst 500, but you know, congratulations to everyone racing in that one, because any number of laps around the Mount Panorama circuit is a challenge. It's one of those ones where you're battling against you know, your competitors and also battling against the circuit.
It's fun in a Lotus 79, I can tell you that.
Going to the groceries would be fun in a Lotus 79.
Where would you put the groceries?
I mean, that would be half of the fun.
Apparently, according to Craig Williams, who I think is that Craig Williams, Fat Timu has won. So I guess
I support Fat Timu number 40.
Thumbs up. I'm sorry if I literally spoiled it for everybody. Whoops. I'm sure there are many. As we, meanwhile, have the battle between the F4H Motorsports machine, which is the drive-through penalty, and there's Justin Hope in the Team Heisenfeld car, who had to take evasive action from 4th position in P2. Turn 1 seems to be the bloodbath today, as he was able to just narrowly avoid taking a bite out of that Porsche, Tobias, and looks to me like this battle between Sam Rosemont and Michael Mittner is going on strong.
Yeah, it's going on strong, it's going on very hot. I was again with sweaty hands sitting here just hoping that they don't crash, because this would have been another battle lost to the walls of Sebring. Yeah, you see all the traffic in the background here, as Michael Mittner is still trying to get his hand around to Sam Rosemont. But you see the traffic here coming again, the Porsche. It's not that easy.
It's not that easy, but I guess I'm surprised that the Sorg Esports car, obviously much more sportsmanshipy than me. Because let me tell you, that F4H car, if we recall, was the one that ended up removing the entire front clip of that machine. So David, I don't know if I would have the sportsmanshipal fortitude to just allow him to go by that fast, but I guess they're just better people than I am, most likely.
Yeah, lots more belief in the rehabilitation of the criminals with the drive-through penalties. He's a changed man now. He's learnt, and now they're giving us some great racing. Very low recidivism rate here in the Neo Endurance series.
Oh, boy, I don't even know what that word means. I'm not even joking. That's not.
I'm lucky I got to
because
pronounce
I'm an American. I seriously have no idea what that means.
He's waiting all day for that word to say.
That's the word of the day. Pee Wee Herman's freaking out. Sorry, did I just date myself? So anyways, AVA Vervatic, the number 39 machine, just came in the pit lane and is now out of pit lane. Meanwhile, Alex Simpson in the Apex Racing UK machine is quite a ways back, actually. So it looks to me, if my track map will get off its butt, that, no, actually, they took the lead. So we are now having a interesting shootout because that was the last pit stop of the day for the AVA Vervatic machine. Now, I believe, Tobias, that the Apex Racing UK machine does need to come down pit road at some point. Which means that it's going to be a very interesting time for the victory in LMP2.
Yeah, looking at my live timing here, 30 seconds is the difference between Apex Racing UK and AVA. So if Apex has to come in, yeah, they have to. That would mean that Torque Freak Racing and AVA are clean of the pit stops.
Yeah, so, well, we'll have to see how that rolls out and how that unfolds because, David, of course, anything can happen. The last hour, if it emulates the first hour, I'm not sure how many cars are finishing the race, so hopefully we won't have that happen. But how I'm kind of looking at this is I'm just seeing multiple cars that are starting to get close to each other. You have to wonder and think about as the pit stops have fully concluded for the GTE cars. Core Sim Racing is your leader in the GTE, and they are your leader. And I guess I almost have to say I'm kind of surprised. It looks to me like it's the Ford and Kimmo Soiminen. I don't quite know what to say. I thought with how qualifying went, it was going to be Porsches all day.
Yeah, well, I think Core have run just a little bit of a quieter race, just had less issues than Triton Racing and Thrustmaster Movano, than, goodness, for example, some of the other GTEs, for example, Altus Esports. So in that way, maybe they haven't needed the outright pace, but they've had just enough that they now find themselves about 5 seconds clear of Triton Racing in second place, and both of them have stopped and are fueled to go to the end.
Yeah, and to me, that's going to be the big thing, is how does the fuel runs go? How do the last pit stops go? I want to know now, which is not great because I'm not going to know now, so then I don't know what to say. I will say, Marcus Hamilton has just crossed the start-finish line. He's the number 3 machine. If you're wondering who's actually leading this whole circus parade around the Sebring International Raceway, that's them right there. That's Marcus Hamilton. You can even look inside, you can see his trademark purple and orange helmet, which doesn't make much sense because he doesn't drive for Coanda anymore, and he hasn't for ever. I mean, he used to be, of course, a Friction Racing, now of Thrustmaster Movano. That was a big signing. That was actually a really big deal. And now he's really proving his worth, Tobias. Piloting around that Thrustmaster Movano car, it has basically been Marcus Hamilton, Tommaso Carla all day.
Yeah, they were pretty strong, pretty dominant. I mean, I don't know it's about the name Hamilton. We never know. And I don't want to start discussions here now in the chat. Maybe it'll probably come. But you didn't see a lot of them, which means they're either pretty good or not racing at all.
I can tell you, I'm pretty confident that this isn't Lewis Hamilton's alternate account, because I'm pretty confident he just had to race somewhere. I don't know where. I just know that they do have to race somewhere. Wasn't it Coda? I think they had just raced at Coda.
I think they're still doing it. I think yeah, right now.
But don't go over there. Stay here. Don't go watch that. Stay watching this.
This is more important. You only have an hour to go. Come on. Well, you only have 45 minutes to go. Come on, you're killing.
You can watch replay on F1 TV.
That's right. Well, if we're in America, you'll probably see it 9 hours later, because for some reason, even when it's in America, they still manage to show it on delay. Anyways, so I guess kind of breaking down this LMP1 bracket, guys. I guess I'm really surprised to see that Thrustmaster Movano seems to have this much of an edge, but at the same time, David, I have to look at it and go, well, they're the ones that haven't really had any mistakes today, now is it?
Yeah, exactly. On absolute pace, on a little bit of strategy, Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esports, can take the fight to Thrustmaster Movano. It's just unfortunate that they've picked up some penalties and not had the cleanest race. And on that alone, that's why Thrustmaster Movano find themselves running 1 and 2. Obviously, SimRCDE had the problem we saw coming out of the pits and colliding with Triton Racing. So it's two teams that could have brought the fight today on pace, but just unfortunately through some penalties and some sloppy racing.
Actually, hold up 1 second here. We have to wind the clock back just a smidge because we got to look at Dado Obzak in the number 96 machine. You can see his car is on pit lane. It is damaged. We need to rewind the clock just a little bit because he had an incident going in through corner number the 17, and that is none other than Alex Simpson giving a nice big bludgeon in his LMP2 car to the Ferrari. The Ferrari parks it in the outside wall, damages the suspension, and that's that. So as you get the replay here on our screen at a different angle, that's going to be huge because that took the inside line away. The Ferrari was not going to have anywhere else to go, David. And I almost have to say, what is going to happen here? They are the race leaders.
Yeah, gonna need to see, or look at maybe like a helicopter shot or something like that. From one angle, it kind of looks like Alex Simpson pulls to the inside far enough ahead and the Williams Jim Jr. car closes the door down. But from another angle, it might look like an opportunistic nose. You see, from that angle there, I can't say.
The blimp's better.
Yeah. So, I mean, he pulls to the inside a long way ahead, saying, I want to take the inside line here. And then it gets closed down. Obviously, our stewards having not the world's busiest day, but always something for them to look at. We're getting plenty of angles here.
See, he was already on his brakes, though. To me, that's the thing. He was already on his brakes and like, committed. I mean, if you're Alex Simpson, you should know. You should have the foresight by now to know he's going to take that corner. I'm not trying to say this is completely 100% on Alex. I don't want to say that. I'm just saying for me, that's kind of how I would think. And Tobias, I don't know if you've gotten a view of it or what your thoughts are on it. I'm not trying to do the whole blame thing. This is, we're commentating, not, this isn't some podcast. But I just, I would not be surprised, I guess is what I'm trying to say, if that Apex Racing UK car doesn't have to do something involving pit lane pretty soon.
Yeah, indeed, just as you say. Unluckily, I didn't have my eyes on that since my screen was just point black.
Yeah, I tried, I tried, but it just, basically, two cars going into one in the entry to Sunset Bend. The prototype was on the inside. If the LMP2 leader ends up getting a penalty, I mean, that's going to give it to Ava Vervatic. Now, the thing is that Ava Vervatic is where? They're going through the double left-handers towards Cunningham. Whereas Torque Freak Racing, who's in second position, is just on the start-finish line. So really, David, that pretty much would almost hand it to them.
Yeah, the trundle down pit lane is going on about 20 seconds. Some of the penalties we've seen are 15-second stop and holds. I think any penalty for Apex Racing UK at this point would definitely give Ava Vervatic the win. Though, in saying that, I'm not quite sure how the stewards will rule on that, but I am absolutely certain they will look into it because they are very good at doing their diligence with those things. We've seen that already in the first 5.5 hours of this race.
Yeah, and one thing to remember is that they also look at the effect, and the effect of this incident was Williams Jim Jr. Black retired. They are going to be probably one of the last cars to retire. So obviously not great when a decision that you make ends up ending the race of a other competitor in a different class. But they both committed to that little strip of space, and unfortunately they just had that incident. I'd hate to see that incident, you know what I mean? But it did happen, and so whatever happens, happens. So for Ava Vervatic, I mean, all they have to do, Tobias, is just keep the car on a clear and open space, and they should have, as far as I'm concerned, not only their first victory, but this is really the first time I've seen an Ava Vervatic car. I'm not even sure what the biography of the team is, but they're already going to be Neo winners.
That is actually not something that you used to see, as you just said it. I actually didn't hear a lot from them in the past.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I don't have Jake Sperry on hand, because I know Jake knows all the things about all the teams. I guess I could message him. He's probably still a little bit not too happy with him, but I kind of dumped him on the majors thing for this. We'll be alright, that's fine. But I'll buy him a t-shirt. Well, Hugo will buy him a t-shirt. I don't have the money to do that. It is kind of interesting to see. And David, obviously this is going to be your first season for Neo, but this lime green tennis ball colored cars kind of came out of nowhere, and they're setting themselves up. I mean, a victory in Neo is no laughing matter. I mean, that's no... It's not like winning an official race. This is kind of big business here.
Yeah, those cars always look like they'd glow in the dark, which might come in handy later on in the season. But definitely, yeah, to take a class win in Neo, that's a big accolade. I'd print that out and put it on my fridge. Certainly, you cannot talk down an achievement like that.
No, you can't. I do wonder if there are going to be any night races. The only place I could picture is at Spa. And then, of course, we hope, fingers crossed, soon TM comes into soon now by the 24 hours of Le Mans. That would be pretty, I believe the proper term is dank. Also, I forgot. I'm sorry. The race spot 24 hours of Le Mans, you got to put that part in there, I suppose, would be happening. We do have a couple of cars coming on and off pit road. And we'll have to see just how everything kind of plays out, as well, it's just getting to that point where I'm not sure if anyone's actually really in a lot-torn battle here on the racetrack. We do have the World of Sim Racing team pursuing the car that they are following. I'm not sure if that's for position. That's the Road Bastards car. Yes, it is. So, Tobias, this is the closest battle that we have on track so far.
Yeah, it's true. It's closing in 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second. So, yeah, Road Bastards, I know them as well since they're coming from my country, and met some of them at the Expo. Pretty fun, pretty fast guys. So I think they're probably able to defend themselves from the World of Sim Racing team.
Now, the fact that they have the name Bastards in their name, does that mean they're going to be taking a wrench out and throwing them at opponents' cars? Because I'm pretty confident that's what a Bastard of the Road would do, no?
No, they don't. They're actually just pretending like.
I get you. Well, I have to say, they're a good defensive line coming into corner number 7 here, as it's Andreas Quintana coming in, as they let Hugo Preto and that LMP1 car get on by, and fairly easily so. They're going to have to deal with the AVA Vervatic machine coming on the inside here through this double left-hand apex. They're actually going to do kind of a little S figure through them, and Tobias, it looks to me, as they come very close to having an incident, this looks to me like we're going to have a good little rundown here and a good battle. Both of these cars have kept their cars clean and reserved, and now this is the time to go.
It almost looks like the LMP1 car ran out of the ERS system. That was the 49 of AVA Vervatic. So maybe they're doing something, but nah, they shouldn't, because their own car in P2 is way ahead. But yeah, that's going to be interesting for the last 34 minutes. So it's 5.5 hours almost gone of this race, and the last 2.5 hours they just flown by.
Yeah, I was about to say, David, I mean, it seems like this has gone by like super quick. That's kind of how Neo goes. It's a bit like the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. It just gets done so quickly. Yes, it takes 6 hours. I'm aware. Thank you. But it feels so much faster here. It's Sven Riedel and Andreas Quintana now going into corner number 1 here to start off lap 171. I gotta say, it's been a great 5.5 hours. Let's see if we can get a last half hour or a good couple of battles.
Yeah, exactly. As of the last about 5 or 10 minutes, we entered the window where all of the classes of cars that have pitted will be able to make it to the end. Obviously, the prototype ones going the shortest length on a stint, them doing 40 to 45 minutes. So now all of them who've pitted after that mark now making it to the end on fuel.
All right, and yep, that getting the note right here. The Apex Racing UK gets a 15-second stop and hold penalty. They're going to have to come in, and that is not going to be good. They will be losing third position, and I'm not sure about fourth position, but they are definitely going to be losing third. And Tobias, I gotta say, you just uncheck all your boxes because you can't take any service, no tires or anything like that. Don't make any mistakes. Serve the penalty and just kind of take it on the chin then.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually for Vervetic because they only had 4 pit stops.
Yeah, and we've also just had another incident. Speaking of Torque Freak Racing, has had an incident with the inertia car going through corner number 17. Ronnie Nunez ended up taking a bite with Osayin Puhaka. Puhaka, I think, coming on the inside pretty late, was a little easier on the brakes. You're getting the replay on your screens right now, and David, well, that's right there, right before you. I don't think nobody damaged anything. They just kind of knocked each other off as there's a drive-through for the number 17, the F4H LMP1 car for exceeding track limits also.
Yeah, so we've got a few angles on the replay there. And again, with how many lines there are through Sunset Bend, you might have an idea of what you think the car you're trying to pass is going to do, and then they end up pinching down because they didn't think you were going to track out as wide, and you don't actually know what line the car you're battling might want to take. You need to give plenty of space, plenty of room, and race control might look at that and find one car at fault, but it's also possible that it's just that's what happens sometimes coming into a bend like that when you've got 2 people trying to race.
Hey, call me crazy. I almost think that's one of the times where you just look at it and I would say it's a kind of a racing incident. I don't know, I could be crazy. Tobias, I don't know what you thought of it, but it looked to me like it's 2 cars coming together. You could say it's a bit like what Apex and the Ferrari did, but I think with the difference to that is that the Ferrari ended up done crashing in the outside wall, and they were much closer together, and I think that it happened so much earlier in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't touch it too hard if I was a marshal. It looked more like a miscommunication from both of them, as David told us already, with that many different lines that you can possibly take.
Yeah, and so we also have to remember that was not a race for position or anything like that. That was Puhaka's a couple laps down, or at least 1 or 2 laps down, but either way, Torque Freak Racing does inherit second position, and yes, IRDK does pass Apex Racing UK, which is kind of surprising, but Apex Racing UK is not that far behind, and for Farranet Kern, he should be able to close in and catch up on IRDK. And we'll go with that one. But David, it's been interesting here as F4H does serve that track limits penalty. I wonder, perhaps whom else could get the ire of the marshals, because pretty much everybody has at least a warning at this point for exceeding track limits.
Yep, they've reached this point in the race where some of them might have used up their warnings and they need to be on their best behavior in this last 30 minutes. It's absolutely critical.
It is. You gotta stay clean. You gotta stay consistent. So this is what we are gonna do. We are just about, we've just passed 30 minutes to go. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you Race Spot TV fan immersion. Okay. After that, we're going to take you to the conclusion of the 6 hours of Sebring. Then we're going to do our post-race interviews. And then we're also going to... I couldn't think of a funny joke to say about it. But then we're going to go. Well, we're already going. But anyways, so as we look around the racing track, let's see whom we can find that is going to give us a grand old show in the fan immersion. I, of course, you know what? Why don't we go with a World of Sim Racing team of Andres Quintana. That's your LMP2 machine. I'm sure we've already done one already, but you know what? I I love going with these cars. So this is going to be Andres Quintana. You've got the LMP2 machine right under you with its weird-looking steering wheel as he pursues the Road Bastards Alpha car here on RaceBot TV. Fan immersion on the iRacing Esports Network. And what you see on the screen before you is Sven Riddell covering over Andreas Quintana over the World of Sim Racing team car going through Sunset Bend as they take another lap. Welcome back to the 6 hours of Sebring. Here with the introduction. It's the intro, season number 5 of the Neo Endurance Series. Here from Sebring, I'm Cameron Walsh, that's David Hines, that's Tobias Brockman, and this has been a great race. It has been fantastic, it's been fun, it's been exciting, and we are just about getting ready to close it out. It looked like Andreas Quintana had a good run, David, going in through the Ullman Straight, but just wasn't able to pull it off, and then a couple of lap cars ended up getting in his way.
Yep, but that's just how it is sometimes. I feel like it might almost be, I wouldn't want to steal your prerogative from you, Cam, but I feel like it's almost time for a rundown as we approach the last 20 minutes of the race.
No, we have to let people guess. No, what's going to happen? The cars are all going to pull into pit lane, and we're going to depend on them to do the honor system to tell us where they finished. All right, come on.
Sounds good. That'd be a fun broadcast to watch.
It was Max Bent ain't got nothing on that. All right, running down, we'll do top 5s. How about that? We'll get the top 15s on the screen, but we'll talk about the top 5s, because there's only so much time to go. We're almost to 20 minutes to go, which is just, it's been a fantastic race, but I have a feeling when we talk to these drivers, it's going to be exhausting. They're going to be exhausted. We have Marcus Hamilton, who is not going to be exhausted at all. He has just been able to stretch his legs with his teammate Tommaso Carla and just roll with it. Currently leading this race. He's led pretty much the entire race. They've done a fantastic job. Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 4 is in second position, and they are 30 seconds behind. That has been Ashley Owen, Will Tregurtha, and Maxime Brandt. Those have been the 3 pilots for that Thrustmaster Movano car. Then for the number 3, or in position number 3, it's the Orax Motorsport Samsung car, number 14, coming into pit lane. So obviously they didn't have enough to come to the finish, which means that it's going to then be Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg eSport, who will be in 3rd position. And Race Clutch will, I have a feeling that Orax is going to come out before Race Clutch comes out, because they are only going to need a certain amount of fuel. Then you've got Wyvern Racing, MSI Esports, and then so on and so forth. LMP1's been pretty okay. The big problem right now has been track limits this last group of time. And David, you've got the LMP2s, and LMP2's kind of been where the action's been at these last couple of hours.
Yep, leading that is Ava Vervatic. Second place right now, Talk Freak Racing. Third, Apex Racing UK. Fourth, Team Hoisingfeld. And in 5th right now is IRDK Endurance.
And then, of course, we go down to GTEs. Mostly quiet as far as racing for position goes, but they certainly have been noticeable the last couple of hours. And Tobias, you have them.
Yep, still on P1 on GTE cars. There is the Core Sim Racing 88 with Kimmo Suominen on the wheel. Triton Racing is following them quietly with 7 seconds of a gap. They're still pretty close together for a 6-hour race. Followed by SimRC.de. The Army Racing team still holding up strong on P4. Yeah, and Team 85 is on place number 5.
And Tobias, interesting thing here, that Army Racing team, and David, you as well. At the beginning of the race, lap 1, turn 1, they ended up picking up some right rear damage. I have not driven this Porsche 911 GTE car, but David, I'll ask you first. Maybe you've taken some time driving it. Would that rear wing damage give it a slowdown on speed? Because it seems like these guys have had a great race in spite of that damage.
Yeah, well, if it gave them more speed, the Porsche designers would probably be putting it out of the factory looking like that. So I'm sure it's not giving them any benefit, but I can't say for sure how much it would harm them. But obviously, 4th place, they're up 9 positions from where they qualified in that fiercely competed GTE field. So things not too bad for Army Racing Team, I'd say.
Yeah, most certainly. And ART, I'm not familiar with. This is a new team. Jan Wojciechowski, Dominic Bagier, the two pilots in that Porsche here today. And Tobias, maybe you're familiar with the RSR and how it works. How much slower would that car be with that rear wing damage?
I mean, it's a mid-engine car. Normally, the 911 cars, or the 991 as well, is a rear engine car with the engine really, really far back. But this mid-engine car, it's pretty stable and can make up a lot of speed just with the mechanical grip it has. So it should affect the lap times maybe with about 1 second maximum. It also depends on the driver how you can drive around with it. We have to drive more aggressive, of course, because you're missing a lot of the areas you can see. But it's doable. It's actually pretty stable.
Yeah, I mean, it was taking Sunset Bend, no issues. So, I mean, hey, that's going to be a good result for them, finishing out in fourth. And it almost seemed to me, at least for a little while, that, David, the GTE was the series that nobody really wanted to win, because we have had probably 2 or 3 really strong leaders that looked like they were going to take it all, but ended up not.
Yeah, indeed. And when you look at the list of the teams that have retired in that GTE category, all of them good names. We've got 2 Williams Jim Jr. cars. We've got Odox Motorsports. We've got Logitech G Altus Esports, who qualified in second. I mean, yeah, those are all guys you'd think to be in contention for a win in a category like that, and they're not even going to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, you get nothing for that. And that's going to absolutely impact the championship further on down the road, which, of course, we got to start talking about that picture. There's 16 minutes to go here. Your leaders in each class are up on the board. Your LMP1s are red. Your LMP2s are blue, like that lightish blue, and then your GTE cars are that lime green AVA color machine. It's sort of that situation where after 6-ish hours of racing, because we haven't gotten there yet, it's going to be fun because, well, we've got this Thrustmaster Movano car, this Thrustmaster Movano team. They haven't made any mistakes. And Tobias, they're very fast guys. But you've got this Porsche Sorg Esports team. You've got Odox Motorsport. You got Race Clutch. You got Wyvern. These are all cars, that Sim-RC car, that all seem to be equal, for the most part, to the speed of Thrustmaster Movano. Going into Dakota and further, I wonder perhaps how much of a challenge they can put on.
I mean, just looking at the lap times for comparison, the fastest lap was from the Thrustmaster Movano car, was a 140. The slowest, just in the top 10, being a 142, 292. So they're still pretty close together, but it's the consistency actually, which really shows the skill of Marcus Hamilton and the Movano Racing team at all.
And the confidence of going through traffic too. I mean, that's not. It's an underrated skill, I'd have to say. People always look at a lap, as far as lap times go for lap time's sake, David, but what ends up happening is that, yeah, there can be a driver, kind of an early Maximilian Benecke. We had him in the VLN series where every single race, basically, he would end up absolutely cleaning house of an MX-5 and crashing. And he turned that around completely, but it's lap times can be fast, right? But unless you're consistent and careful going through the traffic, lap times don't mean anything.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a racer and a hot lapper, is that kind of racecraft. And then one of the clever things you can do in the P1 car, so we got a lot of traffic on screen there, is be clever in how and when you deploy the ERS energy based on where the traffic is around you. So this is a P2 panel on our screen, and that is UI1 Positive Sim Racing and Glenn Key leads Ocean Puhaka in the Inertia Sim Racing car. I think this is a battle we've seen before, and it's just hotted up once again. Both of these guys have made their last pit stop, fueled to the end. It's just in the last 13 minutes, an on-track straight fight, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know what, you just got to work on it and fight your way through it here. As this is, of course, that Inertia Sim Racing car, only a second behind that U1 Positive Sim Racing orange machine. There was a couple of lap cars in between, but they managed to work that out. As you can also see the Torque Freak car in the distance, the LMP2 that is a lap ahead, so no need to worry there. And for Glenn Key, he's just got to work and focus on trying to get away from Ocean Puhaka, whom we have to remember had to recover from that incident with the Torque Freak car. And Tobias, you know, if they didn't have that incident, they'd be further up the road. But you know what? It means, as far as I'm concerned, Ocean Puhaka has the speed and the car wasn't damaged from that incident, so he should be able to, in theory, catch up to that 45 car.
Yeah, I'm really thinking that is also going to happen somewhere soon, but they have to hurry up since we are really down in the time and it's not long anymore. So he shouldn't wait for the move and just, go for it at some point.
Yeah, and it's just one of those situations where you got to start looking up the track, and perhaps, David, you can. You're a bit familiar with how teams work, and it's one of those situations where the people on the team, you know, it's not like it's just the driver out there. Of course, their ears are picked, sometimes just their left ear, if we're talking with me. That's an inside joke here. Where they can look up the track and kind of tell you, you know, where the traffic is going to be. There's really nothing ahead of Glenn Key and Ocean Puhaka. So if you're Glenn Key and you need kind of some help because you know Puhaka's coming in, you're doing the lap, you know, counts, you're doing the times, and you're saying, okay, he's closing. There's only so much you can do, and there's only so much that your team can really help you with when they're trying to focus you on defending that position.
Yeah, the track's clear ahead of them, but it's not clear behind them. They've got a few of those prototype ones coming, and then also the Torque Freak Racing car that's a lap ahead of them. So that could play into it a little bit. That car almost splits them as they come into Sunset Bend, and Puhaka looks to the inside, and he'll get side by side through Sunset Bend. Will he get enough of a run off the corner? Will he get the power down cleanly? Certainly, Glenn Key picked up a bit of the grass on the exit there, and Ocean Puhaka will maybe just sweep around the outside of turn 1.
And he does have the position here, but here comes Glenn Key on the outside going into corner number 2. They do the flick, that is 3, and they go into corner number 4, but to no surprise, Ocean Puhaka, just how the nature of the track goes, that inside line is dominant, as Glenn Key thought for a second of pulling out, and then Julian Revelou came out in the Scimitar Esport Ombre car, and he did not want to do that, but here comes Glenn Key on the inside of corner number 7, and things are really kicking off here, Tobias, with these 2 lime green cars.
Yeah, I just told you before that is going to happen because they have to hurry up. We're now down to 10 minutes left. And they're still keeping up a good fight here. He's looking again on the inside. Look at that.
They've stayed side by side all the way through corner number 7. I'm not sure if we've seen, I'm sure this has happened, but we haven't seen it on the cameras yet, as Glenn Key, and this is what you get when you get 2 competing cars like these HBDs that are very built together. And Glenn Key has a bit of a sloppy exit. And David, Ocean was able to get away as they go in through this Le Mans section, as they call it. And then it's just that quick right, left, right. But you know what? It's been interesting and exciting to see here just how long they were able to keep it too wide. If Glenn didn't make that little mistake, I think he'd still be with Ocean.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched, but you have to say maybe the Inertia Racing car has just a little bit of an advantage. He pulls out the gap now a little bit, but they fought side by side all the way from Sunset Bend there, past towards the hairpin almost and beyond there, more than half a lap, and it was great to watch.
Yeah, meanwhile, Schubert Motorsport is now on pit lane. They needed to get fuel. Scimitar Esport needs to get fuel, but both of them are pretty much the last running cars in their classes. So Well, for themselves, it's not really going to mean much. What it could mean, Tobias, is that some of these cars might be a little light on fuel, and it might catch out some of these front-running cars.
Yeah, it might catch out some of these front-running cars, but at the moment we see the 54 of iRacing Today Motorsports fighting with the Road Bastards with the number 40. And they have to defend pretty harsh here because the Road Bastards, they're pushing really hard.
Yeah, and I wonder where the World of Sim Racing car went. They went, okay, so they did end up getting by, and that was that, naturally. So for the Road Bastards, they were the World of Sim Racing. Now Team Mad's gotten between them. Now iRacing Today Motorsports has gotten together with them. And here's the SRN Motorsport behind. It's a car that is a lap ahead, David, and looks to me like this Road Bastard car, Sven Rodell, just maybe not having the best last stint to finish out this race here, but you gotta try, and you gotta try to do what you can.
Right, and now they're all split a little bit by that GTE there. They'll come through turn 1 towards turn 2, and now another GTE on the exit compromises the run a little bit. The traffic out there, even after 6 hours and losing a few cars, still very thick.
Yeah, absolutely, and the SRN car getting a little loose, and that actually kind of chucks that car out, and there goes Team Chimera. No, don't do what you did the last time. Joshua Chin just had Vietnam flashbacks. He saved it this time. He almost wrecked it. In the exact same place that he wrecked the car before. He does get around Stephen McGarvey. We'll get a replay of that one as they sort themselves out. But yeah, for Joshua Chin and the Team Chimera car, that is just an unlucky corner for him. But he's straightened it out. He's gotten it all sorted out. He's passed the Road Bastards car. And for Chad Dalton, he seems to have been gotten, Tobias, some pretty good breathing room now, courtesy of that whole debacle.
Yeah, it was a very scary moment there at the moment. And again, we have another fight. Now it's coming all to an end, literally. Everyone tries to go again. It's the Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports car with Alex Breutigam and the SRN Motorsports with Stephen McGarvey that are fighting here. I'm very surprised that with that much aero damage in the front that the Porsche can keep up with the Ferrari.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure Porsche would love to advertise that, and it's kind of a ha-ha to Ferrari, but it's just one of those situations where that Porsche was extraordinarily fast in the beginning of this race. Unfortunately, just that incident really kind of took it away from them. The LMP1 car, VRT Racing, goes around the outside as Stephen McGarvey, he takes a very inside apex, whereas the Porsche takes a very opposite of that apex. And it's one of those things, the lap times come across almost 0.2 of a second faster. David, was that Porsche over the Ferrari. So last couple of minutes here, everything's kicking off. We probably got, 3 laps to go?
I think for our prototype leader, he will have 4 more next time he crosses the line, but I can't be 100% certain on that, of course, this being a time certain finish. Through the first corner there, though, Alex Brautigam for Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esports, it just got a little bit wide, car pushed a little bit, maybe not getting as much front downforce as that car is designed for when it leaves the factory. So dropping back a tiny bit, not getting the power down perfectly there out of the hairpin. But the battle not necessarily over between these two. Stephen McGarvey for SRN Motorsports not away and clear, even with just 4 minutes to go.
And trying to look around right now as the Road Bastards car has basically lost the rear of the iRacing Today machine. Trying to see whom else is around there that could perhaps be involved in a battle. I do see Torque Freak Racing's GTE car of Chris Fuller, the number 81 car, fighting, with having Jan Erik Holfarth in the Team 84 car. They're on the same lap. They're not that far apart. They're maybe 2 seconds apart, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But other than that, it looks to me like things have been pretty calm and collected here outside of those amazing battles that we've seen in LMP2 and otherwise, Tobias. And I think for me, this has been one of those situations where no matter what happens, I got to say we've had a brilliant finish to this race.
Yeah, the racing or the start. I mean, you could divide the race in 3 parts. You had the starting phase where everyone didn't know each other actually. we had a lot of incidents, a lot of crashes, unfortunately, with a Logitech Altus car being hit twice then have to end the race. Then we have the midway part where it was pretty calm, and now in the end it's all getting down again because everyone notices like, oh shit, the race is going to end, we have to do something now.
Oh shoot.
Dude, yeah.
He meant
Sorry
to say,
for the bad language. I'm very.
He meant to say, "Oh shoot," ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's a lost in translation kind of thing.
Yeah.
He didn't mean it.
No,
yes,
not at all.
Yes, I was saying something about candies.
Yeah, you have to say a bunch of German words now, so we can pretend.
Gottverdammt, Mist.
There you go. I don't know what that means, so don't swear more.
I'm very sorry for that one.
No, you're fine. With that, I will have to say we have got 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and we have got Marcus Hamilton and the Thrustmaster Movano Racing Machine. If we can get the track map up, and a little pop-up up on your screens, you will be able to see that the number 3 machine is down there in the bottom right corner of the bottom right screen on the Ullman Straight. That means, doing mathematics here, which is very dangerous, I am an American, that it should be 2 laps to go, I think, this time by, David.
Correct. Yeah, so right now, as you see, there's 1 minute 50 on the clock. They're doing about 1 minute 32-ish, sorry, 1 minute 40 kind of lap times. So he's just crossed the line with enough time that the white flag doesn't come out this time, but will come out next time by. There'll be about 10 seconds left on the clock next time he comes around at the start-finish line.
So now is the dramatic thing going to be, is the timer going to expire and then the checkered flag come out, or is the timer going to expire and then have the white flag and then have the checkered flag? Because some of these cars, if we already saw some of them coming into pit lane, Tobias, I'm sure everyone has an extra lap of fuel, but you never know, because we've seen this happen before, where sometimes people don't count on the fact that it's the leader. They end up being right in front of the leader, right at the checkered flag, and having to do almost an entire lap that they weren't planning on doing.
Yeah, and that lap, that can mean that you're gonna lose depending on where you are compared to your followers, actually. With the leader, imagine you're in front, someone is behind, and the leader's just behind your group passing at the start-finish line, and then you run out of fuel. How shameful would that be?
I mean, it wouldn't feel great. I know it's happened in the past, but we've also seen sometimes where the leader comes by and they're just behind, say, 2 cars that are locked in the throes of battle, and that gives us some great finishes. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening here. So here's Marcus Hamilton. And his teammate, Tommaso Carla, I'm sure, is standing by and very excited, because with the timer going here, we've got 7 seconds. 6 coming off the corner, 5, 4, 3, 2, as he will go past the start-finish line with 1 second to go. So that means that this is now the final lap. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the white flag, and David, I just gotta say, for the last 6 hours, this has been an absolute pleasure. It's been great having Connery Maddock here, and obviously it's been great having Tobias here as well, but just, this is your first Neo race. It's been absolutely sensational.
Yeah, Neo's a very, very well-organized series. Our race marshals, our race control, all that have been very busy. I have to say, from here in the commentary booth, it's not massively different to a lot of the other endurance races that we cover, like the Sports Car Open, or in fact that some of the iRacing special events like the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans. But yeah, the quality of the drivers here, very, very good. And just on the final lap, we're going to have a battle in our fastest class for 4th position, because it looks like Race Clutch have been catching up to Odox Motorsport. And look at that. Look how aggressively they are going to try to make this move on the final lap, Connery.
Connor's not here, it's just me.
And Walsh.
It's
a long day. Oh, it's been a long 6 hours.
On the outside, that's all right. Luis Rodriguez goes on the outside, 3 wide with Glenn Key in P2. And there goes Hugo Preto. He is now down in position number 5. Race Clutch coming out of nowhere to pull it out of the fire. They want to get a good finish here. They want to finish in 4th position. So here comes Hugo Preto. There's your replay on your screen right now. He just pulls to the inside. He knows he's going to have to slow down. So he goes and uses up the entire track on the outside. And there you go. So where is Marcus Hamilton? He just crossed the finish line. Dang, nabbit. Normally we get to say hi. So Marcus Hamilton, to no surprise at all, he swung his car left and right. He finishes first. He gets the victory. No surprises there. He does a couple of donuts because that's fun. And that is going to be a fantastic victory. Ava Vervantic comes across the start-finish line as well. And here comes Kimo Soimanen coming across the start-finish line. He is going to come home in the very first position. That is going to be victory to the Ford. That is going to be a fantastic finish for them. And now where is Odox and Race Clutch? Well, they're coming out of Sunset Bend right now. And here comes Race Clutch. They have got the position. They are going to keep it. Last lap pass for Luis Rodriguez. He's excited. Hugo Preto, well, what can you do? As the cars are streaming across the start-finish line here, it doesn't look to me like there's anything else for drama's sake. So with that, I believe we can start, as I'm looking down here, making sure that we're not missing anything here, that I'm pretty sure that we can start going down your final run-through here at the checkered flag has flown. We've had 6 full hours of racing here in the Neo Endurance Series, round number 1, the 6 hours of Sebring here on the iRacing Esports Network on Race Spot TV. It is going to be Marcus Hamilton and Tommaso Carla. They will take the victory. They're parked right next to each other right now, going down the street. As finishing in position number 2, and the only other car on the lead lap is going to be Ashley Owen and Ricardo Chiavon. The Ashley Owen, Will Tregurtha, and Maxime Brent piloted machines. They will finish 1-2. Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esport, will finish in 3rd. Race Clutch finishes in 4th. Odox Motorsport in 5th. Wyvern Racing in 6th position. MSI Esports is in 7th. Ava Vervatic is in 8th. SimRC.de will finish out in 9th position. F4H Motorsport will finish in the 10th position. Then it goes to VRTE Racing, Torrent Motorsport, UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black, Simbatok Esport Ombre, the LMP1 car, and then the Virtual Motorsport car will be finishing in 15th. That's your Audi. They come home in 15th position. Now we go to LMP2 with David.
Yes, indeed. Our winners in the LMP2 class, Ava Vervatic. 2nd is Talk Freak Racing. Then 3rd, Apex Racing UK. Couldn't quite convert their pole position. 4th, Team Husingfeld. 5th, Team IRDK Endurance. And then 6th is SRN Motorsports. 7th goes to TNT Racing. 8th goes to Inertia Sim Racing with a great late race pass over 9th place, UI1 Positive Sim Racing. And 10th goes to World of Sim Racing Team. 11th, Team Mad. 12th is iRacing Today Motorsports. 13th, Road Bastards. 14th is Shub Motorsport. 15th is Racing Center Vibe Sports. And then 74 laps down, Lux Sim 24 Moet Podcast. And unfortunately taken out very early in the race. Last place will be Race Clutch.
And, of course, don't forget the next race is going to be the 6 Hours of Coda, November 18th. And we have the GTE cars with Tobias Brockman.
And the winner of the GTE category, that's Core Sim Racing. Kumu Suominen, he took the car over the line. 9 seconds behind each other. That's Triton Racing with David Nowakovsky. On P3, there is SimRC.de, the 77 Porsche with Jürgen Frank. Army Racing Team, they made it up to 4th. Team 85 is following on 5th. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing in the 4th. They came up 6th. Simbatok Esport in the Ferrari. Actually, 6 cars in the lead lap of the GTEs. That's pretty good. Red Face Racing by MXS Engineering and JRT, they made it up to P8. MSI Esports on P9 and Talk Freak Racing on place number 10. Team 84 made it up to P11 for Red Drivex Racing on 12. Senate Esports 13, SRN Motorsports on 14. Porsche Basel powered by Stock Esports after that unfortunately crashed with that LP1 car. Still made it up to P15. Bushfink Racing P16, and then we have a lot of cars that, well, we're all at the back. That's William Jim Jr., 25 laps behind in P17, 52 laps behind. It's Torrent Motorsports, Williams Jim Jr. again, 97 car, so both cars pretty out. 89 laps behind, and Odox Motorsports on P20.
And that is your finishing grid here at the Sebring International Raceway. Normally this is when I say we cut to commercial, but we are not. We're going to go right into our interviews here as the drivers are starting to come in, looking for our overall race winners, but instead we have Ray Tregurtha. Will Tregurtha. Jeez. You have the easy name too. Of the Movano number 4 machine, you ended up finishing 22 seconds behind your teammates, and they finished in position number 1. So for everyone at the Thrustmaster Movano team, first of all, congratulations, and just take me through your day here at the 6 Hours of Sebring.
Thanks. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? First Neo race of the season, and we've got a 1-2. Awesome. The guys in the number 3 car had some pretty outstanding pace all the way through the race. We managed to catch up a little bit towards the end in the number 4 car, but I mean, once we got into the last sort of hour, Sim RC was pretty unlucky with their with a couple of incidents, so we sort of ended up a lap ahead of everyone, which was awesome. So yeah, it's gone amazing, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, quite. I mean, you talk about, quote, Goliath teams, unquote, but they're basically all not here. And what that means is that it is wide open. I mean, you guys have worked your way through the ranks. You started in the GT1s back when, and now you're doing fantastic. You've got a 1-2 finish here in Neo in the fastest cars, the first LMP1 race in Neo history. But looking forward, you're going to be going to Circuit of the Americas, Porsche Basel, powered by Sorg Esport, Race Clutch, Odox, Wyvern. They're all quite very quick cars, ain't they? And that Sim RC car as well. If it wasn't for a couple of penalties and whatnot, they probably would have been, at the very least, on the same lap, if not closer. I mean, going forward, you guys are going to have quite the fight for the season on your hands.
Yeah, definitely. That Sim RC car was annoyingly fast at the start of the race. I just about got past him, and we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, but no, they were really fast. And if you look at the fastest lap times, I mean, obviously it's a little bit sort of skewed sometimes with the boost in these cars, but no, there's a lot of people who've been right up there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. We put a lot of prep into this and sort of work things out methodically, and I think it's gone pretty well. So we'll definitely be doing that for the next race and pushing from there.
Absolutely. So we'll keep things nice and tidy. We'll let you get back to the team to celebrate your quite dominant victory, quite frankly. But before we let you go, who would you like to thank before we let you go here for your victory here at Sebring?
Yeah, biggest thing is Thrustmaster Movano. Obviously number 1 sponsor, Thrustmaster. I mean, I'm using the T300, but my biggest thanks go to Movano, to Tom and Ray and my teammates, Ash and Maxime, definitely. They were rapid all day long. So first big race with these guys in the LMP1 car. Couldn't have got much better, really.
It really couldn't, so congratulations, and
thanks.
We'll see you in a month's time. So, with that, we have got TFR. That is the Torque Freak Racing cars. That is going to be, Ronnie Nunez here. They ended up finishing in 2nd position, and they are standing by with the one and only Australian, David Haynes.
Well, Ronnie, 2nd place for you guys in the first race of the season. Is that the best you could have done, or did some things maybe conspire against you?
Well, first of all, hi guys, and yeah, we think we could have maybe had some for Eva, maybe, but we had a really bad quality. We lost a lot of time in in the first stint behind traffic. But gotta give it to them, and they were really perfect. Their race execution was just perfect. Their pace really good. Yeah, congratulations to them for sure.
This car, the HPD ARX, it's been a staple of Neo competition for a while now. But is there anything you've maybe learnt from this race that will help you next round at COTA and for the rest of the season?
Yeah, the push, the aero push around the fast corners like turn 1 in Sunset was just, the car was so hard to turn. We had some really scary moments, and the track was fairly hot. So out of the slow corners, the car was a bit of a handful. It's a really fun car, though. I mean, we love to drive it and want to keep driving it for a long time.
Awesome, thank you, and good luck to you for the rest of the season. Who would you like to thank on the behalf of yourself and Talk Freak Racing?
Yeah, I would like to thank Dirk, of course, my teammate. He drove a fantastic race. David Baraclaw, which is our team manager, and he's always behind the strategy, and thanks to all the team.
Awesome, thank you so much. Ronnie Nunez there from Talk Freak Racing. Cam, who are we going to go to next?
We are going to talk to Alex Simpson of the Apex Racing UK team. He is going to be standing there alongside Tobias Brockman, as Tobias is going to give the interview over to the number 60 machine of Apex Racing UK, who finished in 3rd position.
Yeah, you had a pretty awesome race, but it didn't work out as you planned, I think. What happened?
Actually, I'm delighted. I think if we'd have come into this race and someone would give us a podium at the start of it, we'd have took it right there and then. So yeah, I was really shocked with the pole position, and race sort of unfolded for us. We kind of expected just to sort of fall back a little bit, sort of as that stint went on. So to have the option for a second place finish going into the end, and then for me to mess it up a little bit with that move, well, that's on me. But do you know what? Both me and Ferenc, we're really happy with a podium finish. We're delighted. We had some great racing today. I was just talking to Nunez there as well. Me and Dirk, we had some fantastic battles through that race, and you know that is what we came here for, to have some good endurance racing. So we're both stoked at the minute.
Yeah, we had some great battles indeed, also on screen. Thinking about COTA, what are your expectations for the race in November?
I'm not entirely sure how COTA's going to go. I think it will probably be, I'm playing a bit part role. I think it will be Ferenc and Alex Marshall in the car mainly. So we're going to try and target like a top 5. I'll have a little stint in the car, that's it. But I think it'll be, I say again, as long as we go out there and have some fun, that's going to be the most important thing.
That's great to hear. Any thanks you want to say?
Well, to you guys, thanks for broadcasting as always. Never easy doing these long endurance races. Ferenc's my teammate. He's been ill this week as well, so I was trying to get into practice, but he was like death. So all fair play to him for even doing the race today. So that was the thing, and just to everybody else at Apex Racing UK.
Well, thanks for the race, and thanks for being up here in the commentary booth, and I give back to Cam Walsh.
Guys.
All right, so cheers to Alex. Congrats, guys, and we'll see you at COTA. And now we're going to go to the Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports car. The 18, they have finished in 3rd position. They've rounded out our podium. And, well, we have got Dominic here with us. And, well, Dominic, how'd the ending part of your race go? I know we had a mid-race interview, but just how'd the rest of it go?
Yeah, actually quite good. I didn't expect to be here again, to be honest, but now we picked up another spot where we finished P3 on the podium, which makes us very happy, of course. And yeah, when I was here for the mid-race interview, we were, I think, a full lap down on to the top 3 cars, and so I already said there that P4 will be the maximum for us, and now we got P3, obviously because SimRC had some issues. But yeah, I think it's more than deserved.
Well, there you go. I mean, you guys were right there with, unfortunately, a couple of penalties. Ended up putting you behind a couple incidents. But you know what? They'll be late for another day. You got a great old finishing out the podium here. You've got Circuit of the Americas up next. And I have a feeling that if you guys had a good performance here, you guys are really going to be able to take it to Thrustmaster Movano, perhaps, at COTA. But of course, they're all 6-hour events. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, that's the key in endurance racing, to stay clean and finish the races, first of all. But on COTA, I think COTA is a very good track, very suits my driving style very well. I like it a lot. So yeah, can't wait to hit the track there again and hopefully challenge Mivano.
Well, that's Dominic Farber of the Sorg team. We're going to give you the floor. Anyone you'd like to give a thanks to or anything like that, take it away. It's yours, and congratulations on a very well-won podium here at the Sebring International Raceway.
First of all, thank you for the congratulations. Then thanks for the team, for the support. Thanks to my teammate Mike for racing with me together here. Thanks, and thanks to our other car in the race, the GTE, which had some issues but finished the race, which was the main thing. Then thanks to Porsche Zentrum Basel for the support, and thanks to Sorg Esports and Sorg Rennsport and everybody who's standing behind the team. And obviously thanks you guys for broadcasting the race.
Well, thanks so much for hopping in with us. We always love the interviews, and very appreciative that you came in, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you. See you in COTA.
See you in a month in COTA. And so with that, we are going to go to, I believe, our last interview of the day. It's going to be Cyandra of Wyvern Racing, and he's going to be with David here. And, well, I mean, they've had a good day, David, but at the end of the day, they started in 4th and finished in 6th.
Yeah, exactly. So, not how you might wanted to have done the first race of the season and the first Neo race with these Prototype 1 cars, but from your perspective, how was that race?
Neo was everything I expected it to be. The racing was pretty clean mostly. Driving standards were very high at the top of the LMP1 field, and honestly I was very, very surprised when we got 4th and only missed out in 3rd place in qualifying by a couple thousandths. Really kind of set my expectations high. I wanted to get a podium. Podium was definitely possible, but unfortunately we had penalties that came into play and some damage, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, I think 6th was perfectly reasonable for our debut. I think comes once we go to COTA, we'll have something else to prove.
So, dealing with the traffic and the speed difference between the Prototype 1 and, for example, the GT cars, what have you learnt maybe about that you'll be able to take to the later rounds of the series?
Definitely how to minimize traffic loss with these cars, especially the first couple of times through traffic when all the GTEs are bunched up and all the HPs are bunched up nose to tail. Definitely how to save the battery, how to make passes, how to complete passes more effectively, essentially losing less time, stuff like that. And I think COTA being a bit more of a traditional GP circuit will be better for traffic. It's a little bit wider, and I think some of the corners are more friendly for multi-class, except the first sector, of course. But I think come COTA will be pretty competitive.
Alright, and quickly, tell us about Wyvern Racing, where you guys have come from, and what kind of series we might see you in.
Oh, definitely. So far, we've done a couple of leagues, mainly DGFX and Autobahn for endurance, and Neo, obviously. And on the GT side, we're doing PRL, a couple of GTE leagues. Starting small, I think we're starting to build up our team, building up the depth of the drivers. I think today we showed we definitely had the pace to take it to the top teams. Just kind of need to cultivate that a little bit more.
Awesome. So, on behalf of yourself and your team, who would you like to thank?
Definitely Nick, definitely Mikkel for racing with me today, helping me prep the car, set it up, make it fast, and also make it look good as well, helping me with the paints. Other than that, the whole Wyvern team to kind of support us, bring us to this level at which we can compete. Other than that, not really.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for making the time to have a word with us. Congratulations on that 6th place finish, and hopefully you guys will go well next round at COTA.
Thanks, David.
So with that, we have cleared out pretty much everybody. We've got one to go. This is kind of, we've had our newbies. We've had Wyvern in here. That's a new team. Now we've got VRT iRacing. That's kind of our other new team. And Wyvern, they finished out in 6th. VRT ended up finishing in 11th. And, well, they're the big old purple car. That's the number 20. And, we've got Joseph Ringrose here to round out the day. And, well, first of all, congratulations. I mean, you managed to finish. That in itself is an achievement. You didn't manage to break the top 10, but take me through your day.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we think it was a success. We didn't really know what to expect coming in. We were the last team to qualify, so we went pretty much into the unknown regards to the competition and who we'd be fighting, because there were a lot of teams that we didn't really know from racing ILMS. Throughout the day, we had a little incident in the first 10 laps or so of Simitok, and it was just a case of we had to make a really early pit stop, and that kind of sort of messed up our strategy a bit, so we had to kind of just focus around that and end up finishing the race because we didn't want to get involved in anything else.
Yeah, and well, that you did. The car's clean. You guys are good to go. I mean, yeah, it's good good running here, and I have to say, look, it's the Neo Endurance Series. This has been great experience, can say, for pretty much both of your drivers, all three of your drivers, Ismail Kuba, Kevin Fortman, and Ryan Parkins. So, I mean, it's got to be almost going into a different gear when you get to a place like Neo.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of experience racing the endurance races, like the official ones. Ismail's been doing that since the start with the team, alongside myself, Ryan and Kevin. But yeah, as you said, Neo's on a whole nother level, and we've just got to prove ourselves. You know, I want to show to us, you know, this is our time. We're not going to be messed about. We want to be one of the big boys. We're not just any old little team coming through, and we want to show why we really deserve to be here.
Well, I mean, anytime you can almost get a top 10 in the top split, I mean, that in the top level of racing, there you go. Either way, we've got Circuit of the Americas on board, so best of luck there. Who would you like to give a shout out to and thank before we let you go here to round out our day here at Sebring?
Obviously, the drivers that raced today, and Pascal Claudeline is also part of the Neo team, has been putting in the work. Everyone a part of the team, you know, the management alongside myself, Rasmus, Chris, Rex, and our sponsors Next Gen and Boss Boxes, you guys, Neo, and everyone who showed support for VRT today. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Joseph Ringrose, representative from the VRT iRacing team. We'll see you at COTA. Have a good one.
You too, boys.
So there you go. That's going to be it for us today. As Hugo, I think it's time we start the music here to round out our very first round here of the 2018-2019 Neo season. First of all, thank you to Connery Maddock, our lead, for the first 3 hours. That's David Haynes over there. It's his first run at Neo. Tobias Brockman as well. Thank you guys very much. Very well job done. That's, of course, Hugo Louis. The Hugo Louis with all the production stuff and jingle jargle as we're going to COTA, Interlagos, Suzuka Spa, and then, of course, the race spot 20 feet, 24 hours of Le Mans. It looks to me like it's going to be a fantastic season, and I hope that you can join us for it. Of course, you'll be able to see else on the screen all the other parts and gizmos that make all the fancy things work, like the fact that we were able to have a little check map in the bottom right. That's the coolest thing ever, as there you go. And, of course, we're in design, engineering, and, of course, the Neo organization for having us on board. It's season number 5, and I can tell you we pretty much covered all of them. and I certainly can say that I'm looking forward to the rest of it. So for that, I've been Cameron Walsh, and this has been Race Spot TV on the iRacing Esports Network. We'll see you next time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Take care. Have a good one.